was I. Not just any leader, but the captain who had commanded the team for over 10 years. They were assigned an L-class mission to slay the Demon King monster and cleanse the demonic cave under orders from the highest authority, known only as God. The Divine Core stepped forward, power surging through them as the operation began. It wasn't their first battle. This was already the 10th high level. Demonic cave they had faced among them. Lindsay stood out as the squad's deadly assassin. She wielded a lightning-class L-rank assassin skill, striking swift and silent with a faint smile. She asked the captain if this mission truly was an L-rank purge operation. Another teammate, Shing Shing, the squad's strongest mage, possessed an L-class Cloud Mage ability. Shing Shing cast a powerful buff on Bai, boosting his chance to take down the Demon King monster this L-class. Mission represented the highest level of difficulty, as their power surged the entire cave filled with energy. They unleashed a massive strike on the monster, shaking the ground itself. Bai raised his sword and released a single devastating blow. The monster fell instantly slain in one strike, landing quietly. I let the energy in his body fade. He wasn't just a captain. He was a Divine Core commander, a legendary outclassed nuclear since Swordsman. Moments later, the team confirmed it. The SSS-class Demon King had been eliminated. Lindsay smiled faintly while Shing Shing laughed and complained that it had ended too quickly. Lindsay teased she might find another demon cave for him to enjoy. But suspicion soon rose when a third teammate spoke up. This mission had required their entire squad, yet they defeated the Demon King too easily. I narrowed his eyes, staring at the drifting particles left behind, according to intel. This Demon King was supposed to have 5 elements and a hidden skill. Lindsay moved closer and softly wrapped her arms around by whispering near his ear. She teased about celebrating together. Maybe just the two of them, but Bai gently pushed her away unmoved, he ordered. Everyone to gather at the usual spot in the Holy Captain's Hall. Lindsay sighed playfully, lamenting her failed attempt to catch his attention. Shing Shing chuckled, teasing Bai for still not understanding women. Yeah, but his expression turned serious. He questioned whether their 5th teammate Archie Stewart had even followed them. The one who was supposed to handle the cleanup had yet to appear. Lindsay shrugged, noting he was always the slowest one. Shing Shing laughed, reminding everyone that Archie Esther was often best at slacking off at that moment. Archie Esther finally arrived. Just as a purge operation was officially declared complete, without warning he raised his weapon and fired a single shot Shing. Ching barely had time to react before the attack pierced straight through his head. Shock froze everyone. Shing Shing collapsed lifelessly to the ground, rage twisted by his face as he demanded answers. Was this the true mission? Did God order Archie Esther to assassinate them? But Bai his body refused to move. Archie Esther's voice, cold and emotionless, revealed the truth for a month. Their breakfast had been laced with paralyzing powder. Now none of them could move, activating his divine skill. Archie Esther summoned dark flower like forbidden vines that wrapped around before anyone else and the others, holding them in place. Bai struggled, questioning what had driven Archie Esther mad. But Archie Esther calmly replied, this was God's decree. The so-called L-class purge operation had always been meant to purge them, clenching his fist. Archie Esther ordered the vines to tighten Lindsay, and Lucien coughed blood and suffocated to death before by his eyes. Grief and fury burned through him. He demanded to know why God would do this. Divine Core had never crossed any line. Archie stared at Bai with pity, calling him naive in a flash. He vanished from sight, reappearing with his hand piercing deep into Bai's chest. When God decides to kill, Archie whispered, he needs no reason. Blood spilled from Bai's lips, even as he lay dying. He forced out a final question, remembering their years as comrades and family. But Archie Esther sneered, revealing this had always been part of God's plan. From the very first meeting, he had been chosen. Pain and betrayal filled by his eyes. But Archie Esther's gaze remained cold. He confessed that to earn by his trust, he had played this role for so long that it sickened him too. Raising his hand, he unleashed a final surge of power that exploded by his head, ending it all in that moment. Every member of the Divine Core lay dead. A cold narrator's voice echoed over the silent cave. May 22nd, 2000. 125, all members confirmed eliminated. L-class, purging operation complete. Archie stood, exhaled, slowly stepping into the silent aftermath. Yet in the shadows, a suspicious voice softly offered a deal. Why is fading vision? Saw a figure appear, a man with a crooked smile who teased him, calling him Handsome Heart, pounding by. Realized who stood before him, the man seemed amused at Bai's reaction, asking if Bai really thought an SS-class Demon King would die so easily. Bai, his voice shaking, questioned whether this was truly the Demon King. The man smirked as 5 swirling elemental forces gathered at his fingertips. This, he declared, was his sole domain. The entire Night Kingdom itself was his life force. But then his playful tone vanished, replaced by cold resolve. The real business was yet to come. Dark energy formed in the Demon King's hand as he stepped closer. He sensed by his hatred and claimed it as his own. With a hidden seal called life regression, he could send Bai back to the distant past to rewrite fate. Memories of betrayal and blood searched in Bai's mind. No, 5. The traitor who destroyed everything, and the gods who ordered it all. Determination burned in his eyes as he vowed to kill them all. The Demon King's smile turned eerie shadows swirling around him. His answer, the Demon King whispered, was just as expected. Sufficient summoning a dark, pulsating demon heart. He offered it as a welcome gift. Bai wary asked why the Demon King would make such a deal. The Demon King only chuckled, offering no reply. His laughter echoed in the darkness, and then in the next moment Bai awoke, his breath caught in his chest. Eyes wide. As he looked around before him stood old wooden desks, dusty chalkboards, and rows of students in uniform. The Holy Nation Sage Awaken Academy Middle School Division. The year was 20 to 105 at the front. The teacher scanned the roster, calling Bai's name. Bai stared at his younger hands, heart pounding, realization sinking in. He had really come back. Some moments later, Teacher Huang shouted at Bai Ye, scolding him for sleeping through regular classes, and now even napping before his awakening ceremony. Startled Bai Ye looked up, shocked to see Teacher Huang before him. At that moment, he realized something incredible. He had returned to his middle school days. He was stunned. Had he actually been reborn? Could this be Belphegor's ability? It felt unbelievable. Looking around, Bai Yi thought how incredible it was he hadn't seen these classmates in nearly 20 years. Teacher Huang continued the lesson, urging everyone to focus. She explained that in this world there were 5 elemental powers. Each person could only contain one element. To demonstrate, she showed the students her own power, forming the rare cloud element on her fingertip. Depending on how the element bonded with the body, she explained they were classified into 3 categories: combat, support, and special. The combination of these 5 elements with different roles had created numerous professions. At their school, the strongest guild team consisted of a sailor mage, a cloud warrior, a nuclear bard, and a lightning assassin. Teacher Huang reminded them that they had already surpassed ordinary people by awakening their potential among millions. Since childhood, they had been showered with praise, living in their prime. But today was their most important day, she explained. That there were nearly 100 known awakened professions. These professions were ranked from lowest to highest: dust, amber, abyss, and celestial. Each student only had one chance to awaken, and this afternoon, when their profession would be determined, it would decide their future status in the world. I felt a deep nostalgia sometime later. Bai Yi left the classroom and saw a group of bullies harassing a weaker boy. Narrowing his eyes, he watched as the boy, weak and frightened, begged them to let him go. 3 bullies stood blocking the boy's path, mocking him for relying on artificial awakening. One of them placed a shoe in the boy's hand, taunting him for daring to block their way. They sneered, telling the boy not to think too highly of himself just because he was about to awaken before a rare, red-tier awakener like them. They claimed he would always be an insect. The leader, Hong Chaoxin, an E-ranked seller assassin from an unknown background, laughed wickedly. Terrified, the poor boy apologized, stammering that it was his mistake. I remembered from his past life that even then Hong Chaoxin constantly picked fights. It seemed the guy had some overly masculine genes and was always stirring up trouble. Ignoring the boy's "Please, Xiangxin," continued to bully him, robbing him of his money. Suddenly, Teacher Huang stepped in, stopping Shing Shing. She confronted him, reminding him this was a school, not a robbery scene. Shing Shing shamelessly smiled back at her, claiming the boy had bumped into them sitting closer to Teacher Huang. He misbehaved further, suggesting it was only fair to compensate his boys with bubble tea. He even threatened that if she weren't attractive, he would have gotten her fired long ago. Calmly, Teacher Huang asked the bullied boy if he was okay. Shing Shing laughed again, telling his friends they would give the teacher face this time as they turned to leave. Bai Yi stepped forward, facing Shing Shing. Shing Shing glared at Bai Yi, asking what he was staring at, and told him to move aside. Before leaving, he threatened they would come back later to laugh at these weaklings behind Bai Yi. The bullied boy apologized to Teacher Huang, saying it had been his fault. Bai Yi reflected that Teacher Huang had always been tough on the outside, but soft inside. She had helped him a lot. After his awakening, she reminded everyone to stay completely calm during awakening to avoid injury. Yi's thoughts shifted. He remembered there were 2 awakening methods in this world. One was natural awakening, like Hong Chao Xing. This usually happened to people with strong constitutions. And natural talent triggered automatically during moments of extreme emotional intensity. The other method used the awakening chamber, a product of countless scientists' wisdom inside the chamber. Emotions and adrenaline were intensely stimulated to force potential awakenings. This was why their school was called Mystic Mage. Yet everyone could only awaken once, and the process was always random. Next, the weak boy returned, healed and relieved. Happily announcing he had gotten a blue-tier amber profession teacher, Huang encouraged him to go rest. Knowing it must have been exhausting, I thought about how awakening was considered life's only reset button. Soon it was Bai Yi's turn. Teacher Huang warned him to focus and not slack off like in class. In his last life, Bai Yi had awakened as a C-rank nuclear warrior, a dust-tier profession. This led to years of bullying. Only when he reached S rank did he awaken the rarest type, the nuclear element. Now he wondered what profession he would get this time. Suddenly, a system window popped up. Awakening system error, i.e., felt a powerful heat and pain in his chest. Another message appeared, detected 5 elements. Confused, i.e., wondered what was happening, overwhelmed by the heat inside him. Then a new notification arrived. The Infinite Awakening system is activated because he possessed 5 elemental types within his body, but he had the choice to select any class from any of these elements as his initial class. He could either obtain a new random class for that element, or choose to upgrade his original class. Confused, Bai Yi wondered what elemental accumulation meant. He suddenly realized that not only could he choose his currently awakened element in class, but he could also obtain other new classes in the future. He could potentially acquire Dust rank, Glimmer rank, Abyss rank, and Celestial rank classes. Even that special quality class everyone desired. The system confirmed this, explaining that while he could only choose his initial class, now any subsequent classes would be acquired randomly. In the past, a demon king had spoken to him, saying, "Let me give you one more push." Understanding what had truly happened, I realized, so this is what it brought me. He remembered the powers of different classes at that moment. He spoke coldly about his newfound ability, the ability of infinite awakenings. The system warned him that after selecting his initial class, all elemental bars would be cleared, so he had to choose carefully. He smiled faintly and released his power sometime later on his way to class. A bully and his friend were waiting for him. The friend asked why Bai Yi was taking so long inside. Finally seeing him come out, the bully sneered, calling him a bastard. As Bai Yi entered, the teacher suddenly asked what class he had awakened, as he replied quietly, almost apologetically, that he would have to disappoint them. He had awakened as a nuclear warrior, the worst green quality class. The teacher accepted it kindly. She told him that even from the green quality, many extraordinary people had emerged and urged him not to give up, because this world wouldn't let him down. IE replied that she didn't have to comfort him, the teacher admitted. She knew he must feel terrible and casually suggested he go get some rest, as the awakening must have drained him. Then Hong Chongshin laughed mockingly at Bai Ye, repeating that as long as he worked hard, this world wouldn't let him down. Bai Ye remembered once thinking the teacher was quite capable, But now he wondered how she could say such useless, toxic positivity on hearing Chongxin's words. Bai Ye looked deadly serious. He accused the teacher, saying she must know the truth. Reality wasn't like that at all. Zhang Sheng sneered, explaining that dust tranquility meant being at the very bottom. That was just how the world worked. The gods chose people, only the strong were picked. The weak were there to be humiliated, mentioning gods made Bai Yi's body tremble with anger. Chiang Xian continued, questioning why Bai Yi was even there again. He explained that those of dust tranquility could only sit in the back row for lessons from now on. He described society as a place where those without power, background, or future were always left behind. The strong received better resources and became stronger, while the fate of a dust rank weakling was sealed from the moment of awakening. They could only become bottom-tier golfers among the awakened. He mocked the idea of changing life through hard work, and called the notion of a dust rank class being seen as genius complete nonsense. Zhang Sheng said it was just like being born. A person's future was already decided. He came closer to the teacher and explained that even their awakened academy was just a small reflection of that same truth, pointing at her. He said she was Glimmer, rank herself so she could only obediently work as a salaried employee at the school, and turning to Bai Yi again, he insisted that dust rank students should just go home early and stop wasting government resources in response. Bai Yi picked up a coffee glass and poured it on Chong Zin's face. Enraged, Jiang Xin shouted, demanding to know what IE was doing. IE, trying to free his hand, answered simply that he didn't like listening to Changxing talk. Changxing cursed, calling Bai Ye a son of a bitch, and attacked him. But with a single blow, Bai Ye knocked Changxing back to the ground, making him taste the floor. Unable to handle Bai Ye's power, Changxing coughed up blood. Everyone watching was shocked, unable to understand how Bai Ye had done that, or what had just happened. Smiling, Bai Yi revealed that he had chosen this class himself. The Nuclear Warrior class came with a basic lightsaber, adding plus 20 attack and plus 20 evasion. He calmly explained that he was simply used to it. Xiongsheng, still furious, insisted that Bai Yi had just gotten lucky and dodged once he boasted about being a rare abyss rank, completely different from trash like Bai. But deep inside, Xiongsheng was shaken. He realized that what had just happened couldn't have been mere luck. IE had used a top-tier movement skill exclusive to the warrior class within an impossible reaction time of 0.9 seconds. He had managed to reflect the physical damage back at his opponent. Xiongsheng thought about the technique known as parry. If timed correctly, he could nullify 100% of the damage, and if triggered again within 0.9 seconds, he could reflect the full physical damage back to the opponent. It was a move so advanced that even his teacher hadn't mastered it after 10 years of practice. For someone like Bai Ye, on his first day of awakening, and with absolutely no combat experience, it was unimaginable. The teacher, surprised, wondered how Bai Ye could possibly do that in the present moment. Shangxing lost control, yelling if Bai Ye was prepared to die. He prepared to use the Astro Assassin class, which came with a bayonet, adding plus 30 attack and plus 30 speed. Screamed that he would make Bai Yi crawl before him in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Bai Yi reflected silently that he had chosen this seemingly weakest class for a reason. Judging a person's future and life from birth, he thought, was a grave mistake that everyone would only realize many years from now. At that moment, whispers spread among the crowd. Everyone wondered if the two were really going to fight now. Using awakened powers for private fights in school was strictly forbidden. And right now, there were so many people watching Hong Chong. Chong had a powerful background. His father was a high-ranking official, and his uncle was the school director. His family was poor and had no connections. Another student shook his head and told the teacher silently that if he accepted this challenge and made a move, he would be expelled from school. The teacher hesitated, wondering what to do then. With a small smile, she reminded everyone they had only awakened today, and might to become fighting partners in the future. She advised them not to act on impulse and suggested stopping here. Hong Chang-shin glared at her in disbelief. He refused to back down, claiming that IE had blatantly provoked him. Even if IE knelt down and begged for mercy, it would be useless, with a creepy grin. Chang-shin swore to show everyone the unbridgeable gap between a chosen one and a nobody. The teacher reflected silently this difference in quality. came from their attribute bonuses. IE was only level 1. E rank a core warrior with does more quality that gave him a 100% attribute bonus. By comparison, Firefly quality gave a 150% bonus, and Abyss P quality like Shing Shing's gave a 200% bonus. His skills were backstab and brutality. The teacher realized the truth. From the moment they awakened, an Abyss P class had doubled the attribute values. To a Dust Mob class, this gap couldn't be closed by E was completely outmatched, whether in strength, skills, or background another. Student questioned why. By E would provoke someone stronger than himself in this society. He thought people had to learn to avoid trash when possible, and when they couldn't, they had to swallow humiliation. Knowing when to yield and when to stand firm was the only way to survive. Direct confrontation would only lead to greater humiliation. Suddenly, Shing Shing attacked with overwhelming speed and power. The teacher felt alarmed, knowing Bai Yi's object block skill used a lot of stamina. Hong Chong Chong. Speed was too fast and his attack power too strong. Shing Shing believed it was over and that IE couldn't block or dodge this time, but in that instant, IE smiled with a single blow he shattered. Shing Shing's arrogance shocked. Shing Shing tried to speak, but blood gushed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. The crowd gasped, wondering what IE had done to defeat his opponent. So easily with just one hit, IE had brought him down class monitor Chi and observed that IE had not only mastered the highest level usage of basic warrior skills, but could apply them fluently in real combat in that instant. IE had even considered other options. Shing Shing, furious, stood up and demanded what IE thought of himself, refusing to let it end. He grabbed his sword and moved to attack, IE from behind, swearing to kill him. But before he could strike, the director stepped in, stopping them both. This was the junior high director of Hongliang Awakening Academy. The director scolded them, asking if they weren't already embarrassed enough. Shing Shing protested that it was all Bai Yi's fault, but the director turned to the other students. He told them they must all be tired from awakening today and ordered them to stop watching since it was a weekend. He told everyone to go home early, rest, and properly report their awakened class to their families. The students left. Then the director stared coldly at Bai Ye. He reminded Bai Yi that the school strictly forbade fighting. Bai Yi, lost in thought, suddenly remembered something important. He had just reincarnated and didn't react immediately. Now 20 years earlier, everyone was still alive on Awakening Day. May 22nd, 20 to 105, something else had happened. Cursing himself for forgetting Bai, Yi ignored the director completely. The director called out angrily, but before he could say more, Bai Yi quickly left. Claiming he had more important work to do, the director and teacher watched him in surprise. The director shouted after him, telling the teacher to control her student. For now, he decided to let it go and pretend nothing had happened. The teacher apologized to him later in the director's office. Shing Shing complained that he would never have lost to Bai Ye. Otherwise, the director slammed the table, ordering him to stop this nonsense. The director explained what IE had really done. The moment Chong Chong charged in, IE had used the advanced skill flash step. What was more impressive was that in the instant before flashing, IE had spotted the weakest point on Chong Chong's body and struck it fiercely. Leaving him completely defenseless, the director pointed out that Bai Yi had done all this using only basic warrior skills. Even the director himself, with 15 years of battlefield experience, might not use them so skillfully. He compared the fight to a professional gamer effortlessly toying with a max-level elementary schooler, using only basic controls. The director warned Shing Shing that Bai Yi wasn't as simple as he looked. Meanwhile, he was running deep in thought. After reincarnation, besides seeking revenge, he had something else he had to do. He reached his home, terrified by the memory of his father's danger. Even if he died, he had to prevent what was about to happen. I thought about by Joe, his father. His stats were level 1. A rank core warrior with a 100% bonus. His skills were block and haste. Haste could greatly increase. Speed by over 50% for a short time, depending on reaction and proficiency. When haste reached 100%, it could trigger flash step, allowing him to pass through obstacles, compared to Shing Shing, who was level 1 earring, Star Hall Assassin, with a 200% bonus. In the evening of May 22nd, 20 to 105. Bai Yi's father sat watching TV and laughing. His mother was home too. I arrived home and his father noticed, commenting on how early Bai Yi returned from school. I clenched his fists as he looked at his mother, tears filling his eyes. He felt it was so great she was still alive. He told her he really wanted to eat pickled, a fish that day, and he insisted on going with her, but his father dismissed him coldly, saying it was enough for his mother to go alone. He questioned what was wrong with Bai Yi, and reminded him he hadn't even greeted his father. His father asked if today was the day of the awakening, and demanded Bai Yi share his good news, holding 2 beer bottles and laughing like a madman. His father said he had come home early from work just to celebrate IE. His tone cold replied that he missed it and didn't awaken that day. He explained it wasn't convenient, and that the awakening ceremony took too long, so they hadn't gotten a chance. His father grew suspicious and asked why Bai he came back so early, mentioning that Big Lei's son awakened as a Firefly tier awakener. He sneered that father and son were both useless, and boasted that his own son by lynching should at least be a Deep Mountain Terra awakener. He recalled that back then, even without resources, he himself awakened as a Deep Mountain tier awakener. Now, after working so hard to earn money and pouring all his effort into Bai Yi, he demanded to know which class Bai Yi had awakened. Bai Yi admitted he hadn't awakened. His father, enraged, smashed both beer bottles on Bai Yi's head, realizing the truth. His father shouted in anger that Bai Yi had awakened. As a dust tier awakener, furious, he scolded Bai Yi for pretending to study diligently all day, only to awaken such a useless class. Accusing him of trying to make his father lose face, Yi thought to himself that this man, his father, was an awakener, one who couldn't control his violent emotions. His father started beating him mercilessly in that moment. Yi's mind returned to memories of the past. He realized too much time had passed and he had almost forgotten what happened on this exact day of awakening in his previous life on May 22nd, 20 to 105 back then. After discovering Bai Yi was a Dust Eater awakener, his father felt deeply disgraced and began beating him at home. His mother sat in front of him to protect him as she always did, before anyone else remembered that back then he was too weak and too afraid. His father beat his mother for a full hour before finally calming down that day. She suffered a broken leg and her head was so badly struck, she became disoriented ever since. Why he cried, haunted by the memory that his mother later died. The scene shifted to the present time. I thought about how as he was now. He had only awakened as an E-tier nuclear warrior, although he chose this class for its special characteristics. He still needed to wait before he could use its power. Meanwhile, his father, a C-tier D Mountain tier awakener, had ample combat experience. Unlike someone like Hong Chong Shin at school, Bai Yi admitted he truly couldn't defeat him right now. His father grabbed his hair tightly and struck him again, cursing that he shouldn't have let Bai Yi's mother give birth to someone so worthless. I.e., realized his father had come home early and wouldn't stop until he got an answer. Determined to protect his mother, I.E. knew he had to get her away from home, but just then his mother returned. Sooner than he expected. Bai Yi wondered in shock why she had come back so quickly and feared she had hurried for his sake. His father, seeing her, shouted angrily for her to look at the useless child she had given birth to. Then character panel appeared by E level 1. E-tier nuclear warrior low sats. Only beginner level skills lock and haste. Just awakened very weak by Lin Xing father level 26. C-tier electric warrior high stats thanks to times 400% bonus. Experienced powerful and dangerous in the passing time. The scene shifts to a dimly lit prison. A voice questions Bai Yi's father, asking if he truly was the first green class evoker. They say, a class must normally be at least blue and reach a rank to enter the evolution stage. They wonder why he evolved so early. The voice continues, pointing out that not only did he evolve early, but he also went directly from green to the rare. 1 in a million platinum gold. They ask why he was arrested and brought to this place. A place meant only for death row inmates. But Bai Yi knows in his mind that his father deserved to die. His father had beaten his mother to death like that. In the present time, Yi's father suddenly attacks him with a chair. Yi thinks to himself while controlling his breath, They're much stronger than ordinary people, and an ordinary person couldn't withstand a punch like that. Like the old story of the past, his mother appears even now to protect him. His father looks at her and recalls that on the day he found out she was pregnant with a son, he was truly happy. He thought it was his chance to turn things around in the Bai family. Those other two brats couldn't produce a son, but Bai Ling Shun could. He blames his wife, insisting the Bai family still relies on him to bring glory to their ancestors. He curses that Bai Yi awakened the most useless green class, calling him a good-for-nothing who couldn't even evolve. He shouts that it's all because of her trash genes, and in anger moves to attack his wife before he can hurt her. Bai Yi steps forward and strikes his father, shouting in his heart that now he won't let him touch his mother. His father laughs coldly amused. He mocks Bai Yi for growing up, calling it very good. Bai Yi stands in front of his mother, putting her behind him as his father steps closer. Bai Yi thinks to himself that it should still take a while drawing his sword. He focuses on blocking first. Bai Yi remembers that when the block timing is accurate, 100% of damage can be nullified. And if triggered again within 0.9 seconds, there's a chance to fully reflect physical damage back. But his father's attack goes right through his defense. Bai Yi feels a sharp pain in his ribs, as if they're about to break. The difference in strength is several-fold. His father beats him brutally, while Bai Yi struggles just to defend himself. His father sneers, accusing Bai Yi of disobeying his esteemed father. He unleashes heavy black thunder, a thunderous lightning strike that makes every attack carry an electric shock effect. He turns Bai Yi, saying he's being too impatient. Bai Yi, unable to dodge, braces himself for the blow. His father tells him that while he does have some backbone, it's useless with such a weak class. He deserves to be beaten to death in his heart. Bai Yi promises that in this life, he won't let tragedy repeat itself. His father mocks him further, asking if he thinks he's something special, just because he awakened. He swings a chair at Bai Yi, shouting that he can't even tell who his daddy is anymore. At that moment, loud knocks echo on the door. Voices shout for it to be opened. His father curses under his breath, wondering who would ruin the fun at a time like this. He opens the door to find two officers standing there. One is the deputy captain of the inspection team, a ranked divine caster. The second is an inspector from the same team, a blue C-ranked divine caster. Seeing them, Bai Yi asks in surprise why Deputy Captain Shin Jin-woo himself has come. The deputy captain explains they received a report that the fugitive known as Snow appeared near this building. They're checking each unit one by one and ask if anyone suspicious was seen. Snow is described as extremely dangerous by Yi's. Father responds quickly, saying, "This person is always on TV. If they'd shown up, of course he would have reported it." The deputy captain then asks what happened to Bai Yi, noticing his injuries. His father sighs and lies that this clumsy kid was sent to buy groceries and managed to fall, putting a hand on Bai Yi's shoulder. He assures them it's just a small matter and not worth worrying about. But Bai Yi can't stay silent angrily. He declares that this man is lying and that his father had hit him. His father shoots him a deadly look in Bai Yi's heart. Anger burns, because this man had spoken so rudely to his mother and even wanted to kill her. Bai Yi drifts into his thoughts, the noise around him fading as his mind retraces each step that led to this moment. He remembers the call he made at that small shop on the street. Right before going upstairs, that single action has triggered the security team to check this floor if they catch wind of Snow's presence. Bai Yi knows they'll move together without hesitation, ready to seal off the area and hunt, but he didn't expect them to respond this quickly, almost as if someone had already been on high alert. Still, he reminds himself there's enough time left to see his plan through. As the tension rises, one of the police officers questions whether Bai Lin Xing by his father is telling the truth. Bai Lin Xing, wearing a look that shifts quickly from disbelief to forced innocence, insists that he could never beat his own son. He claims it would hurt him more than it would ever hurt Bai Yi, as though those words alone could wash away the violence that had taken place. Before the officer can press further, Bai Yi cuts in. His voice is steady, but carries the weight of bruises and fresh pain. He calmly explains that he was hit in the knee with a stool, and that a wine bottle was smashed over his head. His injuries are there to be examined. Visible proof, no words can deny, i.e., invokes the law directly specifically, which clearly states that if an awakened Individual loses control of their power and causes harm to others. They should be detained for 15 days. His statement leaves little room for argument. The officer introducing himself as Liang from the officer team turns by lynching and formally places him under arrest. The moment feels final, like the closing of a door that has long remained ajar. Turning his gaze to his mother, Bai Yi's expression softens quietly. He reassures her that everything is okay now. For the first time, he's been able to protect her, standing between her and the violence that has shadowed their home. He promises her that this will be the last time she'll face this terror, silently vowing to never let anyone hurt her again. Inwardly, he reflects that the beating he endured wasn't suffered in vain. Hidden in his hand is the safe key. Small, cold, yet heavy with secrets. This is the very key for which his father betrayed a teammate. Rising from E rank to C rank through deception and sacrifice, his father always guarded it closely, never revealing its existence to the family in Bai Ye's previous life. He only learned about the key after his father's death, when it was already too late to change anything now. Armed with this knowledge, he plans to use it to retrieve the special knife, capable of harming demons. But for now, the only demon cave he can reach lies under the school, a location he knows well at the police station. News spreads quickly. The alert has triggered a response from the entire security team. Their coordinated urgency, revealing just how seriously they treat even the hint of a rebel presence. Even the deputy leader has been dispatched, a sign of how grave the situation seems. Yet after searching, they find nothing. One officer wonders aloud if it could have been a false alarm. Another officer shakes his head, insisting that false or not when it involves potential rebels, they can't afford to lower their guard. The thought that snow could really be in their county, especially on Celebration Day, would be disastrous. Amid whispered concerns, one officer mentions that the captain returned early this time, perhaps sensing something was off, before more speculation can spread. Another officer sternly cuts in, reminding them that this isn't something they should discuss openly. Meanwhile, Lin Xing, facing the weight of his choices, pleads desperately for leniency. His voice trembles as he swears it was his first offense and promises it will never happen again. He even tries to leverage connections, reminding the deputy leader that his wife is about to give birth, and offering a referral to his good friend's prestigious postpartum care center. But the officer's expression hardens, unmoved by the attempted bribe coldly. He reminds Ling Xing that he was once a member of the guild and should understand exactly how his own actions led to this downfall. Another officer tells Ling Xing to rest, for now explaining that he'll be transferred to the Awakened detention center the following day. Later, IE finds himself standing before a glowing door suspended in the air, a passage to the demon cave. Without hesitation, he steps through inside. He recalls what he knows: demon caves can appear anywhere, and once detected, all Awakened are drawn to them to strengthen their powers. These places are filled with danger and typically require coordinated teams to enter safely. In his previous life, this particular cave was only discovered 5 years after demons first invaded the human world. A frank demon cave usually requires 3 E-rank awakeners to clear it safely. By contrast, an E-rank demon cave demands an even larger force: 36 Farads rank members and 2 D-rank awakeners using everything he knows. And the timing of events? IE calculates there's a 90% chance this is merely a rank class demon cave. It's the lowest ranked hidden cave he can access right now, but it may also be his only hope to gain the power he needs. He knows he must go forward, even if it means risking everything as he walks deeper. The entire area is blanketed in ice and snow, an ominous sign suggesting the domain of a cloud-type demon. But suddenly, Bai notices faint traces that someone might have come here before him. His heart tightens, then without warning, a beast emerges from the icy mist. A demon. He estimates only had a 10% chance of encountering the realization. Strikes him fully. This is an E-rank demon cave. After all, its existence may have remained hidden because most of the demons inside are still dormant. All the beasts emerged at once in the frozen cave, and Bai fought them relentlessly, cutting them down one after another. Despite killing only 20 beasts, the effort left him completely exhausted. His body, still limited by its E-rank strength, felt painfully weak, unable to endure much longer. Yet this battle brought a small reward. He sensed his rank had finally risen to D. Even so, I knew this alone wasn't enough to keep entering this demon cave, and eventually challenge higher tier caves he would have to join a guild. Only with guild backing could an Awaken keep growing stronger. There was a harsh rule. Once someone was expelled from a guild or a team, they could never join another. That was why some, awakened like his own father, remained. Stuck at C rank forever, unable to advance despite their desire to why he paused reflecting on this trap, and wondered what path he should take next. Going solo felt too slow, but at the moment he had no better plan. As his thoughts faded, new beasts charged and drawn by the noise of his battle. He steadied himself using a few practice techniques to swiftly bring down several attackers, yet it wasn't enough more. Kept coming relentless and wild, swarming around him from all sides. Then, through the chaos, a frost bear appeared. Its massive form trembled with fury, entering a berserk state that would make it attack anything that moved, recognizing an opportunity, i.e. chose to wait. Your rank beasts like the frost bear lack intelligence. Its rage would force it to clear out the others nearby while the bear fought wildly, i.e. conserved his strength, knowing his stamina was already running low during the fight. I.E. finally noticed something odd about the terrain. What he had first taken for a frozen lake was actually an ice bridge, stretching between two canyons. Half of the beasts around him had already fallen to the bear's rage or his own attacks. Only a few remained gritting his teeth, i.e. prepared to finish them off. Yet, even as he moved, Annie's pricked at the back of his mind. Every demon cave had a king, a powerful creature ruling over the rest. This cave's king should have appeared by now, and its absence made no sense. A low-level cave like this might have a lion, or some other strong beast as its ruler. Where was it? Just as that question formed, Bai felt a shift in the air. A faint cold aura brushed against him. At first he thought it was ice magic, unleashed by some hidden beast. But then realization struck. This was no accident or random attack. The Cave King had been waiting, hiding in the shadows, watching everyone's stamina wear thin before stepping forward. This was a planned ambush, carefully timed to strike when its prey was weakest in that instant. Bai felt his body stiffen. The freezing power from the Cave King wrapped and around him, trapping him in place. He could almost feel the heat drain from his limbs, the cold sinking into his bones at this rate. He knew his body heat would vanish completely, leaving him helpless in the frozen darkness, despite the rank he had just earned, and the beast he had slain by. He now stood powerless against an enemy whose cunning surpassed simple brute strength. Faced with the Cave King's chilling trap, he realized just how dangerous even a low-level demon cave could truly be when Bai found himself. Deep inside the F-rank hidden demon cave, cold air bit into Bai's bones until his hands trembled. Each breath clouding in the frozen cavern, frost clung stubbornly to his eyelashes, and his lips had turned a lifeless pale. He realized with a sinking dread that his body was nearly frozen. If this went on, all his heat would drain away. Somewhere ahead, faint crunching sounds stirred. The silenced demonic beasts emerged, their eyes glowing like hungry embers, piercing the darkness without hesitation. They lunged at him. He knew he had no choice left but to fight after striking one beast. A faint glow appeared before him, a notification announcing a skill called parry. It explained that if his timing was perfect when blocking, he could completely negate the damage. There was even a chance to reflect it back. Every muscle screamed in protest, but he forced himself to keep moving. Breaking free from the ice had drained nearly all his stamina, leaving his arms heavy as iron. A worrying thought settled in his chest. If the Cave King cast that freezing spell again, he wouldn't survive. He had to finish this before the king could act. A sudden gesture rippled through the cavern, shrouded in swirling mist. The Cave King let out a guttural command. In an instant, the surrounding beasts obeyed, rushing toward Bai with murderous intent in their eyes. He weighed his own strength grimly. Even fighting two of those monkey-type beasts would be too much in his current state. And now dozens were coming together. It was hopeless. His energy was nearly gone, and the cold made it impossible to gather more strength. Then came the king's ice storm. A violent wind roared through the cave, laced with razor-sharp shards of ice that sliced across the narrow bridge. Bai's body trembled from the impact. but he clenched his jaw and forced himself to stand. He found himself silently cursing. How quickly the Cave King could use its power. Yet this wasn't the first time he had been cornered by death itself in his previous life he had faced. Countless moments like this. Enough to learn that when danger closed in from all sides, there was always some hidden opportunity buried inside the chaos. He struggled to clear his mind despite the biting cold. Only two choices lay before him now. The first was to fight these high-level beasts directly and take the damage. But in this state, that meant certain death. His breath turned sharp in his lungs, each inhaled, burning from the cold. Then came the second option. Before the thought fully formed, a sharp crack split the silence. The ice ridge trembled beneath his feet. Fissures spread like lightning, and in the next moment the ground gave way. He plunged into the darkness below. Scene shift by Yi's house. Moonlight slipped quietly through the curtains, casting a gentle glow over the quiet room. Yi's mother stepped inside, shaking her head at the thought that he was still asleep. Just because it was the weekend, she moved closer. But her heart stumbled in her chest when she saw the empty bed. A folded letter waited on the desk, and her hand trembled as she picked it up. Annie's clawed at her chest. If I had simply gone to a friend's house, he would have left a message, not a letter like this. She thought of how strangely he had been acting since coming home yesterday, as though he were a completely different person. The uneasy feeling inside her deepened into fear. After the present scene, wind held in by Yi's ears as he fell from the ruined ice ridge through the rush of air. His thoughts raced. He recalled that when the bridge collapsed, nearly 100 demons had also fallen into the abyss, yet strangely he had only leveled up 3 times. That meant only 60 of them had been truly eliminated, leaving about 40 still alive. Realization dawned that there must be a river. At the bottom of the canyon, it was his only hope to survive the truth, weighed heavily on him breaking the ice. Ridge had already drained the last of his energy, and the fall itself had torn through what remained of his strength. His body felt battered, and hollow pain throbbed across his chest, until it felt as if it might cave in. His thoughts blurred into gray static in that final moment. He wondered if he had reached his limit at last. As darkness crept into his vision, Yi's eyes slowly closed. The cold wind whistled through the broken ice cavern, its echo bouncing off jagged walls coated with frost. I staggered forward, chest heaving with exhaustion. His breath came out in ragged puffs that quickly dissolved into the freezing air, and his trembling fingers curled into fists as though resisting the invisible chains. Weighing him down, a single thought pressed against his weary mind: had he already reached his limit? Before he could answer himself, a beast charged from the shadows, its claws raking across the frost-bitten ground. In that heartbeat, memories from his previous life flooded back to him, sharp and uninvited. A woman's laughter rang in his ears, teasing him for coming home. Empty-handed, warmed in her voice, painfully clear. Another voice, playful, spoke of foie gras on rice, while someone else urged him to check the data quickly. His mother's soft worry echoed too, asking if the wound on his head still hurt through the haze of memory. A chilling image emerged: the Cave King, powerful and merciless. Then came the sharpest memory of all: his father's cold voice, spitting words like poison, telling him to go to hell, declaring it all over. Yet here in the present, by Yi's resolve, only hardened, he had no room left to set limits. The regrets of his past life weighed heavy on his shoulders, but he swore not to drag them into this one. With newfound determination, he met a beast attack. Head on bloodied hands, reached forward, gripping its snapping jaws. Muscles burned as he forced its teeth apart, fresh cuts blooming red against his pale skin. He reminded himself he had already lost everything. Once he had already died. Once this time he refused to die again. From deep within his chest, a roar ripped out, shaking the cavern. A golden yellow light burst from his body, the unmistakable sign of leveling up. IE knew what it meant. Only the most desperate, life-threatening moments could trigger a class advancement. So he had chosen to challenge a solo labyrinth, to lure every beast in the cave toward him, even throwing himself off a cliff to test death itself. Again and again he had cornered himself, forcing his body and spirit into hopelessness. Now all the beasts had answered his call. Their snarls and growls merged into a chorus of danger. Levels floated in the air before him, cruel reminders of the odds stacked against him. The weight of misery returned heavy and familiar, pressing against his chest like an old curse. A golden message flickered before his eyes. Adrenaline. Rising class advancement failed. Failure before doubt could take hold. Another message glowed softly. Nucleolus. Holy Swordsman skill unlocked. A smirk hugged at the corner of IE's lips. It wasn't a complete advancement he had hoped for, but even gaining the skill this early was still a victory. Without wasting another breath, he charged forward. The beasts surged toward him, fangs and claws flashing in the pale light, but one by one they fell beneath his relentless strikes. The ground trembled with every blow. Frost shattering underfoot. Green notifications lit the air around him. Successfully killed Bloodthirsty Forest. Wolf gained 52 EXP. Successfully killed Icefield. Bear gained 64 EXP. Successfully killed Bloodthirsty Forest Wolf. Gained 52 EXP. Successfully killed Bloodthirsty Forest Wolf. Gained 52 EXP. Successfully killed Bloodthirsty Forest Wolf. Gained 52 EXP. Successfully killed Glacier. Overlord gained 66 EXP. Then, golden notifications followed, as though rewarding his defiance. Obtained. Icefield Beast, hide X1. Obtained Proud Bear Bone. X2 amid clash, his strength surged again. By E. Advanced to Sun Tier C class. The raw force coursing through his veins with the advancement. 12 attribute points appeared for him to assign freely. A wave of relief washed over him, the Sanctuary's trigger effect, cleansing his fatigue and restoring his stamina so he could keep fighting from the fallen beasts. He collected 16 Snowwolf fangs. Trophies of survival carved out through blood and grit. Then another golden message appeared before him, shining. Brighter than the rest. Unlock Ultimate Skill Sanctuary. His status shifted once more. IE now stood as a Sun Tier C-class nuclear warrior. The boost in power rippled through him, muscles tightening, breath steadying his stats, reflected the transformation. Strength climbed to 113, with an added 150 speed reached 51. Stamina rose to 71 with another, 100 on top. Luck sat at 26 with an added 50 elemental power at 12, and spirit at 11 alongside these numbers. The skills, lock and swiftness, gleamed simple, sharp tools. Ready at his command. Another message reminded him of what he wielded. The A-rank Kuno blade forged from the legendary Hun, with stone. Hi! He could slice through metal like mud. I took a moment to reflect on how far he had come after reaching E-class. Level 8. Even facing other E-class beasts had become almost effortless. The icy cavern that once threatened to freeze him to death now felt like nothing more than a mild inconvenience. Yes, Sanctuary. His newly unlocked ultimate skill remained the real prize. It allowed him to accumulate every bit of injury, fatigue, and pain, only to hurl it all back at enemies in a single, punishing wave, though. It demanded he endure enough harm. First, it offered a brutal way to recover stamina and unleash destruction time. Blurred around him as he stood among the fallen beasts, the sharp tang of iron on his tongue. Yet even in this moment of victory, he reminded himself that he couldn't stay. His mother was waiting beyond the labyrinth, probably already worried about his absence. Far deeper in the cave king trained in silence, ice energy spiraled around him, raw and dangerous, as though a live frost. Shimmered in twisting arcs across the cavern floor. Steel glinted under the cold light. As Aya stepped forward, blade in hand, golden aura still flickering around him. His eyes burned not just with exhaustion, but with a resolve. So fierce it felt unbreakable their paths had crossed. Again, bound by challenge and fate. May 23rd, inside the dimly lit Jouer residence, silence. Filled the night by Yi's mother sat alone. Her heart heavy with fear and longing thoughts circled endlessly in her mind. Where on earth did Bai Yi go? Why wasn't he coming back yet? The worry etched deep lines on her face as she whispered silently into the darkness, begging for one thing, only for her son to be safe, wherever he might be. Far from home, deep inside a cave hidden within the icy wilderness, the king practiced in his chilling domain. Snowflakes swirled around him as his power resonated through the cavern. Beneath his feet, the lifeless body of a mighty beast collapsed onto the frozen ground. Standing atop it, he caught his breath. Sweat mixing with frost once again. He had come face to face with his fearsome enemy. We meet again, he thought. A message in glowing green text flickered before him. Level 10 E-class, the highest level attainable within that rank. He had successfully killed an unsettled icefield bear and gained 64 EXP. The words felt like small milestones, carved into his journey without warning. The king lifted a hand and pointed straight at I. E-shadows shifted and snarled. The air filled with feral roars as a wave of beasts surged forward, their claws and fangs glinting under the pale light. Another message appeared. Successfully killed forest demon monkey. Gained 70 EXP. I.E. tightened his grip on his blade, his breath steady, despite the chaos swirling around him. The king summoned his magic. A storm of violent gale of frozen shards blasted through the cave, striking stone and beast alike. I held his ground. The cold bit at his skin, but his determination burned hotter messages, continued flashing across his vision, each recording the beast he cut down, and the experience he gained. His mind was sharp, focused only on one goal. Once I kill all these beasts and defeat you, he thought to himself, I will finally reach D-class suddenly. Golden text emerged, like dawn breaking over darkness. Flash unlocked when swiftness proficiency reached 100%, i.e. could trigger an instantaneous flash effect, allowing him to pass through obstacles directly in front of him. His heart pounded not from fear but from resolve. With that, I.E. raised his blade once more, charging ahead through snow and shadow alike. Goodbye echoed silently in his mind as he lunged. Then at last, final golden message appeared. I.E. had successfully defeated level 11 D-class Cloud Element Self and Leader. The formidable king of the Azure Forest gained 1000 EXP. His efforts bore fruit. By E advanced to D-class Nucleus Power A. Surge of energy coursed through him as he became a D-class nuclear warrior, granting him a powerful attribute bonus of plus 100% to all stats. His level now stood at 11 D-class, and he earned 12 attribute points. A small treasure for future battles. In that moment of quiet triumph, I realized something important. I was fighting the whole time and I didn't pay attention to this. He reflected. The cloud element he had gathered had accumulated enough to unlock a red possession, although it was only E-class. Its crimson rarity granted him an extra 200 bonus points. A reward as precious as it was unexpected. I-system message confirmed the next step in his journey switch, profession to Cloud Element Mage. The words glowed softly, reminding him that he could switch professions at any time. Flexibility could become his greatest strength. I.E. checked his new form carefully. It's as matched those of his D-class warrior. If they were the same, then surely there must still be hidden equipment left somewhere in this ancient frostbitten place. Hope and curiosity stirred quietly in his chest. A red message declared successfully switched to Cloud Mage mode. His power had taken a new shape. A faint smirk curved across IE's lips. A new path opened before him. A profession he had never played before. And now, standing amid silence and fallen beasts, he decided to see what a Cloud Mage could truly do. Back at the Zuo residence by Yi's mother, sat quietly in a corner. The night had drained her strength, yet she stayed awake. Eyes glazed with worry, fear, and love bound her to that seat as she waited. Then, like a vision breaking the long darkness, IE appeared before her, his presence real and alive, cut through her sorrow. Guilt softened his expression. Mom, I'm sorry for making you wait so long, he thought silently. Her tired eyes showed she hadn't eaten, waiting the entire night, unwilling to rest until he returned. A new resolve settled over him. Why? He looked at her gently. A spark of determination hidden in his heart. Mom, I have a suggestion to make, he thought. And though he had yet to speak the words aloud, hope rose quietly within him. Would you like to hear it? The long night was over, but a new 2A story was only beginning. I retrieved the magical stone bag, a treasure that had served him well. He emptied it of everything, except his original weapon, and a dozen of the most valuable items. The rest he had no need to carry. With a bag in hand, he made his way to find a buyer, approaching a man known for trading rare materials, i.e. produced one of the stones. The man examined it closely, his eyes narrowing in calculation. At first, he muttered an offer of 800 per diamond. A moment later, his tone shifted, suggesting 8,000 instead. But I's instincts were sharp, and he refused to be played for a fool. His voice turned cold, warning the man not to try and trick him. The man laughed with mock disbelief, questioning how Bai Yi could expect such a high price for a single diamond. From there, the bargaining began. Numbers shifted back and forth, 22,000 and 5,006, until they finally reached an agreement at 7,000. The man, clearly satisfied with the outcome, handed over the payment and took the stone inwardly, i.e. reflected on the knowledge he carried from his past life. Back then, he had learned about countless magical ores and intermediates. He knew their worth. Something like this could fetch a solid price. And he had just proven it with the money secured by his first thought was of his mother. Now he could rent her a comfortable home. Somewhere, she could truly live in peace. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he returned, having already purchased a beautiful new house. Memories from his past life lingered in his mind. His mother had never enjoyed a single good day. This time he was determined to change that. Her happiness would come first. When the deal for the house was finalized, his mother stood in shock. The price alone was something she had never imagined. That evening she cooked a meal for them both as they ate. I.e. realized how long it had been since he had seen her smile in such a calm, genuine way. The matter of their housing resolved, i.e. had advanced to a dear rank and even gained a new profession. Yet his mind refused to rest. There was still danger ahead. He took out a crystal and stared at it in thought until certain matters were concluded. He could not freely pursue revenge, sliding the bracelet that held the crystal onto his wrist. He considered his next move. Tomorrow he decided he would return to school. The crystal itself was no ordinary orb. It was a tier-rank demon stone. Within it pulsed a powerful magic capable of holding elemental energy and extending a cell's range by 50% once polished. Determination burned in his gaze. He could finally begin the search for what he needed elsewhere. The scene shifted. Several students emerged from a dungeon portal. Their bodies marked by battle. Among them was a young master, flanked by his loyal bodyguard. The bodyguard praised his improved performance. A girl approached, offering him a bottle of water and suggesting a short rest. He refused, intent on heading to another demon lair to continue training. In an instant he unleashed his energy. A burst of power erupted around him, declaring his intent to surpass all others. His aura swelled and the system confirmed his achievement. Operated to Galaxy Assassin. Level 3. He was now an E-rank warrior far away. Bai Yi's mind was already on the upcoming simulated combat test. In that arena he would show everyone who the true genius was. On the rooftop of a tall building, a girl sat alone, reading through a report. Her eyes were sharp, her tone icy, as she noted that none of the year's newly awakened had gained a golden tier profession. Disinterest settled over her features. There was nothing in this year's candidates worth watching. Morning came. Bai Yi's mother prepared his favorite breakfast. He ate quickly, asking why she had not woken him earlier. She replied that he had been sleeping soundly and she hadn't wanted to disturb him. She told him to take his time. It was fine to be late once in a while. He paused, softening at her words. It had been far too long since he had slept so peacefully. Never before had he sat to quietly enjoy a morning meal with her like this. She touched his shoulder, gently asking him to take care. He smiled faintly, assuring her that he was fine and that she should care for herself. Instead, she smiled in return, but then handed him a notepad. On it, she had written that next Friday was his birthday. I froze. His mother could no longer speak, yet the simple note struck deep. The date echoed in his mind. June 5th. His birthday in his past life, after her death. No one had celebrated it again over the years. He had nearly forgotten the day existed now. Faced with it again, he wondered if there was anything he truly desired. What mattered most he already, but his resolve returned. His next goal was clear: to kill the one who had betrayed him at Awakener School. The instructor's commanding voice rang out. He asked if the students had rested over the weekend, then announced the start of the devilish actual combat simulation test. His eyes swept over the group with the precision of a predator. The importance of this test, he reminded them, could not be overstated. The Awakener School's middle school department was directly affiliated with the Divine Guild, and the guild would be watching every move. The students' excitement grew. This battle would serve as their middle school graduation assessment, broadcast live. For all to see, the instructor's voice rose in intensity. Those who performed best, I would be given the opportunity to join the high school department. On the journey of cultivation, the name alone sent ripples through the crowd. The journey of cultivation was held once a year, offering the most direct path to meet the Divine Guild each year. The school gathered its most outstanding middle and high school students for a trip to the Holy Nation, the Guild's headquarters. The announcement stirred the students further, but Baye's gaze remained cold. He remembered the so-called master who would appear. In this event, in his past life, that man had only joined the team after Baye himself had entered the guild, and worse, Baye remembered, vividly, that the fifth member of that team had slaughtered all his comrades. That man. No. That monster was already on Baye's death list. This time he would ensure the ending was different. He would find the man excel in the assessment and blend into the journey of cultivation. To reach him as fast as possible all around him. Students whispered about the upcoming challenge. One voice speculated nervously about facing a demon den. The instructor cut the chatter sharply, declaring the start of official training. The first stage was physical endurance in the gravity room. 10 sets of shuttle runs would be their warm-up. One overconfident boy declared his plan to double the required sets by Yi's gaze, moved to the assessment area ahead. With calm conviction, he set forward, telling the instructor he would not be using the training room after hearing by Yi's words. Every student present was stunned. The instructor's eyes fixed on him with sharp focus, recalling the recent conflict Bai Yi had with Hong. Shing Shing over the weekend, the thought passed through the instructor's mind that Bai Yi might believe defeating a red-quality professional was reason enough to skip regular training. Yet Bai Yi's demeanor remained calm, and he stated his intent to pursue a more specialized form of training. This statement caught the instructor off guard. The idea of specialized training prompted him to question its meaning. His tone, revealing a measure of disbelief-suspicion, flickered in his expression as he considered whether Bai Yi was implying a flaw in his physical training regimen inwardly. Bai Yi acknowledged that physical conditioning was essential for nearly all awakened individuals. Making the use of the gravity room valid, however, he reasoned that shuttle runs specifically benefited professions such as warrior and ascension, which required speed and coordination and were not universally necessary. Professions like mage and chanter he knew gained more from working in the element room to develop refined control over elemental forces with attributes and personal habits, varying from person to person, he believed. Training methods should be tailored accordingly. His composed explanation only intensified the instructor's reaction. The man released his aura, glaring coldly, remarking in a tone that carried the weight of warning that Bai Yi sounded as though he were instructing his own teacher on how to do his job nearby. The class president listened intently. In her thoughts, she recognized that Bai's description matched precisely with a method recently proposed by Mr. Dong Yang, a training officer from the Divine Group. That approach was still so new that she herself only knew of it because her father had brought home a videotape for Bai Yi to independently arrive at the same conclusion. Astonished her, another classmate broke the silence, commenting that even if Bai Yi's point held merit, he should be mindful of the teacher's pride, as this instructor was considered the school's most authoritative trainer. Yet before the conversation could escalate further, the instructor placed a hand on Bai's shoulder. This unexpected gesture surprised the entire group, for the man's expression softened into a rare smile. He admitted that Bai's proposed method was interesting and confessed that it was the teacher who had been inconsiderate. A fellow disciple watching silently thanked fortune for the peaceful resolution. Aware of how risky Bai's boldness had been, the instructor continued by explaining the difficulty of personalizing training for the large number of students in the school. In his view, the combat simulations served as a middle school graduation performance for every student, and failure in that arena could jeopardize an entire future. He admitted that the choice between shaping a student's future himself or allowing them to determine it was a heavy dilemma for any teacher. By his thoughts turned inward to his previous life. Despite the hardships of his original family, he remembered the kindness of several good teachers who had guided him, ensuring he did not grow twisted by misfortune. With renewed confidence, he told the instructor to trust him, promising not to disappoint in the graduation performance. Curious, the instructor asked what kind of training Bai Yi intended to pursue, noting that Bai Yi had awakened as a warrior. Bai Yi responded by requesting the elemental suppression in the element room be set to its highest level, pointing toward the facility. This shocked Those listening, even the instructor, coughed lightly in surprise, having not expected such a demand. Confusion spread among the students, many wondering why a warrior would choose that room. I.e., explained that he wished to make his abilities more balanced to overcome his weaknesses internally. However, he guarded his true intention, unwilling to reveal his interest in training within another mage profession. The instructor's mood soured again, clearly irritated by the unusual request. At that point, the class president raised her hand, stating her wish to practice elemental control as well, pointing out that she was a mage. Reluctantly, the instructor agreed, but warned them not to embarrass him in the final assessment. The girl then invited by E to train with her, but he declined, explaining that he preferred to work alone using his own methods. She frowned at a rejection, arguing that partnership would speed progress, and expressing disbelief at his refusal. Her smirk ended at determination, as she claimed he had sparked her competitive spirit. Both headed toward the training area behind them. Another classmate looked drained of all motivation. Feeling as lifeless as a depleted battery in his mind, the thought surfaced that being at the bottom meant he could simply slack off somewhere. The instructor, however, denied him that chance, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. I.e., entered the element room, reflecting that his experience with a warrior profession was extensive, but his understanding of the mage profession was still at a novice level. The current elemental suppression was set at 10%. His goal was to master the conditions quickly, while concealing his secret ability to acquire other professions. A sudden notification flashed before him, indicating the suppression level had risen to 30%. His eyes narrowed, recognizing that such monitoring meant that God's jurisdiction extended here, tracking every move, revealing his capabilities prematurely. He would make him a target for dangerous individuals nonetheless. He began releasing his icy power. His mind briefly drifted to thoughts of two classmates he preferred to avoid after school. As he made his way home, familiar voices called for him to wait. He recognized the pair immediately. Memories from his previous life surfaced during middle school. These two had been his closest friends, united by their shared position at the bottom of the class and the bullying they endured. Those moments had been among his few happy times back then in this life. However, his gaze hardened. His pursuit of revenge left no room for idle friendships, especially with one of them arousing suspicion. The two continued to complain about his behavior. Noting how he had run off alone just as he had on Friday, they felt betrayed, believing they were supposed to be an inseparable trio. One remarked on his newfound strength and confidence since awakening, questioning why a cyclist should wait for someone on foot. They were left dispirited, sensing his cold indifference, yet to their surprise, they found him waiting further along the road. He remarked that they should get their lungs checked. One of them asked in disbelief whether he had actually been waiting, while the other assumed he had paused to go home together. Without acknowledging their guesses, he pedaled away, telling them they simply could not keep up and urging them to follow quickly if they wanted to keep pace. The two exchanged glances, interpreting his action as a deliberate attempt to mock them. One complained that he could have caught up, if not exhausted from the shuttle runs. The other retorted that he had only done 6 sets, prompting an embarrassed question about whether his friend had managed more. Meanwhile, IE rode ahead with a faint smile. A bittersweet memory arose from his previous life during high school. One of his friends had been diagnosed with a lung disease, forcing a leave of absence. The illness worsened, and he passed away soon after. Even if they were no longer friends in this life, IE still wished for his health to endure behind him. The pair continued to speak about him. One, feeling hurt, wondered if he had truly become so cold, calling him unpleasant. The other, though, acknowledging his significant changes, still sensed traces of the person he used to be. The next day at Shanghai Nation's new recruit training ground, the scenery stretched in quiet beauty. A man stood relaxed, surveying the view, and addressed his subordinate with curiosity, asking if he was the one who had broken all previous records. The largest and most muscular of the group acknowledged the remark, responding with modesty, while introducing himself as being there to report at that moment. He gave off a completely suspicious impression, though little was truly known about him. Yet later on, another Monday evening, by E sat at home eating quietly with his mother. While eating, he reminded her not to go out alone, from then on emphasizing that he would return early each evening and bring groceries with him. She responded with a gentle smile, and a nod yet in his thoughts, before anyone else recognized that such precautions were not enough, and resolved to provide her with a more stable and safe environment as soon as possible. Sometime later, inside the awakened prison by Yi's father, appeared his expression, carried an unsettling intent regarding his family. A creepy smile formed as he informed an officer that he would leave a certain matter to him. The other man reassured him with a smile of his own, promising that everything would be arranged, and that a release could happen the next day. This meant a greater danger for Bai Yi. As his father's release was now imminent the following day on campus, Bai Yi had by then grown accustomed to controlling mage abilities in the special training room. He analyzed his progress, focusing on minimizing casting time, and accurately calculating the required elemental power. His concentration was interrupted when a friend ran in boasting about being able to complete 10 sets of training that day at the training ground. Double Battery was pushing himself hard, but had reached exhaustion by Yi's arrival, lifted the mood, and both friends brightened. Moving toward him eagerly, they invited him to join them for dinner, but he declined, explaining that he needed to go home early that night as well. His refusal drew playful complaints that he had become cold and robotic, avoiding time spent enjoying himself with them. IE dismissed the comments with a wave offering advice and said, reminding them that as archers their skill wind-up animations were too long. He suggested they practice the initial movements, more promising that once they became stronger, they could enjoy themselves together. The encouragement sparked excitement in his friends, bringing smiles back to their faces. On another Thursday after school at the hospital, a doctor reviewed an X-ray belonging to one of Yi's friends. The doctor explained that discovering the condition early was fortunate, as the parasitic tumor in the lungs could grow rapidly. Once it began developing, surgery at a major hospital was recommended as soon as possible, after which recovery would be certain, the friend expressed thanks and promised to schedule the operation for the following week. This prompted a flashback to Bai Yi's earlier warning about getting the lungs checked when there was time back in the present. The friend realized that without the school physical examination, the issue might have gone unnoticed. Without specifically adding a lung CT scan, there would have been no way to detect the problem. He began to wonder how Bai Yi had known to say such a thing in the first place. Suspicion lingered in his mind. Even after he had finished filing his medical report, as he left the examination room, voices reached him from nearby. Several members of Qin Shan's group were speaking among themselves. One noted that someone had already reached E-class level and was certain to take first place in the upcoming assessment. A subordinate reacted in shock, questioning how such progress was possible. Without entering a labyrinth, another explained that the individual's family owned a private labyrinth used solely to train their private army. A third member added that Shing Shing, who had been provoked the previous weekend, was preparing to take revenge. The plan was to confront Bai Yi after school that day and teach him a lesson. The overheard conversation, Sun, the friend. He had suspected that with Shing Shing's temper, such a loss would never be accepted without retaliation. Tension and fear gripped him as he considered the implications. This time the attacker would be armed, and the confrontation was planned to occur outside school grounds. The intent was clear. This was not simply about settling a score, but about ending a life. Urgency and dread pushed him to think frantically about how to warn or save, i.e. before it was too late. Bai Yi's friend rushed forward, desperate to save him. He regretted everything because deep down he knew he should never have provoked scum like that outside of school. Those kinds of people would definitely use dirty tricks, maybe even gather others to gang up on Bai Yi. But still, what was the point of him going? He clenched his fists tightly, remembering that IE had once saved him. IE had given him his life back, when no one else did. That thought alone gave him the courage to move forward. Even if it meant dying, he had to save his brother. Nothing else mattered at that moment, not even his own survival. When he looked ahead, the sight of the chained and locked door brought him confusion. He stopped and questioned why he was even trying to break into the armory after all. Avoiding scum had always been his principle, yet this time, his resolve burned brighter. He broke the chains and forced the door wide open without hesitation. His determination only grew stronger as he stepped inside. He grabbed a weapon, holding it tightly, and prepared himself to charge against that bastard in his heart. He was already completely ready to fight. Ready to die, if that was what it took for him. Saving Bai Yi was the only thing that mattered anymore. Suddenly, a girl appeared. before him and questioned why he was trying to break into the armory. Her sudden presence froze him in shock because he had never expected her to come there. She noticed his tense expression and asked, "Why?" He looked like he was in such a hurry at that exact moment. He clenched his fists again, gathering strength inside himself, and then replied, with firm resolve, he had to go because he wanted to save his friend. That was the only truth in his heart. The girl's eyes widened in shock, surprised at the weight behind his words, realizing how serious he truly was. The scene then shifted, moving toward. By E himself, he walked calmly toward his home, his steps steady while his mind swirled with heavy thoughts. Then, in a low and steady whisper, he called out into the air. He knew someone had been following him. Ever since he left the school earlier, he asked what they wanted from him, his voice firm but calm at that moment. Shing Shing finally appeared and unleashed his natural ability power. His intentions were clear as the atmosphere changed. He had come here specifically to settle the score that had been left unresolved from last weekend's brutal conflict between them. IE, however, remained calm and unaffected. He asked if Shing Shing truly believed he could beat him now. After all this time, Shing Shing's response was not spoken, but shown through his actions. He charged forward aggressively, his eyes burning with determination. He had been training relentlessly to prepare for this moment. His strike was aimed to backstab, filled with intent to win, but IE's reflexes were sharp. His movements more fluid than before. He dodged with precision and countered with a sharp, powerful strike, releasing immense energy. Shin froze in shock as IE's cold death glare locked directly onto him. Fear gripped Shing Shing when he realized the truth. IE's attack power was higher than his own, something he had never thought possible. Shock filled his chest as doubt consumed him. His cold voice cut through the air, asking if Shing Shing really believed he was the only one who had grown stronger. Just one more step would have ended Shing Shing's life instantly, but instead Yi drove his daggers into the ground right beside his opponent's ace. With calm precision, he revealed the truth during their first fight. There were many things Shing Shing had never noticed, but now Bai Ye's growth was undeniable after endless hours of training and focus. Bai Yi could now feel and control his strength instantly. The narration deepened with the realization that Shing Shing had just made a grave mistake. By provoking Bai Yi again, he had dug his own grave. There would be no easy way out for him anymore during their very first fight. Bai Yi had already been stronger, but now, after countless hours of relentless training, his growth had become immense, almost to the point of madness. When Bai Yi released his power against Shing Shing, his overwhelming presence consumed everything around them, leaving Shing Shing powerless before him. The difference between them was undeniable, impossible to ignore. Even though they were the same age, the figure now standing before Shing Shing was not someone he could ever hope to surpass. The gap had become too wide. In that moment, he finally realized that Bai Yi stood on a level beyond his reach. Shing Shing felt crushed beneath the overwhelming aura radiating from Bai Yi. His confidence broke apart, and for the first time he realized he could never surpass, let alone defeat the boy standing before him. Frustration boiled within him, and he shouted in despair, demanding to know what level Bai Yi had reached, how he had managed to achieve such growth, and how it was possible when he himself had trained extra hours after school, practiced relentlessly every single day, and reached only level 4. Through sheer effort, he could not understand how Bai Yi could rise so much faster. His desperate voice echoed, but Bai Yi only smirked coldly. His eyes narrowed, and his deathly glare pierced straight through Shing Shing. As he delivered a chilling reply, he asked if Shing Shing truly believed hard work alone was enough, and demanded to know if he had ever experienced death. The words struck hard, and Shing Shing sat back harshly, his voice trembling with anger and frustration. He declared that he was already in Bai Yi's hands and told him to kill, torture, or do whatever he wished. Yet behind the facade of pain, he secretly gripped the hilt of his sword. Hiding his intent, pretending to act wounded, he sneered and accused IE of looking down on him for far too long. IE's expression remained unchanged, calm and sharp. He admitted openly that he had indeed looked down on him, but he also explained, that he did not hate him, completely pointing out that Shing Shing had followed him all this way without choosing to ambush him, without calling for backup, and without relying on others. Bai Yi noted that Shing Shing had come alone, only to test his own strength against him. Shing Shing trembled with rage, his teeth ground together as his furious gaze locked tightly onto Bai Yi's face, burning with humiliation and anger. His frustration twisted his expression, as he shouted that either Bai Yi should kill him today, or one day he would be the one to kill Bai Yi. He demanded that Yi stop acting, as if he could see right through him with such arrogance. But Yi remained unmoved. He did not even look at Shing Shing calmly. Turning his face aside as if the words were beneath him, the gesture cut deeper than any weapon, delivering an insult that was impossible to ignore with a cold tone. Yi announced that he was taking back what he had said earlier, about not hating him too much. Meanwhile, not far away, class president and his friend crouched low, watching carefully from a corner. The friend clutched his hammer weapon tightly and whispered that they had found them, but it seemed there was nothing they could do at the moment. Yi loosened his grip on Chung's neck and stepped back, his gaze sharp and composed. He revealed that he had actually been waiting for him and proposed a deal. He offered to tell him a way to grow stronger and progress faster. Chong Sin froze, his eyes widening with disbelief, and he asked what I meant. His voice trembled with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Yi's tone turned serious as he explained that he would tell him, but only in exchange for something in return. Chang Shin's expression tightened as he realized the danger and temptation of the offer before him. A week passed. Harsh drills and endless exertion consumed the days until the training period finally ended. All the students gathered. Inside the academy's training room, where the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation, the instructor stepped forward, his voice firm. As he announced the beginning of the combat simulation, his sharp words echoed through the training hall. He emphasized that despite being called a simulation, the students would be entering a real labyrinth. A murmur spread among them, but he continued without hesitation. He explained that most of the labyrinth's power had been sealed by a barrier, yet real dangers still remained. Many beasts lurked inside, and anyone who underestimated them would pay dearly. He warned the students to act strictly within their capabilities. He then assured them that outside seniors from the high school division had been assigned to guide them for safety. Normally, these seniors would not interfere in combat, but if life-threatening danger appeared, they would intervene or end the simulation instantly. The students straightened their postures, their expressions, blending nerves with excitement. The instructor continued with instructions explaining that teams would be formed in groups of 4 or 5 students, each led by one senior into a dungeon instance. He then gave them 2 choices, either F-class dungeon instances or E-class dungeon instances. Tension filled the room. As students exchanged glances, some whispered about the safer F-class option, while others were tempted by the E-class challenge. The instructor's tone grew sharper as he delivered another warning. He made it clear that the F-class labyrinth was manageable, but the E-class dungeon was far more difficult and dangerous without significant strength. He strongly advised against attempting it. His gaze swept over the students, focusing particularly on the arrogant ones. He added that failing the E-class labyrinth could even result in the loss of academic credit, urging them to consider their choice carefully. Silence settled across the room. Some students swallowed nervously, while others clenched their fists with determination. Finally, the instructor raised his hand and ordered the beginning of labyrinth level selection. He explained that after every student had chosen, the teams would be formed accordingly. The atmosphere grew even more tense as some leaned toward the safety of F-class, while others' eyes burned with ambition. Fixed firmly on the challenge of E-class, the instructor's voice then rose above the silence as he called for all who wished to attempt the E-class labyrinth to raise their hands for a moment. The room was still, the tension hung heavily in the air, until slowly, a few hands rose hesitant, trembling with both nerves and determination. Only 2 or 3 students in total made the choice. The rest kept their hands firmly down their eyes, darting nervously toward those who had volunteered, unable to believe that anyone would willingly take the risk. The room fell silent. Then Bai Yi raised his hand. His calm voice cut through the atmosphere as he declared his choice. He requested to challenge the Academy's D-class. Spirit Jade Labyrinth shock rippled across the room. Gasps spread quickly, mouths dropped open, and whispers erupted in disbelief. Nobody had expected this, least of all from Bai Yi. Even the instructor, who had witnessed countless bold students before, froze momentarily, his eyes locked firmly onto Bai Yi, filled with shock at the declaration. The class president turned sharply, his jaw tightening with disbelief, stunned that Bai Yi had not even chosen E-class, but had gone straight for D-class. The other students whispered louder, their voices filled with disbelief as they asked each other if they had heard correctly. Some questioned his sanity, pointing out that even seniors struggled there yet. Bai Yi stood calmly, his face steady and unwavering, as if his words were nothing extraordinary at all. The instructor stood frozen, unable to comprehend the words that had just come out of Bai Yi's mouth. His shock was palpable, his mind rejecting the idea that any student, especially one so recently awakened, would dare utter such a reckless declaration. Xian Shan glared at Bai Yi with wide eyes, his disbelief etched across his face. To him it was not courage but madness. The instructor snapped with anger, his voice sharp, demanding to know who in their right mind would dare to challenge. A dire rank demon lair right from the very beginning. Before the instructor could regain control of the room, the heavy sound of footsteps filled the training hall, and the atmosphere grew tense. The director entered his presence, carrying authority that silenced the murmurs immediately. His tone was sharp and uncompromising. As he addressed the matter, he reminded the students that D-rank demon lairs were not training grounds for beginners. They were treacherous and deadly places meant only for high scholars who had already attained D, rank or higher. The danger was extreme, the survival rate for the unprepared painfully low. Yet, IE did not falter. His hands remained unshaken, his voice steady as he countered the director's warning. He pointed out calmly that the school handbook contained no line forbidding students from challenging a D-rank demon lair. The rules of mock combat, written clearly for all to see, gave every student the right to choose their own rank. IE turned his gaze firmly toward the director, his determination blazing. He would not sit back for him. This was not recklessness, but the very essence of why the academy existed. He reminded everyone that the school's sole purpose was to uncover outstanding talent for the Divinity Guild group. To achieve this goal, students needed to embody bravery, strength, and responsibility. These qualities define true talent. Bai Yi's declaration was not made lightly. He had chosen this path because he believed in those principles. As he stepped forward, his eyes burned with conviction. An aura of sharp defiance erupted from him. Locking his gaze with the director, he asked a question. Directly through his stance and presence was the chance to prove himself being denied before it even began. The director's voice grew heavier. His gaze narrowed upon Bai Yi, as though trying to pierce through him, to see if his determination was genuine, or simply the arrogance of a youth intoxicated by awakening power. He made it clear that Bai Yi could not face such a trial alone. If he was to enter the demon lair, then it had to be as part of a team. The school rules had been designed with safety in mind. No matter how determined Bai Yi was, the regulations existed to prevent pointless death, but Bai Yi remained unmoved. He stood firm, insisting that he could do it alone. His tone carried no hesitation, his posture no weakness. The director's expression darkened in frustration, as he reminded Bai Yi again that solo entries were strictly prohibited. Rules were not made to be broken by ego. They were there to safeguard lives, and lives could not be thrown away. So carelessly, the atmosphere within the hall grew tense. Students, watching the clash between director and challenger with breathless silence. It was at that precise moment the class president raised her hand. The announcement shocked the room, as she boldly declared that she too would choose the D-rank. Murmurs rippled through the students as they turned to stare at her. She stood tall, her confidence radiating in defiance of the danger. The director's face twisted in disbelief as he demanded to know if she had lost her mind. He reminded her of her father, of the consequences of failure, but she pressed forward without wavering, declaring her desire to achieve the highest score, and admitting that she simply wanted to try. Her playful blink toward Bai Yi carried a spark of mischief. Yet he coldly rejected her gesture without hesitation. He refused any partnership, he announced with unwavering. He resolved that he would not join any party, insisting again that he would go alone. The president's smile faltered. Instantly, her composure cracking as frustration and anger flared in her eyes. She accused him of refusing her once again. The instructor attempted to calm the situation, but his efforts were cut short as the director's irritation boiled over. Spilling into sharp words, the director scolded both by E and the president. He reminded them harshly that it had only been a single week since they awakened already. They had grown cocky. Letting arrogance cloud judgment, he clenched his jaw. His expression hardened by disappointment as he stared at the two stubborn students standing before him inwardly. He thought bitterly that if they were so insistent on this madness, then so be it. They would face the deranged dungeon alone. No upperclassmen in their right mind would accept such a reckless assignment and risk their lives. Leading them with a sharp exhale, the director declared his decision. It would be only the two of them entering the dungeon, but they should abandon hope of a senior stepping forward to guide them. The risk was far too great. Yet just as his words settled over the room, a calm and confident voice rose. A senior stepped forward, casually waving his hand as though brushing away the tension. He remarked that the flower of the nation deserved someone to protect them. The instructor returned and relief filled his expression. He smiled, recognizing the young man immediately. It was Zeeling. The instructor approved instantly, stating that with Zeeling present, he could finally rest assured he assigned him to the team without hesitation. The president's eyes widened in shock at the revelation. She whispered in awe, recalling the rumors that Zeeling had nearly joined the ultimate school team, a feat reserved for only the most extraordinary talents. At that moment, Zeeling released his pressure, his aura heavy and suffocating as it blanketed the room, his glare locked directly on by E. But by E remained calm, his eyes narrowing slightly, his thoughts unshaken as he admitted silently. He had never even heard of Zeelings. Lips curled into a mocking smile. His disdain sharp to him by E was nothing more than an arrogant peacock eager to display feathers. Without knowing the true measure of his own strength, his presence was condescending. A challenge laced with scorn. Yet by use quiet, calm spoke volumes. Their clash was not of words, but of unspoken wills, each sizing the other. With fire hidden beneath the surface, the tension in the hall thickened further as every student watched the unspoken battle unfold. The director raised his hand toward the shimmering portal. His declaration rang firm. Final and heavy with authority, the teams had been the mock test. Would now officially begin. The portal pulsed with a blinding light as the director's tone grew heavier. Still, he explained that professional live stream equipment would track them within the demon layer. Every move, every decision, every battle would be recorded for evaluation. The students stiffened nerves, tangling with excitement, the atmosphere brimming with pressure. The director's gaze swept across the room, ending with a sharp reminder. Now it was time to see who would earn the highest score this year sometime later. The awakened, defiliated middle school was constructed above a massive demon lair that had once been conquered long ago. This was not an ordinary sight. It was a place where countless battles had been fought, a ground layered with traces of blood, fear, and triumph. To fully utilize its environment, the high school and middle school divisions were merged into one, allowing students from both levels to train and compete in the same setting on this day. Students gathered around the portal site with restless anticipation. The Spirit Jade Demon Lair was unlike anything an ordinary person could imagine. Vast in size, dangerous in nature. It had absorbed and swallowed many smaller, low-level dungeons into its depths. What once were fragmented zones of danger were now unified into one monstrous labyrinth because of this. The lair became a perfect testing ground for students, capable of pushing them to their limits while still being under a controlled environment. The levels inside ranged from F rank to D rank each, carrying different kinds of threats, ensuring that every challenger would be tested according to their own daring. There was one rule, above all others, clear and unbreakable. The moment a student stepped into the dungeon, the mock combat would officially begin. It was not a practice session, not a rehearsal, but a real trial. Every movement within the labyrinth would be monitored by advanced equipment. The technology installed ensured that every single action would be live streams to classrooms, instructors, and senior observers. Nothing could be hidden. Every decision, every strike, and every hesitation would be recorded without exception, available for others to see and judge. i.e., however, was not distracted by the eyes watching him inside. He was reminding himself to remain cautious. He repeated to himself that he must control his strength, not recklessly reveal his hidden trump cards, especially when so many unknown dangers awaited. His experience had taught him restraint was as important as strength. Revealing everything at once would only invite trouble later. As he raised his head, his gaze sharpened, focusing directly on the entrance of the Spirit Jade Demon lair somewhere within its depths. He believed that what he sought most was waiting for him the moment their team entered. The D-rank dungeon Ziling immediately placed himself in front of the president. His expression was full of pride and confidence, and his tone carried the arrogance of someone who enjoyed showing off. He declared himself her protector. He even boasted that he had already conquered an unsealed D-rank demon lair in the past, and not alone, but with the aid of others. His words carried the weight of experience, but also the taint of exaggeration, as though he wanted everyone nearby to know of his accomplishments. The president, listening curiously, asked him how strong the demon beasts within their current D-rank dungeon really were. Her tone was genuine, neither mocking nor overly trusting. She wanted to know what dangers lay ahead. Ziling smirked at the question, his lips curling with mockery as he began his explanation. He told her the demon beasts usually ranged between level 5 and D5, enough to challenge the strength of new students. The strongest creatures were already sealed away, so there was little chance of facing a true tier-rank monster. He insisted that encountering a boss was nearly impossible yet. Despite his assurances, he added that high-level E-rank monsters could still be quite dangerous if underestimated. His words carried a warning, but also seemed crafted to make himself look knowledgeable. Not stopping there. Zealand wore a smug grin as he continued. He described how the attack, power, and speed of such monsters could overwhelm the inexperienced. He turned to the president and reminded her she had only just awakened compared to the beasts they might face. She was still just a beginner, a small fry struggling to survive in dangerous waters. His eyes flicked toward Bai Yi as he spoke, and the sharpness in his tone made it clear the words were meant as an insult directed at him rather than at her. He went on to offer his assistance in helping the president farm low-level monsters for school credit. His tone dripped with condescension, as though he was lowering himself to help. He promised that with him around, she had nothing to fear. He dismissed her strength completely, speaking as if she could only rely on him. He crowned himself as a dependable senior, who would not allow his junior to be hurt under any circumstance. But IE had no interest in his arrogance. He completely ignored Ziling and moved forward silently, his steps calm but determined. A blatant disregard for his words stung Ziling, who quickly rushed ahead to block his path. His voice sharpened as he warned Bai Yi not to run too far ahead. He accused him of trying to steal monsters, and even claimed he was making too much noise. Every word carried irritation. His pride, unwilling to be overlooked by Yi, finally turned his head. His eyes were cold, his voice even colder. He told Ziling to remain silent and stand back. There was no need for him to interfere. His words were not loud, but the authority within them pressed down like a heavy weight. The impact was immediate. Zillin's body trembled, his face stiffened with anger and his pride cracked under the pressure of Yi's calm rejection. The president, who stood close enough to feel the moment, felt a trace of fear in her chest. The sheer confidence and strength carried within by Yi's presence was something undeniable, and even she could not help but feel its weight. At the same time, the mock combat had already started, and the rest of the students were glued to the live stream. Classrooms buzzed with excitement, their attention fixed on the battle unfolding inside the deer and dungeon. Teachers and instructors, however, watched, with more serious expressions, analyzing every action with care elsewhere. In another room reserved for the elite, the vice captain spoke to his captain. He urged him to watch the live stream, saying it was far more interesting than expected. He explained that their junior had actually chosen a D-rank dungeon, something remarkable and shocking for someone at his age. The captain soon arrived. His curiosity piqued. He asked the vice captain what profession their junior held. The answer came with intrigue. The vice captain explained that Bai Yi was only a green warrior, a trash tier profession that no one regarded as powerful. He admitted openly that he wanted to see how Bai Yi could possibly survive in such a dangerous dungeon. The captain smirked when she heard this. His amusement was clear, and his voice carried curiosity. The captain smirked when she heard this. His amusement was clear, and his voice carried curiosity. Captain remarked that she wanted to see for himself where the boy's old confidence came from. The scene shifted to the other students, who were struggling desperately to protect themselves against a massive monster that appeared before them. Fear filled the group, and one of Yi's classmates trembled in panic as he tried to understand how something so terrifying could exist here. This was supposed to be inside a sealed F-rank demon lair. The atmosphere grew tense, the sound of footsteps and growls echoing from the shadows around them with suffocating intensity. The class monitor, however, remained surprisingly calm. In the face of danger, he reassured the frightened boy that he was only a chanter, someone who provided buffs from the backlines and therefore had no reason to be nervous. Yet his words did little to ease the boy's fear. The trembling continued, as his eyes remained fixed on the monster that stood ahead. Recognizing it immediately as an F-rank flame bat, another emerged beside it, an F-rank fiery cat. The boy stammered in horror, questioning aloud how an F-rank demon lair could be so frightening, and why it was different from what he had expected. More monsters soon revealed themselves from the surrounding shadows, their growls resonating ominously. The overwhelming presence pressed down upon the students like an invisible weight. Then from the darkness, a serious F-rank Fong beast appeared, radiating deadly intent, making the group's fear and despair intensify further as the battle continued. Meanwhile, in another location, inside the sealed E-rank demon lair, a different struggle unfolded. Some students there had already sustained injuries, and the situation was growing more dangerous with each passing moment. Healers within the group rushed forward urgently, pouring their energy into casting recovery spells. Their strength was focused on mending wounds, stabilizing the injured, and doing everything possible to keep the weakened students alive amidst the fierce assault of the monsters. The perspective then shifted again, this time to Shing Shing, who was locked in direct combat against two powerful monsters. The pressure on him was immense, and his subordinates around him were faltering their formation, weakened, breaking apart under the relentless onslaught of the beast's. Anger surged through him, and his frustration boiled over as he declared that if they could not do it, he would handle the situation himself. His glare sharpened with intensity as he gripped his weapon tighter. His knife pierced deep into the monster's flesh, and his teeth clenched in determination inside his heart. Shing Shing swore with unwavering conviction that he would one day surpass by E. That burning determination seemed to ignite something within him. At that very moment, his body surged with power, his strength and agility spiking sharply, and his life self-ability suddenly increased by 15%. With this new edge, he drove his weapon deeper, tearing into the monster's body until it collapsed lifelessly. The focus shifted once more, returning now to Bai E, who had already ventured much deeper inside the sealed tier-rank demon lair. His blade moved swiftly and precisely, every strike executed with near perfection. With a flurry of slashes, he engaged the massive creature before him and brought it down with sheer skill. Its body split apart and collapsed onto the ground, marking another victory. Ai's calm composure showed no cracks. Even as the beast fell, a glowing system window appeared in front of his eyes, announcing his success in slaying a dragging mana beast, a level 6 E-rank monster. More notifications followed one after another, informing him of his rising progress. Each successful kill granted him 30% more experience, and his agility had increased further. The messages confirmed his strength was rapidly climbing, and every monster he cut down fueled him with greater ability, sharpening both his blade and his instincts. Yi's gaze hardened as he absorbed the growth. The more monsters he fell, the more unstoppable he became. His speed was increasing, his blade sharper, and his momentum surging higher with every victory. At that moment, one of the seniors watching nearby shouted in disbelief. Unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed, the livestream audience captured every detail, and the astonishing display, spread quickly by Yi's rising power, shocked everyone observing inside the viewing room. The class president's expression brightened as she followed by Yi's overwhelming performance. Her eyes lit with admiration, and she smiled brightly at his display of strength and skill. The atmosphere shifted with excitement, but before the students could react further, several grotesque creatures with glaring eyes emerged suddenly from the shadows. Their appearance turned the cave darker, their stares, piercing into the group with threatening intensity as they stepped forward. Bai Yi advanced calmly, showing no hesitation. He explained to those nearby that the monsters here were sealed, and could only exert half of their true strength. Because of this, they were not particularly difficult to deal with. Despite their numbers, his gaze flickered toward the class president briefly. As he said this, she looked back at him warmly, confessing her admiration for his composure and strength in the face of such overwhelming odds. The class president admitted she was still far behind him. She praised his ability, pointing out that even with the monsters limited to half power, it was still impressive that he could fight so many at once. I.e., ignored her words entirely, turning away from her. His tone was cold as he reminded her that there was no need to compare herself to others. He told her firmly to simply be herself and focus on her own progress. Her smile softened, and she lightly teased that he always sounded cool whenever he spoke. Yi's expression did not change as he responded without hesitation, declaring that he would continue to work hard. His determination remained steady and firm. Meanwhile, one of the seniors nearby grew increasingly annoyed as he watched his jaw tightened as bitterness and resentment swelled. Inside him, his voice reflected his frustration as he complained about Bai Ye's actions. The senior glared at Bai Ye, accusing him of taking all the credit. His tone dripped with mockery as he reminded everyone present that this was still a Deering dungeon, and not to be underestimated. I.e., showed no reaction to his provocation, refusing to waste words on pointless disputes. The class president, confused by the tension look between them, she softly asked the senior brother what was happening. But her words went unanswered. The senior ignored her concern. He stepped closer toward Bai Yi. His voice attempting to carry authority, he warned Bai Yi not to be reckless, and claimed it was dangerous to overestimate himself. He offered false praise, saying his performance was commendable, but reminded him that it was his first time. Inside a demon lair, reaching out, the senior attempted to pat Bai Yi's head in a patronizing gesture. While warning him once again to stay careful, he added further that D-rank demon lairs were not easy to deal with, and that as Bai Ye's senior, he had a responsibility to provide advice. Bai Ye dismissed his words entirely, choosing not to acknowledge him at all instead. He shifted his focus toward the class president. His voice was calm and commanding as he instructed her to deal with the monsters on the right side. He did not pause to wait for her answer. I.E. moved forward quickly, announcing that he would take the left side. As he stepped deeper into the D-rank dungeon cave, his eyes assessed the growing number of monsters waiting in the darkness. His steady gaze showed no fear. Behind him, the senior's expression twisted darker, his eyes narrowing with fury. He muttered coldly that Bai Yi had ignored him yet again. His irritation festering and resentment growing more intense, Bai Yi remained focused and paid no attention to the hostility festering behind him. His attention returned to the class president, and he evaluated her carefully. Once again, he noted that the monsters on the right side were of lower level, and asked if she could handle them on her own. His words pushed her to take responsibility, challenging her ability to prove herself. Inside the dangerous dungeon's assessment, she straightened her posture with renewed determination, his reminder about the mock test, being designed to measure each individual's strength, rekindled her confidence. She knew she was here for the same assessment, and that she also needed to achieve a high score. Excitement lit her eyes as she answered. With firm confidence that she understood, she declared strongly that she could do it, and would not allow herself to fall behind in the evaluation. The senior nearby narrowed his eyes further, and his tone turned menacing as his irritation grew worse. He muttered darkly to himself that Bai Ye had refused the toast, and so he would have to drink a harsher punishment. Instead, a faint, unsettling aura rose around him as he released his power. His hands stretched forward with malicious intent. Aiming directly toward Bai Ye's back, his terrible intentions remained hidden from everyone else nearby. At that critical moment, no one noticed his sinister plan. The others were too focused on the looming monsters, and the assessment ahead by E, unaware of the attack about to strike him from behind, kept his full attention on the dangers waiting in front. His focus never wavered from the monsters gathering in the cave, leaving him completely oblivious to the betrayal that was silently approaching from within his own group. The scene shifted to the livestream room, where teachers watched in stunned silence as IE cut down monster after monster. Their voices carried quiet awe. murmurs of praise rising steadily. The atmosphere grew heavy with astonishment, every strike leaving them breathless as they witnessed his overwhelming performance unfold before their eyes. One teacher expressed admiration, deeply impressed that Bai Ye had defeated so many ear-rank monsters in such a short span of time. The instructor also appeared amazed, his eyes fixed sharply on the display. Recognizing that Bai Ye's control and precision were far beyond expectation, his ability clearly exceeded prior understanding. Another teacher leaned forward, curiously questioning what level Bai Yi had reached after showcasing such incredible strength as senior teacher. However, calmly shook his head. The report still listed Bai Yi as Elite 1, yet his true level remained uncertain. Perhaps he had already achieved E3, maybe even climbed close toward E4. The senior teacher continued to analyze Bai Yi's movements. With a steady gaze, he noticed Bai Yi's decision to face the monsters on the left while allowing Xin to deal with the right side. His reasoning was clear. He had observed elemental weaknesses, carefully assigning the plant-type advantage against the star-type monster. Even though the assessment was designed to test individual ability, Bai Yi still made the most logical, tactical judgment possible. His choices reflected composure and clarity under pressure. The room fell quiet after those words. Every teacher processed his insights, slowly realizing that Bai Yi was demonstrating not only raw power but remarkable awareness. The senior teacher then concluded with a faint smile that Bai Yi possessed an excellent grasp of the bigger picture. The instructor leaned back thoughtfully, recalling when Bai Yi once told him to believe in himself. A small smile tugged at his lips as realization dawned. Bai Yi was truly formidable. He understood now that Bai Yi had not simply bargained before, but genuinely revealed his confidence. Excitement gleamed within his eyes. The instructor admitted silently that Bai Yi was far stronger than he had ever expected. A spark of anticipation burned brightly as he thought about what Bai Yi might accomplish next. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Bai Ye's focus remained sharp. He had already noticed that most of the star-type beasts emerged from the right cave. He struck swiftly, each movement precise and efficient. His path cleared quickly as monsters fell before him. Their levels were lower and vulnerable to her plant-type element advantage. His earlier decision to split the battlefield had been correct. Strategic awareness guided him. Ensuring maximum efficiency at that moment, a sudden danger struck. A monster lunged fiercely from behind the class president, growling as it charged directly toward her. Its fangs bared claws, extended intent clear in every movement. Immediately, thick vines burst from the ground, shimmering ominously with poison. They lashed outward like whips, wrapping around the monster with suffocating force. The creature screeched violently as toxins seeped into its body. Within moments, it collapsed, defeated the poison, corroding its strength. The class president lowered her staff, heart pounding with relief. Her eyes widened with triumph. She realized she had successfully defeated a starbug, a level 60 rank monster, and gained 30 experience points from the victory. A spark of excitement lit her expression as confidence began to grow. Quietly celebrating, she stood straighter, reassured by her first solo success inside the lair. IE glanced toward her, calm yet approving. He analyzed her progress in silence. When a mage reached E rank, they would acquire their first basic profession skill. She had awakened hers already. His eyes lingered on the poisonous vines. Still dripping, the ability she displayed was Rainwall, a plant-high mage technique. The skill rapidly generated defensive vines infused with toxin. It created a barrier against enemies. While corroding those trapped within, I observed closely, recognizing its potential. The class president exhaled, slowly steadying herself. Confidence surged through her veins. The fear of earlier battles fading into determination, her growth became evident. Bai Yi's gaze lingered longer for her first time. Inside a demon lair, she displayed surprising composure, facing higher-level monsters calmly, and even trapping them with her wall skill revealed true potential. Yet his eyes narrowed slightly. During monsters here should all remain sealed. Something else lurked deeper, presenting hidden threats. His expression remained steady, while his thoughts raced quickly with a live stream. Active concealing, most of his strength remained essential. Even holding back, he could still secure a high score. However, countless viewers watching through the equipment meant every action risked exposure. Gaining too much attention might complicate his plans. Later, he exhaled. Slowly, eyes drifting toward the deeper shadows ahead. Quietly, he considered how to approach the next phase of his plan at that same moment. The senior's eyes darkened. Dangerously, rage burned fiercely in his chest as he fumed over by E, ignoring him repeatedly. Arrogance consumed his twisted thoughts. Convinced that Bai E believed he could rely only on himself. Hatred surged violently within the senior. He raised his hand, drawing an arrow, wreathed in searing light malice. Tainted his muttering words. As he unleashed the skill gate of light, forbid the air rippled as the arrow burst forward with speed. The fiery projectile sliced through the air with a sharp hiss. It shot past the class president, startling her. Instantly, as it streaked toward the monster cave, her heart pounded furiously, shock flooding her mind at what had just happened. Confusion and disbelief filled her expression as she processed his recklessness. The senior, however, showed no regret. His sneer twisted arrogantly across his face. He insisted he had only meant to provide a buff, mocking her. He suggested she should not have dodged his arrogance, dripped like poison while his actions betrayed selfish intent, the class president's expression. Froze with disbelief and anger before she could respond. Further, the dungeon trembled ominously. A deep, earth-shaking growl erupted from within the cave dust, cascaded from the rocky ceiling as a massive shadow stirred, the ground quite heavily vibrating under its weight. Danger surged outward in waves, pressing down upon everyone present as fear rose sharply slowly. A colossal figure emerged into view. It was the two-headed lion, a formidable deer-rank monster. Both maws snapped, furiously bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. Its breath steamed with violent energy, fixing its gaze directly on the class. President the Beast lunged forward, moving with terrifying speed and savage hunger for blood. Suddenly, IE noticed a two-headed demon lion emerging from the depths of the cave. The beast roared fiercely, its violent echo shaking the cavern walls. Its massive body pressed down on the earth, crushing. The plant veins spread across the ground into dust beneath its claws. The class president froze. Instantly, under the overwhelming presence, fear seized her body, her movements stiff. Yet despite the trembling in her arms, she still raised her staff to launch another attack. The lion's roar burst directly toward her, and her face drained pale with pressure. She whispered quietly to herself that she was doomed. Her body trembled uncontrollably, betraying the fear weighing down her heart. The senior stood aside, unmoving, a disturbing smile stretching across his face as he watched the danger unfold, showing cruelty rather than even the smallest trace of concern. His twisted amusement only deepened, as if the sight of her suffering gave him satisfaction. At that critical moment, Bai Yi set forward with unwavering determination. His eyes sharpened as he planted his feet firmly on the ground. Preparing himself for the battle that awaited him against the monstrous opponent, he tightened his grip on his blade and launched a decisive strike, aimed directly at the beast's chest. His weapon sliced through the air with deadly precision, yet the blow missed narrowly. The monster emerged, completely unharmed, its rage intensifying into another bone-shaking roar that rattled the cavern. The lion raised both heads high, its dual maws snapping violently with terrifying speed. It charged straight at the class president. Its claws tore through the stone floor as it advanced, just before its fangs could reach her. Bai Yi unleashed his instant flash technique with blinding speed. His body flickered forward like lightning, his blade glowing with radiant energy. The strike landed decisively, slashing across the demon lion's body with overwhelming force. A devastating critical blow connected. The beast howled in pain, staggering from the sudden impact, its head thrashing in uncontrollable fury as it resisted. IE stood protectively before the class president, his stance unmoving. Despite the monster's ferocity, his aura surged outward, a fiery presence, shielding her from the lion's deadly assault. He muttered under his breath, questioning how such a monster could move with such unnatural, terrifying speed in its. He clenched his weapon tighter, steadying himself for what lay ahead. The protective energy around him flared further, wrapping the class president in a barrier of safety behind them. The senior narrowed his eyes. A twisted smile curled across his lips, revealing satisfaction in Baiye's struggle against danger. The senior revealed his intimate knowledge of the demon lair, speaking with cold certainty. He explained that most of the rank monsters had been carefully sealed long ago, yet one terrifying exception remained overlooked: the two-headed lion demon. Its ability to constantly restore stamina made it far deadlier than expected. The class president's complexion turned ghostly pale at the horrifying revelation. IE, however, grew sharper and more focused, realizing that this opponent was far from ordinary. The senior sneered further, dripping with malice. He declared that Bai E was still just a newly awakened recruit. Against a true monster, the demon lion roared again, and its massive frame glowed faintly. The senior's arrow of light activated, flying into the beast. Yet instead of piercing its flesh, the arrow's effect lightened its body, increasing its agility and strength. The lion suddenly accelerated, becoming faster and more frightening than before. IE narrowed his eyes quickly, recognizing something was wrong. The sudden increase in speed made sense now. Behind him, his class senior stood smugly, smiling with cruel satisfaction. The senior mocked him further, boasting that a lion was now stronger than ever thanks to his manipulative intervention. The cave floor quaked as the empowered lion prepared. Another violent strike. Its body flexed with terrifying force, both heads snapping hungrily. Yet Bai He refused to falter. His aura flared around him like a raging flame. He tightened his stance silently, questioning whether he should unleash his full strength. His eyes remained fixed firmly on the beast, but instead of charging recklessly, he turned toward the class president. His voice was steady and commanding as he urged her to step back. He reminded her that she could not handle this beast for now, insisting she leave it to him. Her heart thundered in her chest, each beat echoing louder than the roar of the monster. She admitted to herself that she had indeed been terrified for a moment, cursing her weakness. Yet she bit hard into her lip, gathering her courage. As determination rose within her, again, the two-headed lion lunged ferociously, both maws snapping with hunger. Its roar shook the cavern violently. Yet this time the class president did not falter. She raised her staff high. Summoning power from deep within, thick vines surged from the earth, forming a towering wall between herself and the beast. The vines twisted upward, forming a barrier of living strength. The demon lion slammed against it violently, its fangs tearing. The beast snarled with fury. She summoned another barrier, then another triple layers of reinforced vine walls, locked tightly around the creature, restraining its monstrous body with surprising effectiveness. Yi's eyes widened with astonishment. Only moments ago, he had believed she would die without his intervention. Yet now she stood tall, her body still pale but filled with courage. Her spirit refused to break, and she revealed a level of bravery that completely exceeded his expectations. Her breathing was ragged, her strength stretched thin, yet her eyes remained unshaken. She declared her intent through action, choosing to fight alongside him no matter how terrifying the monster. She knew she could not equal Bai Yi's strength, but refused to retreat even against a tier-rank monster. Her determination shone. Brighter than her trembling voice, the teachers watching from the livestream felt stunned. Their disbelief mixing with frustration. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes further as he observed her stance. He admitted inwardly that he had expected her to remain frozen in terror. But she recovered far faster than imagined. Her resilience impressed him deeply, showing she possessed greater courage than her earlier weakness had revealed. The class president clenched her fists tightly, pouring every ounce of her strength into her plant vein ability. A few moments later, I looked at the class president and said, "I thought you would be completely shocked, but you adjusted pretty quickly." The president released her power, chanting softly, and then turned to him with a confident smile, of course. "I've worked so hard I can't fail in a place like this. As long as you're here, I won't die," IE warned her calmly. "You just used 3 levels of skill at once. Your elemental power is limited. Don't waste it," she replied with the same confidence. "Of course I know." But in his mind, he thought back to his previous life in junior high. Shing was already shining as a class president. A flicker of memory surfaced, her standing before everyone introducing herself with bright determination. "My dream is to join the God Guild, become a great player." He reflected quietly. Even though I heard she came from a strong family background. She was always kind to everyone, She became the class monitor in junior high school, serious and responsible. But later, there was no news of her. Perhaps in the end she lived an ordinary life, but right now she was someone Bai Yi could trust. At present, Bai Yi smiled faintly. As long as nothing else happens, I can hide my strength and still pass this level. Yet in the next moment, the senior standing behind him smirked coldly. Do you really think the two of you alone are enough? He let out a mocking laugh, his eyes fixed on the furious monster trapped ahead that vine. The wall won't hold it for more than a few seconds. Grinding his teeth in frustration, the senior added actual combat doesn't rely on confidence alone. With your strength, there's no way you can handle this enhanced tearing monster. Then his expression twisted into something sinister when you finally beg for mercy, when you have no choice but to turn to me for help. That's when you'll understand. As he spoke, he released another buff, his power surging into the two-headed lion. The beast roared violently, its strength multiplying as it broke free from Qing's vines, with a thunderous crack in the next instant. The monster lunged aggressively at. Bai Yi watching this unfold, the senior smirked once more. Let me teach you again what it means to respect your elders. Junior, the president, was completely nervous, watching the furious two-headed lion charging forward. Her hands trembled, but she could still hear Bai Yi's calm voice guiding her. I'll lure the lion, Bai Yi, said firmly. Its power is explosive, so you must grasp the timing. The lion roared and charged at both of them at that moment. Bai Yi? And the president quickly moved aside. I've already dealt damage to it, Bai Yi thought, his eyes sharp. That's why it's prioritizing me. I'll draw its full attention. He sprinted toward the water, forcing the lion to follow him. The monster growled fiercely, completely distracted as it chased after Bai Yi. He darted deeper using the terrain. To bait the beast into losing focus on the president, seizing the moment, Bai Yi shouted. Now, at his command, the class president released her plant vines. They shot out like whips, wrapping tightly around the lion's massive body in an instant. The furious two-headed monster was completely trapped within the binding vines. The two-headed demon lion struggled violently, but the plant vines bound it tighter and tighter. The class president did not hesitate. She poured all her strength into the vines, releasing a poisonous aura through them. The venom spread quickly, weakening the monster's body and leaving it unable to move. With each layer of vines reinforced, the beast's furious roars grew weaker, no matter how hard it thrashed. It could not break free from the poisonous bindings at that moment. I.E. appeared right beside the class president. His eyes locked on the restrained lion as he calmly said, "Now it can't break free." He gripped his dagger tightly, his aura sharpening like a blade. Next, we finish this test and take the highest score. The opportunity was perfect. With the two-headed demon completely restrained by E prepared to deliver the decisive strike, the senior stared in disbelief. Unable to accept what he was seeing, a wall of vines had completely trapped the two-headed lion. Even he could not subdue such a monster so easily. Not even after strengthening it, his expression twisted with frustration as he muttered through clenched teeth. How did that bastard Bai Yi pull off something so monstrous? I won't let him go. Unchallenged, the scene shifted to the live stream room. One teacher explained calmly if a nuclear lion is forced into water, its skills can't be used. Another added, however, the abilities, 2 of the underwater flower system are strengthened. Instead, the senior instructor nodded. It's the simplest application of elemental restraints. And teamwork. Yet it's enough to restrain a monster above one's level. An excellent, even insane display of skill. For a D-rank dungeon student to showcase, such control is remarkable, he continued proudly by his reaction. Speed and leadership are outstanding. At this point, there's no suspense about who will rank first in this actual battle. Another teacher leaned forward. Only one final strike remains, once a lion is harvested and the video is submitted to the Union for review. He might achieve the highest score ever, recorded the monster, collapsed unconscious and crashed to the floor. At that instant, the screen went dark, and the live broadcast cut off without warning. Instructor, what's going on? Why did the feed stop? One teacher asked in alarm. The instructors exchanged uneasy looks. Unable to explain the sudden interruption, the scene shifted to the senior. His eyes narrowed with malice as he muttered, "There's no way you'll get recognition without a certificate, a video, or proof of credit. You won't take the spotlight by E. Meanwhile, by E caught his breath and turned to the class president. Thanks for lending me your ability. She shook her head in disbelief. No way from now on. I'll follow your instructions in everything with her support. I.E. struck decisively, killing the two-headed lion. A level 11 monster that had appeared inside a D-rank dungeon. The system confirmed his victory, awarding him 100 experience points. The class president, still amazed, said softly, "No, it's because you've trained your elemental resistance so thoroughly only by mastering so many variations of skill. Could you pull this off?" I.E. gave a faint smile. "You don't even realize what I'm pointing out. You're really talented with your plant vein ability." She blinked in surprise. Plant vein? What kind of elemental resistance do you mean? Before, Bai-E could answer, a new voice echoed from ahead. The senior standing as the dungeon's mid-boss stepped forward. "Enough! You've defeated the beast! Save your greetings for after you make it out alive." For now the senior strode forward, each step heavy with anger. "That's enough," he barked, glaring down at Bai-E. Bai-E's expression twitched, but he stood firm. You know exactly what it means when a D-rank monster is suddenly strengthened in a dungeon like this, especially for students entering the demon cave for the first time. "Don't you?" The words were sharp, directed straight at the senior. The man turned his head slightly, eyes full of disdain. "I already said it. I was planning to strengthen the goal, but who told her to hide? If your level's so bad, don't blame me." His voice carried a sneer, and he shot I.E. a hateful glare. I.E. understood the situation clearly. His gaze hardened as he replied, "As a shooter, is this the best you can do? Your aim is pathetic." The class president beside him joined in coldly. "No wonder you weren't chosen. For the ultimate school group." The senior's face flushed with rage. "What did you just say, you brat?" His aura surged violently, power spilling into the air, but I didn't flinch. He stood confidently, meeting that murderous glare head on. The senior's teeth ground together audibly. Bai-E only said, "Calm and steady. You still have a long way to go." Unable to endure the humiliation, the senior twisted his face in frustration and turned away. "Just wait for me," he hissed, then stormed deeper into the demon cave. I.E. followed shortly after his steps, cautious but unwavering. The president exhaled and muttered, "That guy's personality is really annoying." She glanced at Bai-E. "What are you doing now, Bai?" E crouched, picking up a broken fragment from the ground. It was part of a recording device smashed beyond repair. His eyes narrowed. "So that's it. He destroyed the camera to stop us from getting a high score. Straightening," he thought to himself. "Once he leaves, he'll need an entry permit to come back in. The other teams are still far away from this cave, which means I have time." I.E. smiled faintly. "He actually helped me now. I have the chance to handle the rest." The president's eyes widened in surprise. "What do you mean? What are you up to at the entrance of the dark, sinister cave?" I.E. stood straight and asked calmly, "Squad leader, can you keep what happens next a secret for me? Even if I told anyone, they wouldn't believe it." She frowned. "A secret? If no one would believe it, then what on earth are you planning to do, my E?" Thoughts drifted to Chinchan. "I made a deal with that guy, and it definitely worked in my favor. The unlocking magic stone Qin Shan's uncle gave it to me, and Qin Shan passed it along." He pulled out a dull, shimmering stone from his pocket, its surface etched with faint patterns. Holding it up, he murmured the unlocking magic stone. "Qin Shan gave it to me without hesitation." He placed the stone against a cave wall. A faint tremor spread through the ground as the stone released a strange, flickering light. Waves of energy surged outward like ripples in water. "Ais." Lips curved into a smile, completely unlocked the president's eyes, widened as the stone pulsed with radiant light. "No way! This is a D-class demon cave." The glow intensified, spilling across the entrance like veins of fire. I.E. stood calmly and said, "Don't worry. Their power is still sealed. There's no need for two people." She stared at him in shock, her expression tightening with caution for a moment. Her face looked almost childish, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "How could you do that?" I.E. exhaled slowly, his palm pressing. Against the cave's trembling surface, energy surged through him, threads of power spreading outward in a controlled wave. "I am alone," he said quietly, determination in his eyes. "Tell me, how else can I become a mage?" Bai turned toward the president and told her to remain, at the exit assuring her not to worry about anything else. His tone carried firmness and left the president entirely surprised since she had never expected such direct instructions before she could fully respond. A sudden growl echoed through the arena. The monstrous sound rolled like thunder, shaking the ground beneath them. A chained beast stirred, and the iron links rattled as an ominous presence filled the chamber ominously. The two-headed lion monster finally broke free. Its enormous frame shuddered violently as its muscles strained against the restraints. In a terrifying instant, the chains snapped apart and clattered to the ground. The creature's blazing eyes reflected. Unbridled fury unleashed the beast, immediately launched a ferocious attack toward Bother. Its roars filled the room, shaking walls and floor with thunderous resonance. The president turned pale, realizing the situation had grown dire. Panic threatened her composure as the air grew dangerously unstable. Both of the creatures' massive heads opened simultaneously, spewing scorching flames. Heat surged outward, scorching the atmosphere. Its aura flared violently, uncontrolled and wild, as though centuries of pent-up rage finally erupted. The terrifying presence forced everyone nearby into defensive positions. At that instant, OAI stepped forward with steady determination. He lifted his staff and channeled power with an elegant shift. The weapon transformed into a Cloud Mage level 5 staff, glowing with concentrated blue magical energy coursing steadily. The chilling aura spread outward as Bai began chanting. Blue sparks circled his form, spiraling upward like streams of frost-laden wind. The sheer concentration of power created an atmosphere heavy with pressure, announcing the release of overwhelming magical strength. With thunderous force, Bai unleashed his spell. Lightning split the air, striking directly upon the beast. The monstrous figure roared in agony, its massive body trembling from the devastating impact. Yet Bai held his ground firmly without hesitation. The president stood frozen, overwhelmed by the display. She watched maintain control with calm composure. Even under pressure, her admiration swelled as realization struck. He was fighting like a professional beyond his years. His mastery defied logical explanation. Entirely. Cold aura surged further as frost enveloped the two-headed beast. The monster's enormous body stiffened while ice rapidly crept across its limbs. In mere moments, an icy prison enclosed it, holding firm despite its violent thrashing attempts at escape. The president's eyes widened as she studied the scene. She murmured inwardly that the monster had been trapped too long already, and would soon be forced to break free. Her fear deepened, recognizing the temporary nature of the frozen restraint. Bai's expression hardened as his voice echoed warning that the ice wall would not last long. His eyes narrowed sharply, calculating every possibility. The small venue pressed constraints upon him, forcing consideration of a wider battlefield to manage. Understanding his meaning, the president nodded quickly and admitted she would make arrangements yet before any action could be taken. A sudden roar erupted, shaking the arena violently. A new threat emerged with terrifying presence, making immediate movement impossible. Out of the shadows launched a flame leopard. Its entire body radiated blazing aura flames, licking across its fur like a living inferno. The beast, a level 12 demon monster, aimed deadly claws directly toward Bai's glowing staff weapon. Bai reacted instantly with reflexive mastery. Blue lightning exploded outward as icy mist spread across the area. The temperature dropped sharply. Moisture condensed and shards of ice formed mid-air. His control reshaped the battlefield instantly. With chilling dominance, he flicked his hand, calmly invoking his ice magic. The flame leopard shrieked as its movement slowed beneath overwhelming frost. Within seconds, crystal and ice sealed the creature completely, encasing it in a frozen prison from which escape seemed impossible. A faint glow appeared before Bai's eyes. Notification text materialized, awarding him the title of Nuclear Warrior. Yet, he barely had time to consider the achievement before a new tremor shattered the ground, shaking violently beneath his feet. From beneath cracked stone leapt another monster. This one, a level 13 fire saber-tooth, emerged with terrifying force. Its glowing red fangs resembled molten blades, forged from volcanic heat, roaring furiously. It lunged toward Bai Yi with overwhelming aggression. Bai Yi dodged the assault narrowly, his movements swift as lightning. The beast's strike missed by only a hair's breadth, sending shockwaves through the ground. He clenched his staff, thunder coursing across its length, muttering in irritation at the brazen attack. The fire saber-tooth growled with mounting fury. Its colossal body radiated destructive energy as molten. Heat pulsed outward. Bai Yi shifted his stance, aura altering completely. His staff pulsed brightly as he changed profession, assuming the role of Cloud Mage, lightning intertwined with frost. As Bai Yi launched forward, his power surged, elemental forces merging harmoniously. With one precise strike, the full force of his attack landed directly upon the saber-tooth. The monster froze instantly, immobilized in suspended defeat. The president watched everything with wide eyes, her mind unable to process such mastery. She realized Bai Yi could switch professions effortlessly. His control over elemental magic exceeded common comprehension, confirming his determination to enter the elemental chamber by his icy aura surged again. As he advanced, each strike carried unmatched precision. Every movement seamless and deliberate. His control allowed absolute domination, resembling seasoned warriors. The president noted each detail with heightened respect, admiration, and astonished disbelief. Her thoughts drifted briefly to her own training. Back then, she had assumed that stronger magic required extended casting, but watching Bai Yi, she realized mastery lay not in power size, but in precise, controlled release of natural elemental force. She understood elemental power stemmed directly from nature, raw and nearly uncontrollable. Yet Yi harnessed and bent it effortlessly. Trembling, she acknowledged his unparalleled talent. Such mastery at his age was terrifying, bordering upon the realm of the impossible. Finally, Yi stepped forward, unshaken before the leopard monster. His staff glowed brilliantly, icy aura spreading wide. He raised his weapon, preparing to strike again. The president recognized then. She stood before a prodigy, one destined to surpass imagination. The class president clenched her teeth tightly, her chest rising with conflicted emotions. Her disbelief weighed heavily upon her, yet a helpless smile formed faintly. She admitted inwardly that all of them had been left behind long ago, unable to compare. Her own words echoed painfully in her mind, pressing against her chest like a burden she could not discard. Her eyes lingered intently upon Bai Yi, his calm composure and overwhelming presence radiating an aura. She could scarcely believe the cold aura surrounding Bai Yi spread naturally. The staff in his hand pulsing with controlled power, his confidence stood unshakable, and she found herself unexpectedly moved. Her heart skipped slightly, cheeks coloring faintly as admiration unexpectedly overtook her. She blushed without realizing, and whispered softly, acknowledging to herself his appearance and strength were undeniable. For that fleeting moment, admiration overshadowed fear, though her realization left her conflicted. Yet before the warmth settled, the dungeon floor shook violently beneath them. Cracks spread outward like spider webs across the dungeon ground. A suffocating wave of energy burst suddenly forth, accompanied by an aura of destruction. A terrifying figure emerged slowly from the depths, wrapped completely in blazing red light, roaring thunderingly upon arrival. The beast's immense size dwarfed everything else. Flames danced across its massive frame, aura suffocating in intensity. Its roar shook the dungeon walls as though threatening collapse. The class president's pupils shrank in horror as she recognized the creature's dreaded name. She exclaimed, inwardly stunned. For this monster was the Demon Cave. Lord. The name alone carried terrifying weight across regions, identified as a Tolkien Hellmount of level 15. Its aura even sealed, overwhelmed. Everything they had faced thus far, even restrained, its suffocating aura blanketed the battlefield. Behind it, the previously ferocious flame leopard remained frozen, completely solid within Bai Yi's icy seal. Yet, that victory suddenly felt meaningless in comparison for the presence of the Demon Cave. Lord dominated despite such suffocating terror. Bai Yi did not falter. His golden eyes locked intently upon the enormous demon. A crooked smile appeared across his lips, calm yet sharp, revealing anticipation. Raising his staff, he acknowledged the boss finally emerging openly. The dungeon, trembled violently as the mammoth demon cave lord roared again. Its fiery red aura surged outward like storm winds. Without hesitation, it lunged forward. The ground cracked violently beneath its weight-crushing stone. With each enormous step, advancing relentlessly by his gaze, sharpened instantly with precise movement, his staff vanished from sight. In its place appeared a weapon infused with terrifying force of a nuclear warrior. Icy energy surged outward. Freezing the surrounding air completely, his voice remained steady. He declared clearly that what he desired lay within the demon, and that destruction was inevitable. The monster's claws came crashing downward with overwhelming force. Yet IE moved instantly. Lightning speed blurring his figure out of the strike's path. In his hand flashed a dagger blade gleaming sharply. With a swift, precise strike, he slashed across the demon's massive head. The cut sliced effortlessly through hardened skin. Tearing like fragile paper, the mighty beast staggered, howling in unbearable agony. E did not relent. His dagger gleamed repeatedly, striking again and again with cold precision. Each attack left deep wounds carved across the demon cave lord's massive body. Blood gushed freely, staining the dungeon floor with vivid crimson rivers. He muttered coldly that after centuries sealed, such a so-called level 15, my mood was laughably weaker than a mere level 10 monkey. His disdain sharpened. Each blade strike reinforcing the difference in power. The beast's strength collapsed steadily under pressure. The demon cave lord leapt wildly. Desperate swings of claws tearing through the dungeon walls. Yet E remained faster. Movements sharp as lightning. Each motion blurred, leaving critical strikes tearing its body open until wounds covered its form completely. At last, the monstrous beast collapsed to its knees. Its fiery aura flickered, weakening rapidly under continuous assault. Bai Ye's eyes glowed with golden brilliance. Weapon, raised high above his presence, radiated judgment, delivering inevitable destruction. Without even slight hesitation, a golden light condensed instantly, his voice thunderous as he unleashed the technique. 1 versus 100 flash. The devastating strike erupted downward like divine judgment. The demon cave lord split cleanly in half. Collapsing heavily with one final agonized roar, silence followed the collapse, the dungeon trembling only faintly as the beast's enormous body struck stone. What remained was stillness, broken only by echoes of before anyone else's overwhelming power. This victory revealed merely a glimpse of his terrifying true potential. The flame leopard collapsed, lifelessly nearby, its icy prison shattering to reveal frozen remains. A glowing notification flashed instantly before Bai Ye's eyes, declaring his victory. The system awarded 110 experience points for defeating the flame leopard completely immediately afterward. System windows multiplied rapidly before his sight. Information streamed continuously, detailing further achievements. The slain two-headed lion yielded another 100 points. The mammoth demon cave lord's defeat rewarded 1,000 points acknowledgement of conquering a Deeble's ranked dungeon boss. The rewards stacked ceaselessly, windows illuminating the battlefield with radiant light. By his grip tightened upon his weapon, lips curling into a cold yet satisfied smile, he whispered inwardly that defeating a deer-ranked dungeon boss marked his true personal celebration. Another notification resonated clearly, awarding items. 10 furious bones, valued at 10,000 gold, were added. Additionally, rare advanced material named Jedi Flesh appeared. Described as martial essence, capable of strengthening both blood and physical body, priceless for cultivation advancement. Excitement flickered across Bai Ye's golden eyes as he examined loot. A weapon materialized in his grip. Forged directly from dungeon essence, its golden brilliance radiated destructive power, elemental energy pulsing across surface. Electricity arced dangerously along edges. Humming fiercely, he whispered inwardly that this was a level 5 weapon infused. With both elemental and electrical attributes, the power exceeded imagination. He marveled at its insane potential. With deliberate thought, weapon and materials disappeared smoothly into his organized inventory. Only the jade stone remained glowing faintly before him. Its mysterious aura resonated unnaturally with his body. Bai Yi reached out without hesitation, fingertips brushing its surface immediately. An electrifying shiver of power coursed. Strongly through his body, invigorating energy, his golden eyes gleamed brighter than before as his heart pounded. He acknowledged this was the jade stone possessing extraordinary special function, surpassing imagination finally. He had obtained the treasure one step closer to his ambition of absolute unparalleled strength. His voice trembled slightly with suppressed excitement, yet determination steeled his tone. The time had begun for Bai Yi to ascend further. This was the moment where his transformation solidified every victory and treasure, leading him toward undeniable supremacy. Bai Yi opened his status window, and his eyes immediately lit up as he noticed the changes he had advanced as a nuclear warrior reaching level 13, while his mage level had also upgraded to level 11, bringing with it a series of stat bonuses. He clicked on the details and carefully checked everything, realizing that the mage path had reached D level, which significantly improved his agility and growth speed. Another notification appeared, showing 100 points gained, and his title upgraded to one man guarding the path. A recognition earned for facing the enemy alone. This title increased all his attributes by 20 to 30%, while also adding a 10% vampiric effect to his skills. The president stood nearby, observing him carefully, and questioning what was happening, reminding Bai Yi of what had been told inside. She herself had also increased her level. Reaching level 7, the scene shifted to the instructor, who shouted anxiously that it would be a disaster if the seal was truly broken. He rushed forward, his face pale. As he observed the unprecedented energy fluctuation, other teachers grew tense as well, worried about the students trapped inside the dangerous dungeon. A senior instructor muttered regretfully that they needed someone to watch over it. But before he could continue, the senior from the deranged dungeon appeared before them. The instructor glared at him, demanding why he had come out so soon, insisting that he should still be inside protecting the younger students. The senior smirked coldly, clearly making trouble for Bai Yi. But the instructor ignored him, stating that he could not waste time arguing and had to get there immediately. The senior sneered, inwardly convinced that the seal was broken, and that retribution had arrived quickly, laughing to himself at the thought of the chaos that would unfold. Moments later, the instructor and another teacher arrived at the dungeon entrance, calling out for Bai Yi and Qian, but froze in confusion. When they saw the two standing unharmed, shock and disbelief filled the instructor's voice as he demanded to know what was happening. Bai Yi calmly asked why the teacher was there, which only deepened the instructor's confusion as he glanced at the dungeon barrier and realized the seal had not been broken. A deep breath of relief escaped him as he muttered that the machine, he must have reported an error again. Another teacher sighed, wondering if the machine had truly malfunctioned. Hoping that everyone was safe, the scene shifted back to the arrogant senior who stood with his friend and confidently asked the deputy head whether the materials he submitted this time were sufficient. The deputy head, a boy with green hair, gave him only a faint glance, prompting the senior to insist that he had submitted all his details, and that he was the last member to report. The deputy head smirked coldly, stating that they had already chosen a leader. Shock twisted the senior's face as he demanded to know who had been picked, anger rising in his chest as he clenched his fists, furious that the position was meant for the most worthy. He believed his strength and background should have been enough. But before he could argue further, a girl approached, her eyes gleaming as she revealed that the most valuable person they had found was Bai Yi, whose ability was Golden Electric Ascension, and whose level was completely unknown. The words stunned the arrogant senior. But another voice soon intervened, a red-haired boy named Chang Jin-woo, the supervisor team investigator and chairman at the Blorence level. He stepped forward, asking the senior to stop causing trouble and reminding him that he had taken great pains to get him released early, emphasizing whether he understood the effort that had been made on his behalf. The scene then shifted to Bai Yi's father, who was calmly eating noodles, responding casually that he understood. Chung Jin-wen narrowed his eyes, revealing troubling news from the capital and warning that something significant was happening, mentioning that Captain Hong, he would arrive next Friday, and asking if he knew the implications why his father placed his chopsticks down calmly and reassured him to remain at ease. Suddenly, Chong Jin's phone rang, and he frowned, muttering that it was the old man again. He picked it up and answered coldly, stating that he was heading back to the team immediately and instructing Bai Yi's father to go home early as well. But Aye's father's expression darkened, responding icily that he would. But in that moment his eyes turned blood red, a sinister smile curving across his lips as he whispered that the faithful encounter was coming earlier than expected. The atmosphere thickened with foreboding the weight of impending events, pressing down as the consequences of the seal, the hidden threats, and the rising power of Bai Yi loomed over everyone. Tension filled the air, connecting the dungeon's danger, the reactions of the instructors, the arrogant senior's ambition, the dungeon's danger, the reactions of the instructors, the arrogant senior's ambition, the deputy head's indifference, and the quiet but menacing presence of Baye's father, every character's actions and intentions intertwined, building a sense of inevitability as Baye's newfound strength and the mysterious golden electric ability promised to reshape the events ahead, setting the stage for confrontations that no one could fully anticipate or control. The story hung on the precipice of disaster anticipation and dread mixing as the calm before the storm stretched across the academy, with Bai Yi at its center, his rise attracting attention, envy, and the watchful eyes of powerful figures both near and far by. Yi watched as his father returned home. The moment he stepped through the door, his jaw clenched at the sight of the empty rooms. Rage flared in his eyes. "Where are the two of them? Where is that woman? Is she dead?" His father barked, voice sharp as a blade. He slammed his fist into the table, splintering wood across the floor. "Damn you! How dare you hide from me if I grow old and you keep doing this? I will kill you both." He snarled every word. Dripping with fury, Bai Yi felt the words like a cold gust. But the next instant the scene softened into a quieter moment between him and his mother. He took a small jade pendant from his pocket and placed it around her neck. "This is a jade pendant," he said gently, showing her the matching jade he wore. "Keep it with you always. If you're ever in danger, crush this pendant. My jade will sense it, and I'll come to you immediately." He clasped her hand and offered a calm smile. He did not entirely feel. In his mind, he admitted what he rarely said aloud. He never felt safe leaving her alone without some way to protect her. Looking at her, he thought of all the things she had never owned. She had never received a necklace or any proper jewelry, nothing that seemed hers in the way it should be for a woman. The pendant felt like a small, stubborn promise between them. Wise mother looked at him with a gentle worry. "Don't spend all your weekends with me at your age. You should be out with your friends more often." Bai Yi smiled faintly. "Don't worry. I don't need holidays or trips." His mother's eyes widened in surprise. "How can a person not need friends? You should always have someone important to you." He let out a quiet sigh. "Important pupil," he murmured, and froze as memories from his past flashed before him. "I don't know if I'll meet you again in this life," he thought. Recalling all his divine crop teammates, he quietly reflected, letting his memories wash over him. The scene shifted to the D-level Demon Cave 0IE arrived, and assessed the area now that the Jade problem has been solved. "I don't have to be distracted anymore. This is another hidden cave. I know of it only opens briefly at midnight and closes at 1 a.m. The difficulty and level of this hidden devil cave are completely unknown. I don't have much time. It's time to focus on improving myself." He drew his dagger and stepped forward into the cave. In my previous life, I became a tough fighter inside. Monsters of level 13 and level 15 appeared before him. He reminded himself, "I can only watch my comrades die in front of me," and felt the weight of his friend's memories. Without hesitation, he charged at the level 15 tentacle monster and struck it down, earning 260 experience points and obtaining the blood petal item. "So what if I pay a price one day? A god may give me a plan," he muttered. A level 16 monster appeared by E, leaped forward, striking decisively. "We still have no place to die," he thought. Launching a critical hit, he pulled back, steadying his dagger. "I must become stronger," he said firmly. He then killed a wild crop, gaining 300 experience points. Determined, he pushed forward to reach level 15 faster. Suddenly, a monster attacked from behind. By his shout echoed with pain, but also with determination. "I want to become stronger than anyone." His eyes burned with fierce aggression. He struck again, slicing through the monster like it was nothing. His power surged with every blow. "I've obtained multiple poisonous skills and items," he said, panting, covered in wounds and blood. I have to fight like hell. By his thoughts turned to his father, and a cold weight settled over him. I am too weak right now, he thought, staring at the memory of his father's face. That bastard wants to kill me, and my mother and I can't even stand against him. Memories of betrayal flashed before him. His previous 5 teammates who had turned against him, and the prodigy who had been a golden shooter since childhood. I have to become much stronger. There were no shortcuts, no detours he could take. The only path was forward. Steeling himself, he took another step deeper into the devil cave, ready to face whatever awaited. Him, I can't avoid any enemy, he reminded himself with determination. I.e. unleashed his purple poisonous mischief. His power surged around him as he stepped forward, standing boldly in front of all the powerful creatures that awaited. Meanwhile, I.E. received a string of notifications. You have successfully slain Bloodtrusty Flower, gain 260 EXP. You have slain Wild Crop, gained 330 EXP. You have slain Blood Trusty Flower, gained 360 EXP. Although injured determination still burned in his eyes. The entrance to the Devil Cave was only 20 minutes away. After that, the cave would close completely, and the Lord inside had to be dealt with before then. Deeper within the cave, Bai tightened his grip on his dagger. Standing before a towering demon, the monster's voice rumbled coldly that now it was his turn. Shock flickered across Bai's face, but he didn't hesitate. With a burst of speed, he rushed forward, striking at the level 20D class Lord Yi Wuming. His dagger sliced through the monster's body in one swift slash, cutting it into pieces. Bai immediately raised his weapon again, delivering another strike. But to his disbelief, the creature's body regenerated instantly. So, it actually has such a strong self-healing ability. Bai thought, his heart sinking. The Lord roared in fury, plunging its hand into a swirling poisonous mist. The deadly energy spread around, and Bai froze for a moment, stunned by its terrifying power. His mind raced. Searching for a way to deal with this monster, the demon growled that it would kill him. Where he stood, a Yi's body trembled, blood dripping from his wounds. I can't kill him like this. I need one critical move. Only then can I defeat him. The Lord roared again, mocking him, asking why he kept standing up by his gaze sharpened, filled with defiance, as he declared that a Durank Lord shouldn't even have the ability to revive. The demon lunged a critical strike, landing on Bai Yi's back, blood spurting as he staggered, coughing violently. A notification flashed. Level 20D class. Lord stab. Inflicted agonizing pain tore through him. Then the screen revealed another message. Yi Wuming wasn't alone. He had a twin brother. The second demon appeared from the shadows, joining the first. Both charged at Bai Yi together. Preparing to finish him off, Bai Yi glared at them through blurred vision, to refusing to fall. But the scene suddenly shifted inside Bai Yi's apartment. The atmosphere was unusually heavy outside. The weather turned ominous. As his mother stood by the window, worry etched deep on her face. She had not seen her son for an entire day, and dread knotted her heart. She whispered to herself that she had sent him so many messages, but he had not replied. That he must have gone to some dangerous place again, just like last time, and that she had to find him the next moment. A shadowy figure appeared outside Bai's apartment, his expression twisted with rage as he muttered harshly, "Oh, good job, you too!" His bloodshot eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he called out to his son Bai, accusing him of daring to rent a house without telling him this was none other than Bai's estranged father, and his voice carried a chilling and mocking tone, as he remarked that the place Bai had found wasn't bad, and that he really knew how to enjoy himself. A creepy smile spread across his face, his red eyes glinting with madness as he added that he would come inside and kill them both. Bastard! The scene shifted back inside, where Bai Yi's mother stood frozen by the window, her eyes widened in horror as she saw the figure. Outside shock overwhelming her and leaving her completely speechless at the same time within the devil cave. Bai Yi fought desperately, clinging to survival. Despite the two demons pressing in on him, his breathing grew heavy, blood spilling from his wounds. As he steadied himself with sheer willpower, though his body trembled, his spirit refused to collapse. The twin lords closed in from either side, their aura pressing down with suffocating force by EE's mind world. struggling to find a single decisive moment to strike back. But the reality of his condition left him at a deadly disadvantage back inside the cave. Bai Yi gripped his dagger tightly, his breathing ragged pains stabbing through his body as he clutched his wounded stomach. "It's already the 5th wave," he muttered, eyes narrowed, and despite his critical injuries he refused to fall. Another bloodthirsty flower lunged at him, releasing its poisonous mist, and Bai Yi struck swiftly, his blade slicing the creature into pieces. The system chimed, "You have gained EXP." One after another the monsters fell before him. Yet the notifications repeated endlessly. No matter how many he killed, they resurrected again. Bai Yi's gaze darkened. Killing them over and over brings nothing. The source of their resurrection must be found. He stood firm in the middle of the battlefield. Dagger clenched, surrounded by the regenerating swarm. A cold system alert echoed, detected deranged creature with high-level recovery ability. Bai Yi's expression hardened as he realized it was not just these small ones. Even stronger monsters here possess healing powers. He had thought healing limits were capped by rank, but the cave's rules bent those expectations. The atmosphere thickened as a powerful Lord class monster charged straight at him, its massive frame rushing forward, and Bai Yi's body flashed with golden light as he dashed ahead, closing the distance in an instant, and landing a critical strike. The Lord held in agony, only to regenerate once more before his eyes. Bai Yi froze. A Lord level can heal instantly too. The realization struck harder when another figure stepped forward, channeling a potent healing ability, and the monsters around began recovering unnaturally fast. This was too abnormal. Reviving the dead instantly, healing allies repeatedly. It looked like a bug in the system. His thoughts sharpened. No healer above F rank should have such power. So what was granting this strength? Is there some hidden source? A reservoir of healing energy stored somewhere in this cave. The monster charged again, and Bai Yi dodged, then raised his weapon to block the impact, rang out, and his defense skill absorbed more than half of the damage time, improving everything. The system alert appeared in his vision. Successful block damage mitigated 50%. Perfect timing detected if executed. Again, within 0.09 seconds. 100% of incoming damage can be nullified. Chance triggered physical damage may be reflected back to the attacker. Oh, eyes narrowed at the possibility. So if he got the timing right, he could completely eliminate the damage, and maybe even reflect it back. His glare sharpened as he realized the monsters were learning interesting. You actually learned my move during this fight, he thought, recognizing that the enemy mirrored his stance and tactic. The creature rose to full-height eyes, gleaming with hostility, as it prepared for another clash. Its oppressive aura surging forward, and in that instant, Bai Yi's eyes lit up because he had found the opening he was waiting for. "This is the time to kill you," he muttered determination, sharpening his tone with a sudden burst of speed. He dashed past the monster, his gaze, locking onto the heart of the cave, where a massive ominous tree pulsed with strange energy. The Flower Magic Cave. That tree is the true energy core. He sprinted straight for it, dagger glowing with power, the idea forming that the boss healing ability only worked on such a large scale because of this tree's existence. His blade slashed down with all his strength, and the strike connected, cutting deep into the trunk, so the tree shuddered violently under the impact. Channeling every ounce of energy, Bai Yi unleashed his strongest slash, the Force, tearing through the magical roots. As the tree groaned and the cave trembled, a faint smile curved his lips as he realized the path forward. So all I have to do is cut down this big tree. A final heave. All his remaining strength focused into one decisive cut, and he felt the trunk give way, the magical core, stuttering as if gasping for air. And once this tree falls, he vowed he would kill you both. You twin brother monsters, envisioning the two lords now deprived of their unnatural recovery, their regeneration collapsing like a house of cards. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes and said, "The boss is healing." Power only worked on such a large scale because of its extension. He looked toward the massive tree-like monster, a golden gleam flashing across his blade, realizing that he just needed to cut down this big tree to end the battle with a confident smirk. He muttered that he could kill them both in a single slash, switching to his Cloud Mage form. I.E. raised his staff. as blue energy flickered throughout the dungeon. In an instant, both level 20 Lord tier monsters were struck by an unknown force. Then he shifted to his nuclear warrior mode, leaping forward and freezing both monsters in place. His dagger glowed with golden energy, and with one decisive swing, both Lord-level monsters shattered into pieces by E sheathed his weapon and said calmly that once the monsters and the tree fell, they would lose all healing and revival abilities standing amid the chaos. Energy still radiating from his body by E unleashed another powerful strike, completely annihilating the remaining enemies. A notification flashed before him stating that he had slain a level 20 D rank lord, gaining 2,500 experience, and obtaining an item called Large Grass, which restored physical strength and healed damage. He swung his blade again, cutting down a few remaining small monsters, and stood tall amid the wreckage, declaring that only one was left. The last monster trembled before him as flames burst from its body, scorching the surroundings. Baiye's eyes widened slightly, noting that this was the first time he had seen such a lord. The creature seemed unwilling to live alone after its brother's death, and Baiye resolved to send it to join him in the next moment. He sliced through the final monster, triggering another notification that confirmed the slaying of another D-rank monster, with 2,500 experience gained. He rushed forward and collected the glowing treasure that dropped, acquiring an item called Advanced Martial Poison, an essential material for crafting poison-piercing weapons of level 5, as his nuclear warrior level rose by 15. Another alert followed, showing that his Cloud Mage level had increased to 13 with a status bonus. Granted, standing amidst the crimson-lit chaos, Baiye examined his stats and realized that after killing the boss, the cave entrance had reopened enough. Flower element had been accumulated, and a new profession was about to awaken. The flower department was finally full, and he opened his system window to see what his new career would be. The system announced that a new profession had been unlocked, titled Flower Summoner at level 1. Baiye smirked slightly, noting that it was only a blue tier career, but summoner professions usually didn't require high base stats. He scrolled through the skill details of his new profession and read the main skill Flower Spirit contract, which allowed him to form a contract with the soul of a flower-type monster he had defeated and use it for his benefit. Though his current contracts were 0, the passive skill was Flower Field, which allowed the user to perceive the souls of recently defeated flower monsters. Baiye nodded with satisfaction, calling it a truly good and powerful evil, a spirit contract. But suddenly, his expression froze as his eyes shifted toward the fallen monsters nearby, struck by a realization that perhaps the two bosses he had just defeated could be used for this contract. He quickly returned to the battlefield and examined their remains. Moments later, a system notification appeared, confirming that the Flower Spirit contract had been activated successfully. With calm yet commanding power, Baiye ordered both of them to come with him, the two level 20 Lord tier. Monsters rose from the ground, their forms now bound to his will, and under his control they followed his command respectfully. Oh. Ai's house stood silent under the gloomy sky as his father lingered outside, irritation twisting his face. "What the hell is calling me at this hour?" he muttered, but the ringing phone forced him to answer it. Was Officer Chang, informing him about the Capital Hung banquet. Oh! Ai's father smirked with satisfaction and replied confidently that he would definitely fight for it this time and prepare a luxurious gift for him. Officer Chang chuckled faintly and said he knew Baiye's father wouldn't waste such a great opportunity to erase his guilt when the call ended. Baiye's father stared at the phone screen, a sinister smile curling across his face before muttering that today was really a good day. He turned away from the house, pulling out a small knife and twisting it between his fingers as he sneered that he had better go see his dear sister. Just like old times inside, Baiye's mother appeared at the doorway, confusion spreading across her face. What's happening here? She wondered silently, but her thoughts froze when she saw Baiye standing in the rain. Drenched from head to toe, Baiye quickly stepped forward, worry evident in his voice. As he asked his mother why she came downstairs, she smiled softly, unable to speak, but her eyes showed concern for him. Baiye gently opened an umbrella and covered them both from the downpour, whispering that they should go home back inside. He handed her a delicate bracelet and said it was for her. His mother's eyes widened in surprise, touched by the gesture as warmth filled her expression. She thought silently that her silly child went out in the rain at night, just to make up for a missed Mother's Day gift. Later that night, he returned to his room, lying on the bed, with a tired sigh, stared at the ceiling and murmured that even though his mom could not speak, it did not mean she did not understand him. His gaze turned distant as he thought about his power system, recalling that there were currently 3 professions in total: green for warrior, blue for summoner, and red for mage. Sitting up, he opened his interface and carefully reviewed his stats. He examined his progress quietly and muttered that 2 of his combat professions had reached D level for the Cloud. Mage, his status displayed level 13 power increased 300%. Strength 10 times 3. Speed 20 times 3. Stamina 39, plus mental strength 40, and elemental strength 62. A small smile tugged at his lips as he noted that his magic ability had grown quite a lot. Then he switched to his nuclear warrior stats, which read level 15. D rank power, increased 200% strength, 53 speed, 42, stamina 61, and mental power 22. Finally, he looked at his new flower summoner. Class showing level 1, your rank strength, 20 speed 10 times, 1.5 stamina 50, and mental power 80. He stared at the numbers, whispering to himself that after defeating a flower-type monster, he could form a contract with its soul and use it as his own power. As his level increased, the number of contracts would also rise. E, level allowed. 1, D, level 4, and B, level 10. His face darkened as tension crept into his voice. It was still not enough, he said, because he had been imprisoned on the 21st, and now it was already the 10th. His father would be released soon. And when that man came out, he would definitely try to kill both his mother and him, clenching his fists. E muttered that his father would be released in 5 days, but knowing him, he might even bribe the jailers to get out early. He didn't realize that his father had already been released, still unaware. E took a deep breath and resolved that he needed to prepare everything in advance, just in case the next morning. The sky glowed dim red as E stood on the rooftop looking at the thick mist swirling above the city. Avoiding the problem would not solve anything, he said with calm determination. And before he began his spiritual journey, he needed to end this once and for all. Stepping into the blood-colored mist he entered the first-year rank hidden mage cave and swiftly cleared it. Without resting, he moved on to a D-rank hidden cave, then another E-rank magic cave, conquering them one after another. His pace was relentless, his resolve unshaken by Sunday afternoon. Exhaustion hung heavy in the air, but his sharp eyes gleamed with resolve. I can't relax for even a moment, he told himself. I must reach Psi rank as soon as possible. Then, as if responding to his determination, his interface flashed with a bright red warning alert. Class D. Hidden Demon Cave, detected degree of danger, unknown by his expression. Turned serious as he tightened his grip on his weapon. Feeling the weight of the coming battle next time we meet, I'll be even stronger, he said. His voice low but filled with conviction. The light around him shimmered as another message appeared before him. Title acquired. Lone Wolf Warrior. Solo Raider of the Demon Cave. Reward Key of Bribe. Higher tier item. He blinked in surprise as curiosity flickered in his eyes. Key of Bribe, he murmured under his breath, wondering what it could possibly mean the next day at Awakener School Junior High the morning. Sunlight spilled through the tall glass windows, filling the classroom with a warm, golden glow. A teacher stood proudly before the class, her voice brimming with excitement as she addressed her students. Our final assessment results are out, she announced with energy, a radiant smile lighting up her face as the entire room buzzed with anticipation. Bai and Scene from our class achieved the first and second highest scores in the entire school. She pointed toward them with visible pride, adding that Bai's performance video had also been sent to headquarters for careful analysis and deeper evaluation. Bai and Xian exchanged glances filled with satisfaction, their smiles broadening as they quietly absorbed the extraordinary news. The teacher continued with enthusiasm, explaining that this final rating was the highest in the entire history of the school. Both of you now qualify for the official training journey, she declared, her gaze lingered on by a moment longer, soft, yet filled with awe. Because of your remarkable performance, You will be eligible to meet with the gods this time. Eyes smirk deepened his mind, already racing ahead. Thoughts spinning with possibilities and ambitions. A classmate gasped aloud, their eyes widening in disbelief. An audience with the gods. Oh my god, that's an honor. Even many masters might never attain the boys around them, began to whisper, excitedly among themselves. Voices filled with awe, admiration, and envy. But I considered the implications, carefully understanding the immense weight of this rare and sacred opportunity. Then suddenly a close friend tugged at Bai's hand, tears shimmering in their eyes. If you achieve enlightenment, don't forget your fellow villagers, they said earnestly. Their voice trembling slightly, another friend added with a bright smile. I knew you would shine one day. Bai's expression softened briefly at their sincerity before he turned his gaze forward again, his calm demeanor returning. The sense of pride in the room lingered as everyone tried to imagine what it would mean to stand before the divine. The scene shifted quietly to the academic affairs office, where the air felt heavy or tense. With restrained energy, the teacher there spoke gently, though his tone carried a hint of concern and curiosity. Are you sure you don't want to go? He asked in a measured voice. Your father has finally returned after so long. Can't you take advantage of this cultivation journey by accompanying him to headquarters? Lee's hand clenched tightly into a fist, his voice firm, unwavering, and edged with quiet defiance. I won't go, he said flatly. I only came in third this time. If I didn't qualify, then I don't deserve to be there. His expression hardened even more, the determination in his eyes unmistakable. I won't let anyone think I have to rely on him for everything. The director chuckled, softly shaking his head with a faint smile. You are quite strong-willed, he said. I hope your father can truly see your growth for himself. Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice steady yet commanding. I have a request, he said with confidence. Please help me open the permission to enter the D-level magic cave sealed in the back mountain. The teacher's eyebrows lifted in surprise, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully as he studied the young man's face. Bai Ye! Looked steadily at the director and repeated without hesitation. I want to become stronger myself. The director's gaze sharpened, assessing him carefully. For a long moment, silence filled the office, broken only by the faint hum of the overhead lights. But Bai Ye's resolve did not waver. The story then shifted once more, this time to the principal's office, a space tense and suffocating with authority. A senior student known throughout the school for his arrogance and temper slammed his palm onto the desk, making the paper scatter. His voice was sharp and demanding, full of frustration and entitlement. I must go on this training journey. I am the only descendant of the Z family. Principal Z leaned back slightly in his chair, his posture calm, but his gaze piercing and cold. You know, you are the only bloodline of the Z family, yet you act so impulsively, he said in a controlled tone. Tell me, how did you manage to make such a serious mistake during the practice test that day? His eyes bore into the senior with unrelenting scrutiny, leaving no room for excuses. The senior trembled, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. It's the strength of the backstep of the witchcraft. Junior student, he stammered, his voice faltering into a nervous whisper. Principal Z seized on the admission instantly, his authority filling the room like a storm. Do you think all the pupils above you are fools, that they wouldn't see through your clumsy trick? His voice grew cold, tight, and utterly unyielding. He leaned forward slightly, eyes glinting with silent fury. If I hadn't suppressed this matter, do you think you could have remained in school? The senior's composure crumbled. Fear overtook him completely, his legs shaking so violently that he collapsed onto his knees, gasping for breath, half sobbing. He pleaded desperately. Please, I am sorry, uncle. Please forgive me. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. His words came out broken, almost incoherent. Even as he cried, Principal Z remained unmoved, his expression cold and unreadable. Yet after a pause, his tone shifted slightly. Still stern, but tinged with something more deliberate, however. Because of your actions, the pupils above discovered a special individual known as Bai E. They sensed something unusual about him, something they could not yet understand. The senior's face drained of color as he realized the full consequences of his recklessness. Principal Z's words hung in the air like a shadow, a chilling reminder that even one careless mistake could expose far more than anyone intended. The scene shifted to Principal Z's office, where the air carried an unmistakable weight of authority. The faint hum of the ceiling lamp filled the silence as Principal Z continued speaking, his sharp eyes narrowing with a stern gaze. "His growth curve is far too abnormal," he said gravely, his voice steady, yet heavy with meaning this time. "Someone from the God Guild wants to meet him in person." His words hung in the air like a commandment, turning slowly to face the senior student standing before him. He added in a cold, deliberate tone, "You may accompany me on this spiritual journey, but you must put away your arrogance and temper. If you cause any more trouble, I will not be able to protect you again." The senior student swallowed hard, then forced a nervous laugh and replied obediently, "Of course I will follow your instructions." He lowered his head in submission, but behind his eyes, a flicker of scheming appeared, faint but unmistakable in his mind. He muttered silently by E, "Just wait for the cultivation journey. I will get you." Sooner or later, a malicious smile crept across his lips as his hand clenched tightly by his side, his thoughts already twisted with plans of revenge and ambition, plotting how to exploit the journey for his own gain. By Monday night, the entire school buzzed with rumors and excitement. News spread like wildfire across the hallways, classrooms, and dormitories. Students gathered in clusters, whispering with disbelief. As the most astonishing announcement yet circulated among them, a student gasped, his eyes widening as he unfolded a golden letter embossed with the school's insignia. It was an invitation addressed personally to Bai E. "Mr. Bai E, the letter began formally. The Ultimate School League Senior Invitation invites you to join if interested. Please come to the School League office to register." Within seconds, the classroom erupted into chaos. "Oh my God! This is the strongest group in our school!" One boy shouted. Another chimed in excitedly, joining them. "Means you can enter the God Guild directly without even taking the test." The crowd leaned closer, listening intently as more whispers followed. Someone added, "It was built by our only golden ascension in recent years." One student, almost moved to tears, turned toward Bai E, clutching the letter. "Bai E, you're incredible. I can't believe this. I'm going to cry." He stammered, his voice trembling with admiration. Bai. His sharp eyes scanned the group quietly, his face calm and unreadable. Without a single word, he took the invitation, glanced at it once, and then crumpled the golden letter in his hand. The sound of paper crunching silenced the room. He walked to the dustbin and dropped it inside. Without hesitation, gasps filled the classroom like a wave. "Did he just refuse the invitation?" one student shouted in shock. Another echoed, "Is he crazy? Why would anyone reject the Ultimate School League?" Bai E ignored every exclamation and murmur. His expression didn't waver. He simply said in a low, steady tone, "I'm leaving first with that." He turned around and walked out, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. The stunned students stared after him in disbelief. "What an opportunity he just missed," one whispered helplessly. Another cautiously stepped forward, retrieving the crumpled letter from the bin, holding it with awe. "Wow, this invitation is the biggest chance any student could dream of." From the back of the room, one of Baiye's closest friends muttered softly, "They don't understand Baiye. He probably won't join anyone he's not meant to follow. He's meant to lead." His words lingered, defining by his quiet independence, his resolve to forge his own path built on strength, pride, and unshakable determination rather than relying on titles or prestige. The scene then transitioned to the mountain behind the school. Bathed in the silver glow of moonlight, the night air was cold, carrying the sound of rustling leaves and distant water. IE walked steadily up the rocky path, his steps light, but deliberate, his focus unwavering. "We've obtained the D-level magic cave permission," he murmured under his breath, surveying the shadowed cliffs ahead. "No one will come here at night." He stopped at the entrance of the cave, staring into the darkness, his expression calm yet filled with silent anticipation. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from within the cave. Hong Chang-Ching appeared from the shadows unexpectedly, his presence abrupt and fierce. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, his tone a mix of surprise and frustration. "This D-level cave is far too difficult for you." Bai Yi's eyes met his steady and unflinching, but Hong Chao Chao's temper flared instantly. "Stop talking nonsense," he shouted. "I won't hold back this time." Bai Yi's mind worked quickly. He remembered the promise he had made to Hong Chang Chang to demonstrate practical combat skills. and show him a faster path to strength in exchange for access to the school's magic cave. Without hesitation, Bai Ye released his power. The ground trembled slightly as his energy surged in an instant. He analyzed the structure of the D-level cave, understanding its flow and danger. His movement was so fast it blurred. A massive dragon-like beast erupted from the shadows, roaring, but Bai Yi struck it down in a single swift motion. The impact shook the cavern walls. Hong Chong Chong fell to the floor, stunned, anger flashing in his eyes. He struggled to rise, his pride crushed by Yi. Advanced, his sword resting casually on his shoulder, his calm gaze turning cold. "Do you want my help?" he asked, his tone calm yet commanding. Hong Chong Chong, still fuming with humiliation, spat back. "Get lost. I can do it myself." I.E. watched as Hong rushed toward the monster and quickly checked his stats, his mind racing the unlocking conditions. For the warrior tower still haven't been met, he thought as his eyes moved to his newly obtained title. Conquer a magic cave of a level, not lower. Then your own 10 times to unlock a warrior tower. The shimmering key floated faintly in the air, turning back to the monster. Bai Yi muttered that he had almost cleared all the wild demon caves he could find so far. In the next moment, he summoned the giant demon. Preparing to eliminate the creature before him, the following day dawned cool. A pile of invitation letters sat forgotten in the dustbin, and Bai Yi reflected on his progress. Once a profession reached level D, it demanded far more experience to upgrade. Back in the present, Hong struggled fiercely against the monster. Despite his efforts, he couldn't defeat it. Suddenly, Bai Yi appeared and spoke calmly that if Hong didn't sell anything and truly wanted it, he would have to fight for it. Hong clenched his teeth and told him not to interfere, insisting he didn't need help. Bai Yi only replied lightly that, fortunately, the quantity was large enough and the experience sufficient at last. Hong's body trembled with excitement as he shouted that he had finally been promoted to D rank. His eyes shone as he left the Devil Cave. Realizing he had truly gained some abilities, it's definitely more fun to go into the Devil Cave alone than being followed by those useless bodyguards at home, he said aloud. Bai Yi looked at him and smirked, stating that he had also upgraded to warrior at C rank. He glanced at his system interface where his nuclear warrior profession had advanced to an even higher level. Thinking briefly of his father, Bai Yi's expression hardened as he realized his current stats were enough to deal with him. He checked his nuclear warrior panel, level 21 power, amplified by 300%, and several new skills glimmered on the screen. The next evening, Bai Yi returned home. His mother greeted him with a teasing smile, calling him her cute son and asking if he had been dating any pretty girls lately. Yi frowned, embarrassed, replying that he was just a junior high school student and such a thing wasn't possible. She laughed softly and said that coming home late every day might mean hanging out with friends, and that it was normal to like someone. Her words surprised him as, before anyone else's eyes dimmed slightly, and memories surfaced of one girl he truly cared about. She was incredible, he whispered under his breath. Xin Li, the past warrior girl, an L-level golden electric ascension user. She had liked him and taken care of him even when he constantly ignored her. Out of nervousness, she had wanted to be with him, but he had never dared to respond. And then she died right in front of him in that moment. Why he had felt as though he had lost everyone in the world. Back in the present, Bai Yi stood silently lost in thought in his previous life. He had met Xin Li after being rescued from death row by his master. It was in the capital of the Saint He Kingdom. His gaze softened as he thought that he didn't even know where she might be now, and that meeting her again in this life would be nearly impossible. He clenched his fist slightly, realizing that in this world, he was the only one who still remembered everything from that previous life, and that even if they were to meet again, there would be no connection between them. The scene shifted to another location where a message notification flickered on a girl's communicator. One girl said that leader Bai Yi still hadn't responded, and it seemed he had no interest in joining their school group. In another room, a girl sat quietly on her bed, checking her messages. Her eyes scanned the invitation letter, her lips curving into a faint smile. She whispered that he was getting interesting. The view moved closer to her face, revealing Chini, Bai Ye's closest companion from his past life. Determined, she stood up and said firmly that she would go meet Bai Ye Tomorrow, she had no idea about the memories by E carried from their previous life, nor that the bond they once shared was already buried. Deep within his heart, after some time later by surprise, his birthday gift box in his hand, he looked amazed. His mother smiled and said, "This is your birthday present for you." He opened and checked the box, and surprised to see this. That is a card where the write down, "I wish my dear son to be happy forever and to be able to bravely live the life he chooses." And that is a scarf. "Bye," he told. "This is Scarf. But summer is coming soon," he surprised and asked. "Do you know that I am going to same country?" Soon she smiled, and just told in sign language the temperature difference between day and night is huge there. "So, please take good care of yourself." "Why," he said, "Mom will take care of yourself too." He looked and thought. It turned out she knew what I was doing all alone. She smiled and pulled the scarf from his hand and said, "Where you are, go. So please keep this aside with you." Why, he smiled and said, "Did not. I say that I don't have any friends after some time later in the academy, thereby he looks. Am surprised to see something weird on front. A small girl who shows some magical thing at next moment." Another boy excitedly said, "How about this birthday gift? This is my favorite. It's so sparkly to you." Next moment by another friend said, "You chose so vulgar toy to give by he." And he adjusted his glasses and said, "He is so vulgar. Look at mine gift. That is some..." Another scarf. And he said, "Now, getting this scarf is not easy to you." I floundered, surprised to think the original tape of my favorite movie, The Prestige. I thought in my previous life I often went to head shared with him to secretly watch then prehistoric movie. But his friends say, "You can't let the teacher find this thing, keep it safe. By he just take this gift and say thanks for his gift." But he looked and gave a smile to by he. But suddenly, President appear when she say, "Why he? I also have a birthday. Gift for you. And really happy birthday." She smiled at this moment, both idiot friend completely. Stunned and shocked. He shout to see that is a rank weapon. This is a level magic weapon gem, undefinited. I surprised to see that thing, and asked from President, "This thing is too valuable. I can't accept it," but she smile and say, "If it were not for you, I would be able to join the spiritual journey. It's not particularly valuable item. I have penalty at home." She smiled softly and said it should be very helpful to you right now. I.E. looked at the weapon and thought to himself, indeed, I need to improve my strength. There's no reason to refuse. This is a really good treasure for me. Then another thought crossed his mind. Did she give me this? Because she noticed I was using the lowest level mage weapon when I changed professions. She's really a thoughtful girl that he felt warmth in his heart. I didn't expect that they all remembered my birthday and prepared their gifts so carefully. A small smile appeared on his face as he thought, I want to live like this peacefully. Meanwhile, one of his friends adjusted his glasses and whispered, when did they get so close? The boy beside him muttered, I doesn't seem to like it. Though suddenly the president turned toward them with a sharp smile. What are you two talking about? Both froze like statues, and quickly stammered nothing. You must have misunderstood. She glanced at them with narrowed eyes. Don't get involved in nonsense, she said coolly. Before the moment grew more awkward, Bai smiled lightly and said, how about we all have dinner together? Tonight, my treat. Since it's my birthday, do you have time at that moment? His old friend excitedly. Say, of course, Bai, can I choose the place? But suddenly Bai, listen, some suspicious voice back behind a boy say, hey, isn't that someone from high school? Where are they? Here. Bai, turn his face to listen. His voice. The boy continue his word. It seemed to be coming. Hey, toward our class! And don't you know it, the leader of Ultimate School Group is here? Another boy say. I hear the leader is coming to personally invite Bai to join beside of another boy, look stunned, surprised, and shout. What? There is such a thing. Another boy also say, have you meet the group leader? But suddenly Bai friends say to her, are you really go to join their guild? But Bai reply, no. I just hear some people say she is great beauty, but it seemed better to refuse in person. His both friends stunned to listen his word and say what rubbish here told to us. But his another friend say there is another good show to watch scene. change to the senior who is standing in the crowded area, and look angrily by E and clench his teeth and curse. He looked in front and say, "You bastard by E. Is that really cocky worth all this? It's disgusting." His friend also aside. But he did not reply to her senior boy glare by E. But by E, go inside the area and suddenly flash energy erupt. And some students say what's going on by E stunned, and say if something is going weird at next moment, golden flicker energy full with electrically separate all the room at next a beam of light aggressively come to the text. By E, he did not frown and stand in front dearly, but another student completely going to chaos because this yellow energy is so powerful at next. By E smirk, because that energy is fainted at next, he just pull out his dagger and release his aura to cut out that golden energy. At the same time by stare and say, "Left area," and he charge again on golden light. He used his technique to block, but another student covered his eyes and tried to saw her, but he did not able to saw anything, and one boy say, "What's happening here? It's so fast." I can't see anything at the same time. She only appear with golden mixture by E stunned, to see her all energy of golden beam, completely disappeared from. By E, she smile and grab his dagger and say the response was really quick. I did not choose the wrong person. She smirk by E. After decades of long time to see Chin Li, he completely froze this place. At that moment, by E froze in place, then let out a small smirk. His response was quick. Seems like I didn't choose the wrong person suddenly. Flashes of the past filled his mind. He remembered Chin Li smiling brightly and saying, "Can I hug you, Captain? I really want to." Another memory followed Chin Li sitting beside him, cheerful as ever. She had always been affectionate and carefree, always asking for hugs or attention, but back then I would get nervous and brush her off, pretending not to care. Now those memories felt strangely precious back in the present. Shin Li smiled warmly. "We sent you so many invitations, but you never responded, so I decided to come myself." Her words shocked everyone around them. The powerful guild leader of the ultimate school group personally asking, "Bai to talk with her." The students murmured in disbelief, and one of Bai's friends whispered, "He's actually going to reject her in person." Chin Li extended her hand politely. "Let me formally introduce myself," but before anyone could react, I suddenly stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Chin Li froze, her eyes widening in surprise she hadn't expected. Such a warm, sudden embrace. Gasps echoed around the hall. Even the president and senior bullies stood with their mouths open in shock. No one moved. It was as if time had stopped. Chin Li blinked, still stunned, as Bai calmly said, "It's been a long time." Chin Li, the crowd went wild. With confusion, Bai's friend clutched his hair and shouted, "Holy crap, he actually hugged her in public!" Another whispered, "Is this some kind of real-life cross-class romance?" A boy wearing glasses corrected. "Not exactly. They were actually classmates once. She only awakened her powers early and skipped a grade. That's why she entered. High school ahead of us?" The student president frowned, unable to comprehend what I was doing, but before she could speak, a wave of golden energy suddenly erupted from by pushing everyone's slightly back chin. Lee pointed at him, half smiling. "So you give me a hug. Does that mean you've accepted my invitation?" She straightened her expression and continued the ultimate. "School group is fully supported by the academy. We have access to the best resources and faster growth opportunities than anyone else. Our goal is simple and become stronger. Maybe we can fight side by side again." But I smirk and replied calmly, "I won't be joining the ultimate school group. I won't be here for long, so there's no point in joining a school club." Shin Li frowned slightly, confused by his word, but Bai's tone softened as he added, "However, I'll be forming my own union soon when that happens. We'll have another chance to fight together." Before she could respond, the director appeared calling out urgently, "Shin Li, why are you still here? Captain Hong has returned to the school, and the principal wants your group to welcome him, Shin." Lee turned, then glanced back at Bai with a faint smile. "We'll see each other again soon on our spiritual journey," as she walked away. Her mind was restless. Why did he say? Long time no see, her heart trembled as she realized Bai E had changed and she couldn't read him anymore at that moment. The senior glared angrily and said he just rejected the invitation from the leader of the ultimate school group and, instead, invited her to join his own group. The students around began whispering in disbelief. Wait, is he seriously planning to start his own union? How's that even possible? One said they're still underage. Forming a union costs a fortune. Another added, there has to be a limit to how far someone can go. A boy muttered, but didn't he score the highest in the entire junior high exam? Then another student exclaimed, forget that! Did you see what's even crazier? He hugged the leader directly. And she didn't even refuse the senior. Clenched his jaw, glaring at Baye once more. I never thought I'd meet you like this again here in the academy. He thought he quietly reflected in my previous life. Every member's identity in the God Union was kept strictly confidential. We never asked about each other's past, he realized. So even she never knew that we once attended the same middle school. This encounter, it's completely unexpected. I almost missed it by... He smiled faintly to himself. This feels so unreal. He thought this is a real surprise gift for me. He thought after school ended by... E and his friends arrived at a restaurant for a small celebration. As they sat down, one of his friends teased him. Hey, you're the one who chose the barbecue place, right? The boy standing nearby immediately replied, no way. This time it was by E who said he wanted barbecue. I just recommended this spot. Another friend leaned forward curiously. Are you serious about forming a union? The group's president added. Didn't you say you wouldn't stay here? Are you preparing for high school? Bai E took a sip of his drink and replied calmly, after my spiritual journey, I plan to stay in Saint High Country. His words left. Everyone stunned. The president frowned in disbelief. You're not thinking. About dropping out of high school to start a business. Are you crazy? Bai E shook his head. No, I just want to stay there. Don't you want to take the exam too? But before anyone could respond, one friend suddenly shouted, you mean the divine? Weapon Academy of the Holy High Country at that moment. The scene shifted to the luxurious cabin hotel. A white luxury. Car pulled up at the entrance, and a well-dressed man stepped out the guard, immediately greeted him respectfully. Captain Hong, please come in, he said. The man took a deep puff from his cigar and replied confidently. Of course this was Captain Hong. Commander of the Hong Ben God Union Corps as he entered the crowd, grew noisy with whispers and murmurs among the people standing. There were Bai Yi's father and his friend. When they saw Captain Hong, both of them tensed up. Someone in the crowd whispered, wasn't Bai Yi Luo Xing supposed to be in prison for 15 days? Why is he out already? Bai Yi's father's friend quickly replied, I paid double bail everything. Was approved by the captain himself. Please, deputy, just turn a blind eye. This. Once the deputy gritted his teeth angrily. Then why bring it to Captain Hong? That bastard and his group cause enough trouble already nearby. A red-haired youth leaned in and whispered, you know he was kicked out of the union over a minor issue. Right. This is a rare chance for him to return. And he even brought all his family's savings to make it happen. So doing him a small favor isn't a big deal. But before the man could finish, Captain Hong's expression darkened. He slammed a few crystals onto the floor and shouted, who allowed you to enter this place? Why, his father froze, his voice trembling. Captain Hong glared at him and barked, this area is reserved for our God Guild group. What if an outsider leaks military secrets? The red-haired man and his companion backed away, frightened by the captain's anger, trying to calm the situation. Yes, father stammered. Excuse me, Captain. Please listen to my explanation. I only came here to collect some stones. I just want to say before he could finish, Captain. Hong grabbed him by the collar and growled coldly. What right or status do you have to buy an official position from me? Bai Ye's father turned pale, feeling the weight of death in the man's eyes. With a final glare, Captain Hong threw him aside and said icily, pick up your worthless junk and get out of my sight. Bai Ye still tasted the tension from earlier. That day when news reached him, Captain Hong had thrown his father to the floor and ordered that no one allow him to rejoin the group. The thought sat heavy in before anyone else's chest. Though he wasn't there to see the whole scene at the hotel before anyone else's father had snapped, eyes trembling with fury. He lunged for the crystal stone he had come to collect in a sudden, brutal motion. He struck the crystal with his fist. Blood welled from his hand as the impact tore the skin. His face went pale with a crimson glare. "I will definitely kill you." He spat, voice raw and dangerous. He stared at his injured hand as if it were proof of the humiliation. He could not swallow. "How dare you look down on me?" Those close by shrank back, fear written on their faces. Bai Yi's father muttered venomously about the captain. A loose, self-important man, and vowed revenge, clenching his teeth. He cursed his fate. Everything went wrong, and he blamed the Hongmen God Union, and the people there. He swore dark and resolute that he would settle scores one by one. Later, Bai Yi's father returned home in a storm of rage. "I want to kill that two-fries bastard view shift Bai Yi." House where his mom reaches house, and she did not know what danger is coming. Soon in his house, my father arrived that building outside area and say, "I kill you all." He looked darkly. My mother shocked and feel feared to see his husband. My father is mock and say what a good luck at last seen. Again changed to by Eve. His friends are gone and he thought to look in person that area. What? Something going to weird? He checked out some another student and that looked suspicious for her. Oh, Eve thought. Look at the God Guild groups, my friends. Say if you enter the Miracle Academy, you will be colleague with his pupils. So who would have thought that this meal would be a farewell dinner, President reply? Who say it has to be a farewell dinner. I will also work hard to pass the exam, but I completely ignored his word and focused that another university member. Bai even thought carefully today went so smoothly, but suddenly my friends say, "Hey, let's talk about other thing later." "Today is my birthday." Another friend reply, "Yes, birthday should be fun at this moment." Bai thought I always feel a sense of disobedience. He looked cheers and say, "Then wish you all the best." He cheered with his friend. But again, scene changed by mother. She grabbed the jet pendant, and she murmured by name. But his father say, "Oh, bitch, my wife. You feel feared of me." He raised his aura and energy. "You have been living a comfortable life behind my back. Have you even forget where your home is?" She fall into the floor and look tremble to see by Shin Han. But by father say, "Which bastard did you rely on this? I will let you today take care of the memories." He just make a fist for kill his wife by his father. Clenched his fist in anger. His voice trembling with fury. "Where did this thing come from?" He shouted, glaring at his wife. His mother froze, fear flashing in her eyes. That strange object she knew. It was something Bai Yi had given her to protect herself. She could still. I remember the warmth in her son's eyes when he'd handed it over, but now faced with her husband's rage. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. The man sneered cruelly, his face twisted with jealousy and madness. "No wonder you can afford to rent such a nice place," he said darkly then. Without warning, he swung his fist toward her, his voice dripping with venom. "You still have such charm, after all these years terrified." She raised her arms to shield her face, tears spilling down her cheeks. She thought this would be the end, that death had finally come for her. But before the blow could land, a violent surge of red and purple mist exploded in front of her from that swirling darkness. A glowing figure emerged, a shadow monster, its body rippling with violent energy. The creature let out a low growl and blocked the attack. Effortlessly purple energy crackled around its arms as it seized the man's wrist in midair. The force stopped him cold. That IT was the guardian beast IE had obtained from a high-level dungeon, the Vase Light, a D11 ranked summon. It had been left behind to protect his mother. Whenever danger approached, the father stared, wide-eyed, sweat running down his temple. "A D11 flower summoned beast," he muttered in disbelief. Why is something like this here?" The monster's gaze glowed like molten amethyst as it tightened its grip, warning him to back away. His wife stood trembling behind the creature, the shadow beast towering over her like a shield. Silent, fierce, and loyal that moment. The once terrifying husband found himself paralyzed not by fear of his wife, but by the overwhelming power of his own son's creation. By father's grin turned into a crazed laugh. The sight of his mother trembling behind the vase light summoned tightened something inside him. He remembered with sudden bitter clarity. Telling her to never take a bracelet off the Mother's Day gift he'd insisted she wear whenever he was away. Now, the pendant flashed at her throat, like a small, stubborn promise. And Bai understood why he had been so serious when he handed it to her. It was meant to protect her when he could not. The fight escalated in an instant. The Shadow Beast intercepted another strike from Bai Ling Qing, locking the blow with a thunderous impact that sent pain flaring across the older man's face. Blood welled at his mouth, but he only laughed dark, and satisfied, wiping the blood away as if it were a badge. Good, he molted through clenched teeth. This lets me vent his knife, gleamed as madness, sharpened into a threat. He stared down at the protective summons as though daring it to move again. Shock and a cold, furious clarity collided in Bai Yi. He watched his mother recoil, watched the monster take another hit meant for her, felt the helpless knot in his chest loosen into motion. He fumbled for his phone with trembling hands, dialing the one person he trusted to move fast. Hong Quan. The line connected, and Hong's voice came through clipped and urgent. Listen carefully. Hong said your father Bai Ling Qing was released early. I was at his party. He left the Kimpin Hotel after they kicked him out. I don't know where he went after that. The words landed on Bai Yi like ice. He tried to call his mother, but the line cut out her number. Dead in the handset. Panic flared. The thought of her alone in that building with his father loose left no room for hesitation. Mom's phone isn't responding, he told Hong. She's near the complex where we rent. I have to get there now. He grabbed his bicycle in one motion, shoved past stunned neighbors and the restaurant's frozen customer, and pedaled toward home with every ounce of speed he could summon. Fear was a motor determination. Set his jaw whatever his father intended. Ai would not let it happen while he stood idly by. Ai's heart raced. He had hoped the summon would be enough to protect his mother. But watching the struggle at the doorway, he realized it might not hold. I thought I had more time, he muttered to himself. Furious and helpless, he slammed his foot down, launching toward the scene. His father Bai Ling Qing was a fury made human. The man had already lashed out at the flower summon, striking it again and again with a crazed grin. You can't stand against me, Bai Ling Qing hissed. Every word, a threat. The summon fought back desperately, trying to shield Bai Yi's mother, but its strength was no match for the older man's brutality. Blood and ragged breaths marked each blow. The protector staggered but kept rising. No, stay back, Bai Yi shouted as he closed the last few meters. But his voice barely cut through the chaos. His father's knife flashed, the air tightened with menace. For a moment, Bai Yi felt the old ridiculous certainty he'd once had he could protect them. He drove forward, kicking at the monster that had been blocking him, forcing it aside with everything he had. The creature fell phased, yet still lunged to intercept another strike, aimed at his mother, Bai Yi's mother, eyes wide with terror, stumbled backward. The second guardian stepped between her and Bai Ling Qing, roaring a challenge. The man answered with a brutal, vindictive strike. The guardian crumpled claws, scraping the floor, and Bai Yi saw the look on his mother's face. Disbelief, then a raw animal fear. She moved to run, pulled by the instinct to flee. Bai Ling Qing advanced like a shadow, cold and sure. Where can you run to? He snarled, cutting off his wife's path. He moved with the kind of calm only a predator owns. Knife. Ready to end the threat he believed she represented to him, Bai Yi slammed into him shoulder first. Stinging and raw with adrenaline, the impact didn't stop his father, but it did by a second, just enough for the second guardian to stagger to its feet and throw itself again between them. The creature's loyalty surprised Bai Yi in the way true loyalty always does. Terrible, beautiful, unafraid of the consequence. Get away, Bai Yi hissed to his mother, voice shaking now. She hesitated for the slimmest fraction of a second, then ran feet pounding the stairwell, before anyone else's world narrowed to the jagged set of his father's jaw and the desperate, defiant posture of the wounded guardian. Bai Ling Qing laughed, bitter savage, wiping his lips, as if the blood on them were nothing but proof of his resolve. You'll pay for this, he promised the empty air, then turned his attention back to the creature. Bai Yi braced himself. He'd failed to keep the scene from unfolding, but he would not fail again. Whatever it took, whatever came next, he would stop Bai Ling Qing and protect his mother. Bai Yi's mother stared at him with horror and disbelief. Bai Ling Qing, advanced eyes like cold. Flint, tell me, you slut, where can you run? He spat. Snatching the jade pendant from her trembling hand, he crushed it in his fist, as if destroying the charm would erase the promise. Tied to Was this given by your bastard son? He snarled, voice cracking between anger and something closer to pain. Blood flecked his lips, and for an instant Bai Yi saw not only cruelty but a warped, desperate grief. Then the fury returned and swallowed everything you think you can hide behind a trinket by Ling Qing. Hissed! He raised the knife, fingers white on the handle. I'll cut you into pieces. The threat was viciously calm. The kind that makes the world tilt. Bai Yi felt the memory of his own, hurried. Promise slam into him. Tell her to break the pendant, and he would come. He had meant it then. Had believed it would be simple to keep her safe. Reality was proving otherwise. Before Bai Ling Qing's blade could fall, Bai Yi moved. He lunged, grabbing his father's wrist and driving with everything he possessed. The two men slammed together in a tangle of limbs and rage, the protector monster wounded but loyal thrown itself between them, snapping and swiping to shield Bai Yi's mother. It took another savage blow for the creature to falter. It fell with a wounded roar, yet it still tried to stand. Bai Yi's mother fled as the chaos opened a narrow path, sobbing but running. Her terrified silhouette receded down the stairwell, the sound of her footsteps, a small jagged rhythm in Bai Yi's chest. He kept his grip on Bai Ling Qing's arm, tasting metal and adrenaline enough. Bai Yi said, voice low and raw. Stop this! He could feel the man's pulse under his hand, fast, dangerously bright. Yet beneath the fury there was that other thing. A father who had once been someone else. Bai Ling Qing laughed a wet, ugly sound and tried to wrench free you, he began. But Bai Yi tightened his hold and forced the word back down his throat. The apartment reeked of fear and the copper tang of blood. It felt impossible and immediate at once. Bai Yi's resolve did not tremble. Whatever had brought his father to this cruelty, he would not let it take his mother. He braced, planting his feet, and prepared for whatever move Bai Ling Qing made next. Knowing that this fight would decide everything between them, the past flooded Bai Yi's mind like a storm he could never escape. A tempest of screams, tears, and the sound of shattering hearts within that storm. A much younger version of himself trembled in a corner, eyes swollen with fear. Please, stop fighting! Leave my mother alone, he cried, his small voice breaking as his wrists strained. Against the cold iron chains that bound him, his father's face twisted into something inhuman. Rage boiling in his eyes, veins bulging in his temples. He struck again and again, each blow landing with a sickening thud. His mother lay crumpled on the floor, tears mixing with blood, her trembling hands raised in a futile attempt to protect herself. The man towering above them was no longer her husband nor Bai Yi's father. He was a monster, wearing a familiar face. I work myself to the bone out there, his father shouted, his voice slurred by drink and madness. And this is what I come home to, father, please, Bai Yi screamed, his voice shaking as he struggled against his restraints. Stop hitting Mom, please. But his words vanished beneath the sound of fists in agony. His desperate pleas were powerless against the storm that had consumed his father's soul. The more his mother cried, the more violently his father struck her. And something deep inside Bai Yi began to crack like a glass vessel, filling too fast with grief. The chains binding him rattled violently as his tears fell. Then all at once, something inside him snapped with a blinding flash. The chains shattered. A surge of golden light erupted from his small body, raw and uncontrolled, shaking the room like an earthquake. His fury had taken form. That was my first weekend in high school, Bai Yi whispered, now his voice trembling. As the memory clawed its way back into the present, his eyes grew distant, unfocused. My mother took me to the amusement park that day. We laughed for the first time in months. I forgot to tell my father I'd be home late. He went out looking for work, but failed again. When he came back, his words faltered, his throat tight. He took it all out on her, the image replayed in his mind. His mother's body collapsing, blood staining the floor, the hollow sound of her cries fading. His father's cold, furious eyes turned on him, reflecting the madness of a man who had lost all reason, the demon in his heart. I.e., said softly. Voice breaking was completely unleashed that night. And he beat my mother to death. I saw it all, every second of it. The child he once was screamed into the void, clutching his mother's lifeless body, his own power spiraling out of control. His grief, his horror, his helplessness, everything. condensed into a single burst of golden energy that consumed the room. Golden light wrapped around him like divine fire. The air trembled. His sorrow turned into something new, something fierce under that pain. Bai Yi whispered. I awakened and advanced to the second level. The glow of that awakening had been blinding, radiant, yet terrifying. His energy surged outward, burning so bright it illuminated even the shadows in his heart in that moment. Bai Yi said, his tone heavy with pain and memory. The green profession within me evolved into a platinum nuclear holy sword master. The true power of his elemental awakening had ignited that day. Unstoppable, untamed, and born from the ashes of grief. His father, blinded by rage, lunged at him, still roaring threats and curses, but Bai Yi was no longer a helpless child. He had crossed a threshold that could never be undone. I lost control. Bai Yi admitted, his voice low and hollow. He reached out with trembling hands. Seizing the very chains that had once bound him, power coursed through him, golden, divine, and merciless in one motion. He yanked the chain tight, around his father's neck. The metal bit deep, as golden sparks flared from his fingertips. His father's shouts turned to choking, gasp, then silence. I killed that monster with my own hands. Bai Yi said coldly, the light fading from his eyes. My father died that night for a long time. There was only silence. His power dimmed, leaving behind only the hollow ache of loss. The room was filled with the smell of iron and sorrow. The rage that consumed me still echoes in my heart, he murmured. But behind it, there's only emptiness. Because no matter how much I hated him, my mother will never come back. Tears slid down his face, slow, silent, endless. That pain, he whispered. It never left me. The present came rushing back like a gust of cold wind. Bai Yi stood tall, his golden aura flickering faintly around him. His eyes, once filled with grief, were now sharp with resolve. Before him stood a man, his enemy, his nightmare, wearing the same twisted smirk, the same cruel eyes that had haunted his childhood. This time, Bai Yi said, his voice calm yet deadly, I won't be late again. The enemy lunged dagger flashing in the dim light. But before the blade could reach him, Bai Yi raised his hand. Golden energy erupted like a shockwave. The dagger shattered instantly, fragments scattering like glittering dust across the battlefield. The man staggered back, eyes wide in disbelief. The sheer force of Bai Yi's awakened energy pressed against him, suffocating, immovable. Bai Yi didn't move. His stance was firm, unyielding. He stood before the faint image of his mother's spirit, a shimmering vision born from memory and power. Even now, after all these years, he protected her like the shield he had always wanted to be. The air trembled, energy rippled outward, warping the ground beneath their feet. The true battle was only beginning. Thunder roared around them as Bai Yi's father glared, his body glowing with surging lightning energy. His voice was cold and sharp. I'm still wondering who made that mistake. Turns out it was you. A cruel smirk followed as he raised his hand. What a perfect chance for a mother and son to die together. Bai Yi tightened his grip on the sword. Hatred burned in his mind. The sight of that man, his own father, filled him with rage. Too deep to contain power burst through him like a storm, and he struck forward. The blade slashed through lightning, landing a critical blow. His father staggered, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell to one knee. Trembling, he looked up in disbelief. TCH. That's my kunai blade, he muttered, wiping the blood from his lips with irritation. But Bai Yi didn't stop. He turned the same blade against its former owner. The edge gleamed cold and deadly. His father's eyes widened. You were the one who hid my weapon. Behind them, before anyone. Elsa's mother stood frozen fear, tightening her chest. Yet in that chaos, two of Bai Yi's summoned creatures rose behind him. Completely healed and restored by his power. They stood ready, reflecting the strength and resolve of their master. Bai Yi took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering. This time he would protect everything that mattered, no matter the cost. Bai Yi's eyes widened for a brief moment before he steadied himself. Brother Wuming, he commanded firmly, take good care of my mother Wuming, and the summoned beasts beside him both nodded without hesitation, accepting Bai Yi's order, but his mother stepped forward in panic. Her voice trembling ear. Stop! Don't go near him, Bai! He turned to her, his tone calm yet resolute. Please take her somewhere safe. I'll handle this as Wooming LED her away. Bai Yi's father coughed out blood and let out a dark laugh. Interesting. So, those two flower-type monsters are your summoned beasts, he said mockingly, his voice heavy with arrogance. He pointed his finger toward Bai Yi. That means you're a 1 in a million dual-element user, a nuclear warrior and a flower blade summoner, ha ha ha. Awakening dual professions at such a young age. Good. Very good. You truly are worthy of being my son. Bai Yi stood firm, his expression cold and unreadable. His father's praise meant nothing now, but the man stepped closer, his aura flaring like thunder. Don't get too proud, he sneered, simply inheriting that talent isn't enough without warning. He lunged forward, red mist energy swirling around his fist. You dared to search my vault without permission, even sent your own father to prison, he roared, fury burning in his eyes. How dare you betray me like that? Bai Yi's gaze darkened his voice, low and sharp, cut through the chaos. None of them are forgivable. A ruthless light flickered in his eyes as he prepared for the next strike. His father narrowed his gaze, a smirk twisting his face. So that's it? You think you've grown up just because you have a dual career now? The air between them trembled. Thick! With killing intent. How dare you! Ignore me! The man shouted, his voice shaking the ground in an instant. Bai Yi's father was engulfed in thunder energy sparks danced across his body as his power surged to its peak. Ready to strike his own son with a deadly blow ear. Be careful! His mother cried out, rushing forward before she could reach him. Bai Yi's twin flower beasts! Moved at once, forming a barrier of light that shielded her from the incoming blast. Bai Yi exhaled slowly, his gaze turning sharp and distant. A wave of blue light spread from his body, rippling like the surface of a stormy sea. His form shifted as the cold element awakened his aura, transforming into that of a frost mage the next moment. Thunder and ice collided. A blinding flash filled the sky. His father's movement halted, mid-step the shock, freezing him where he stood. The lightning around him dimmed, trapped within layers of ice so thick that not even sound could escape. The battlefield turned silent. Frost spreading across the ground until everything within sight was frozen solid. His father's eyes widened in disbelief. What's happening? Why can't I move? Why did you freeze me, Bai Yi? He struggled. Lightning crackling weakly from his hands, but the ice refused to break Bai. Yi stared at him, expression cold and unyielding. The killing intent in his eyes deepened, silent, merciless and absolute. He took a slow step forward, the frost crunching under his boots. This time there would be no hesitation. Thunder crackled around Bai Yi's father as he glared, his body surging with uncontrollable lightning. I'm still wondering who made that mistake. Turns out it was you. Bai Yi's grip tightened on his sword. Hatred burned inside him. As he stared at the man who had caused so much pain, Bai Yi leaned forward, eyes locked, on his father as the older man clawed at the icy barrier, trying to force a way through. Cold fury steadied Bai Yi's voice. He accused him without mercy. How could he think himself powerful enough to kill their mother so easily? In Bai Yi's sight, the man was nothing but trash, utterly worthless. His father ground, his teeth rage, warping his face. You bastard, he spat. Why have you trapped me in this ice? Do you think I cannot kill you? I will tear you both into a million pieces then with a dark chuckle. He mocked Bai Yi's indignation. A few flattering words, and the boy already felt self-righteous. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes. The man before him still relied on old certainties. You've only just awakened, the father's snarled voice full of contempt. Well, I'm a C rank holder with battlefield experience. How do you expect to defeat me? With those words he shattered the last of the icy shield, and a murderous light flared in him, as if reminding Bai Yi, who in the family claimed the title of elder. Bai Yi tightened his grip around his weapon, his knuckles whitening without hesitation. He lunged forward, slashing at his father with all his strength. The older man reacted quickly, blocking the strike with ease. But Bai Yi didn't falter. His eyes burned with fury and resolve. Today, he vowed silently. I'll end the man who murdered mother. He swung his blade, again this time with the force of thunder. The attack tore through the air too fast for his father to evade. The man caught the blade with his bare hand, but the impact sent tremors through his arm. This strike broke my defense, he muttered in disbelief. Blood dripping from his palm, his eyes widened. How is it possible, that arrogant boy? How did he become this strong by E? Drew his dagger in one smooth motion and drove it forward, twisting it as he pushed his father, cried out blood, spilling down his arm before he collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest. How could this happen? He gasped. You just awakened. It's been no time since your ceremony. And a rank awakener shouldn't have this kind of power. By his aura flared, a crimson light radiating around his body like burning mist. He stared down coldly at the man before him. From this moment, he said in a voice, sharp as ice, we no longer share a father-son bond. Mother has nothing to do with you anymore. Whatever you are, your strength, your pride, it means nothing to me. His father froze, disbelief clouding his eyes. Still on his knees, he looked up in shock as Bai Ye's words struck deep. But Bai Ye only glared down, his tone colder than ever. To me, you've always been trash. The man suddenly burst into a mad, broken laugh, the sound echoing through the icy air. A cruel reminder of what he truly was. Bai Ye's father gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with anger and wounded pride coldly. Do you even know who works outside day and night to earn money? Who sacrifices everything to support you too? His tone grew harsher, his expression twisted with resentment. You are my son, born of my blood! That fact will never change, no matter what you do. But Bai Ye's glare didn't waver. His father's words meant nothing anymore. With a roar, the man surged forward, energy bursting from his body. An unfeeling son with a ruthless heart. He shouted, you're nothing but a monster without compassion. In that instant, Bai Yi kicked off the ground, his body moving faster than a gust of wind. His foot slammed into his father's face, sending the man sprawling. The impact lifted him off his feet, his body crashing back, sliding across the dirt like a torn paper kite before his father could recover. Bai He charged again, leaping through the air. His fist glowed with violent energy as he drove it forward, aiming straight for the man's chest. His father barely had time to think. Why? Why isn't he weakening from my attacks? He wondered, panic flashing in his eyes, but his thoughts ended there. Before anyone, Elsa's fist smashed into his face once, twice, again and again. Each strike heavier, faster, merciless. The sound of impact echoed through the air, until the only thing left was the sharp crack of bone and the faint shimmer of crimson light around Bai Ye's hand. In the next moment, everything seemed to move in slow motion. Bai Ye's father stumbled backward, his body twisting as blood sprayed through the air. The color drained from his face, disbelief filling his eyes. I'm a Sirank warrior, he thought bitterly. How could I be defeated by this bastard child before he could collapse completely? OAI stepped forward and seized his father's head in one hand. Gripping it tightly, his voice dropped into a dark, furious growl. Didn't you hear me? You're no match for me anymore. Rage burned in his eyes, his face cold and merciless. This wasn't just a battle, it was vengeance. The image of his mother's suffering flashed in his mind. Every scream, every wound seared into his heart to Bai Yi. The man before him wasn't a father anymore. He was the true enemy, the one he had sworn to destroy for the rest of his life. So the intense battle between Bai Yi and his father comes to an end. Bai Yi glared down at his father, his voice low and trembling with restrained fury. I only wanted to see how far you'd go, how you could raise your hand to kill Mother. As his words echoed, flashes of the past flickered through his mind, painful, vivid memories of a childhood drenched in fear. He saw his younger self again, a small, helpless boy watching his mother being beaten, powerless to protect her. His father's shadow loomed, large, drunk on anger, striking without mercy. Bai Ye's chest tightened as he spoke, his tone turning sharp, each word cutting like a blade. All these years you've used nothing but violence to prove your worth in this family. You never had the courage to face those stronger than you. Instead, you vented your cowardice on the weak, on me, on her. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips. You beat me because I was weaker than you, and that made you feel powerful. But in truth, you were always just trash. A worthless fool pretending to be strong. He took a step closer, eyes dark and unyielding. You were never a father, just a piece of filth we were forced to live with back in the present. Before anyone else's grip tightened around his father's head, his voice sharp with disgust. "You're nothing but useless garbage," he said coldly. His father's expression remained blank, untouched by guilt or remorse. He had spent years abusing his wife and son, yet not a hint of regret crossed his face. Now Yi's fury flared. "You don't even deserve to be called a man," he shouted, his voice echoing through the air. Not far away, his mother stood frozen, her eyes wide in disbelief. Seeing her son and husband locked in such a brutal confrontation filled her heart with both sorrow and helplessness. Bai Yi's hand clenched even tighter as he snarled, "Are you even worthy of being my father?" Suddenly, the man beneath his grip croaked out, "Wait a moment. No matter what happens, I'm still the one who gave you life and raised you." His tone was shameless, his words dripping with hypocrisy. "Bai, no matter what, you should remember, our family ties right." Yi's eyes burned with rage, the crimson glow in them deepening. He stared down coldly, his voice turning dark and venomous. "Family love," he repeated. "You dare talk about family affection. Did you ever think of that when you beat us? When you tore this family apart with your own hands?" His fingers pressed harder against his father's neck. Every word, a release of years of pain and hate, before anyone. Elsa's voice trembled as fragments of his past broke through the present. His anger now, carrying the weight of old wounds when I was 7. He said slowly, eyes clouded with pain, "You used to drag me by the ears and slam my head against the wall." His grip on his father tightened as the memories played vividly before him. "You never stopped. Not once. You didn't deserve this family. You weren't a father. You were a monster." His breath hitched, fury and sorrow twisting together. "You'd hit my head again and again against that wall," he continued, voice shaking. "My mother tried to stop you, begging you to let me go, and I kept crying, saying, 'Dad, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me.' But no matter how much I begged, you never listened." He looked down, his voice cracking as his rage boiled over. "You beat me until my body bled, until I couldn't even cry anymore. My ear was torn, my head split open, and you still didn't stop." Every word carried years of suffocated pain, a lifetime of fear. Finally erupting into raw defiance, Bai Yi's darkest memories flickered through his mind, one after another like shuttered frames thrown open. He saw every time his father struck his mother, the months when she needed hospital care because of bruises and broken bones, the nights when a single wrong dish or an imperfect chore earned a blow. If a meal displeased him, if a task wasn't done to his liking, he punished them if he returned home in a foul mood. The house became a battlefield. As long as that man lived under their roof, peace was impossible. Anger rose in Bai Yi like a physical heat. He remembered the brutality that had carved itself into their lives the way his father's violence dug deep into the family's bones. The memory swelled until it overwhelmed him, and his body trembled with a furious, terrible light. Bai Yi stared down at the man trembling before him, his voice cutting like ice. "You dare talk about family ties with me? Now, you garbage! Do you really think you deserve affection after everything you've done?" His father didn't move. No guilt, no true remorse showed on his face as he muttered weakly, "Sorry, please let me live." His words were hollow, empty, spoken not from regret, but from fear. Bai Yi's eyes darkened. He's only saying this because death is right in front of him. He thought the man wasn't apologizing for the past, nor for what he had done to Bai Yi's mother. He was just begging to survive. "Pathetic," Bai Yi said quietly. "Yet his father," continued, voice shaking, "I know I was wrong. It won't happen again. Please, just let me live then," in desperation. The man collapsed, completely pressing his head to the ground at Bai Yi's feet. "I'm sorry," he cried. "Please forgive me." His forehead struck the dirt again and again, the sound dull and pitiful. But Bai Yi didn't move. He only stared, remembering another moment, years ago, almost identical. His father had knelt before him, once before begging for mercy, after yet another violent outburst. "You did the same thing back then," Bai Yi thought bitterly. "You begged, cried, promised to change, and still you never stopped." The image overlapped with the present. The same posture, the same trembling voice, the same false remorse. His father bowed 90 degrees, forehead touching the ground, repeating the same words of apology that had long since lost their meaning. Bai Yi's gaze was cold and distant. "You realize it again," he said softly. You're no match for me in the present moment. Bai's father lifted his head, a strange calm settling in his cold gaze. So you really intend to make me repent? He said slowly, his tone empty yet defiant. Yi's expression didn't change. The man before him was showing his true face. Again, no guilt, no redemption, only deceit without hesitation. Yi drew his dagger, his movement steady and effortless. You're rushing at me with a knife. His father hissed, trying to mask his fear by his aura surge, power flaring. Oh, around him like a blazing storm. Those who raise a butcher's blade, he said coldly, can never put it down. He gripped the dagger tightly. Every muscle in his body coiled with determination. This time there was no hesitation, no mercy. His father's eyes widened in terror as he realized his plan had failed completely. Why, his sword gleamed with a golden light, energy coursing through it like divine fire. His killing intent was absolute. He was ready to sever the man's head, to end the nightmare once and for all. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Judgmental decision conflict between two parties. The air trembled. Would Bai truly deliver the final strike, or would something stop him before he could? The scene opened with Bai's father, his breath shallow, realizing that death was standing right before him in the form of his own son. For the first time, genuine fear filled his eyes. Bai stood unmoving, his gaze cold and merciless. His grip on the dagger didn't waver. There was no hesitation, no regret in his heart. He had already decided what needed to be done. Then a voice broke through the silence, trembling, yet clear. Bai, please stop. For the first time in the entire series. His mother spoke. She had been silent for so long, her voice lost to years of suffering, but now she forced out those words to stop her son. Not for the man who had hurt her, but for Bai himself. She knew that if he crossed this line, if he killed his own father, his path I would only lead to darkness and prison. But Bai didn't respond. His mother's plea fell unheard. Please listen to me, she cried again. Bai's eyes flashed. He lifted his dagger, its golden aura bursting to life, radiant and fierce. Let the sinner truly repent, he said coldly. In the next instant, he swung the blade twice, releasing two devastating slashes filled with divine energy. The attack struck his father squarely. The sound echoing through the air like thunder, his father screamed in agony. Blood spraying from his mouth as he stumbled backward. Bai stepped forward, his voice cutting through the chaos. You'll never have another chance to harm anyone again. Consider this the punishment you've earned for a lifetime of sin. The old man's body trembled violently, deep wounds glowing with golden light. Blood soaked through his clothes. As he collapsed to his knees, he lifted his head weakly, his voice shaking. He gasped, tears mixing with blood. Please, my son, calm down. Don't be angry. Spare me. Please don't kill me. His please hung in the air. But Bai's expression remained cold, a storm of pain, rage, and justice burning behind his eyes. Death hovered in the space between them. Bai watched his father with eyes like stone, as the older man, trembling and desperate, pleaded for mercy. Then the man uttered the same hollow argument he always used. Blood ties family duty. We are blood, he rasped. You can't kill your own son. Bai laughed, once a bitter sound that held no humor. The word family had been twisted into an excuse for cruelty for as long as he could. You remember? His jaw tightened, the idea that the man before him wanted a family. Now, after all the bruises and broken nights, I felt like an insult. Ridiculous. Bai, thought a rascal, who only wanted the comforts of being a husband and father. When it served him, wind coalesced at his palm, cool blue energy rippling along his skin. He moved with the speed of a gale, clamping his hand over his father's mouth so the man could no longer beg or lie. The elder stared up in stupefied fear. Unable even to summon another false apology, Bai drew his sword and raised it until it pointed at the sky. Golden light, running along the blade, memories of another life, flashed through him the moment his father had died beneath his hand before. The thought hardened his resolve. You died by my hand once, Bai said, voice low and remorseless. Why should this be different? He had no wish to offer mercy. The past weighed too heavy, the price too high. Then a sharp voice cut through the charged air, shouting his name. By the sound snapped at him like a blade. Bai froze every nerve taut for a panicked second. He could not place the voice, stranger or kin. It sounded unbearably familiar. His eyes swung to the source. A summoning beast stood nearby its handler, one of the Wooming brothers holding Bai's mother protectively. She looked small and fragile beneath the creature's winged shield, lips moving as if to speak. Bai squinted, trying to reconcile. The sound he heard with the woman in front of him, the voice that had cried out, was his mother's, but the timbre. I was too disbelieving, too distant. He almost dismissed it as someone else's call. Then he noticed the brother who had shouted. Calm, composed, gentle in a way. Bai had not expected the man's eyes were steady as he faced Bai, and the beast at his side kept a careful watch. In that instant, Bai understood the voice he heard had been carried, amplified, or coaxed out by someone else. This wooing. Brother had given his mother the strength to speak something like gratitude, or at least recognition flickered through Bai. Bai froze. When his mother's voice cut through the tension. Soft, but firm. Don't become like your father, she pleaded. Don't do anything rash. If you kill him now, your future will be ruined. She had been silent for so long. Hearing her speak shook him. She reached for him with tired hand, eyes full of pleading and fear. He has already lost everything he once prized. Let humiliation and regret be his punishment. Your mercy is the only chance you have to keep your life from darkness. I cannot bear to see you dragged into prison, to see you become what he is. Her words trembled but did not waver. She glanced at the looming brother standing nearby. The man who summoned Beast sheltered her, and using the strength she could borrow from that presence, forced herself to speak louder. He will live in regret every day. That is punishment enough. Why, listened. Memory after memory crowded his mind. The bruises, the nights of terror, the false apologies. He felt the old hunger for retribution rise. Again. But beneath it, something else took hold, his mother's fear for him, her desperate wish that he not follow the same ruined path. He tightened his grip on the dagger, until golden energy flared along the blade. For a heartbeat he still considered. Ending it, the thought of his father's death tasted like thunder. Then he breathed out and made his choice. He said, voice low, I won't kill you. The decision did not mean mercy in the way the man imagined. Bai stepped back, eyes cold. But you will never be allowed near us again. The old man's face contorted with equal parts, relief and dread. He had expected death or mercy, not this sentence, Vise. Hand moved with the precision of someone who had trained in another life. He released the dagger's energy into 2 cross slashes, a technique he recognized from memories that were not entirely his. The strikes hung in the air like thunderclaps and then struck true. They were meant not to take a life, but to judge, to cripple, to sever the wellspring of power the man had relied on for so long. His father screamed as the golden blades tore through him. Pain racked. The older man wounds blossomed along his body, and a cold dread filled his eyes. The world narrowed. To the sound of his voice and the heaving of his chest, a system notification rang inside Bai's mind, clinical and final awakening status. The revelation hit like a physical blow. The man who had once held a Seranc's pride now slumped empty of the power that had made him dangerous. He lay there trembling, no longer a threat of awakened strength, only a frightened, broken figure left to suffer the consequences of his life, and his humiliation. Bai kept his dagger poised until the last shudder passed. He did not celebrate. He only looked at his mother, at the looming brother who had come to their aid, and finally felt a small, bitter relief that the worst path had been avoided. Outside, the air felt colder, as if the house itself had been judged and found wanting. Bai sheathed his blade and stepped away, the decision heavy on his shoulders, but his course clear: keep his mother safe, and never let that man near them again. Bai raised his sword, its golden edge gleaming inches from his father's terrified face. His voice cut through the air, calm, yet deadly cold. Bai Lin Shuang. He said each word like ice. I've destroyed your awakening power. From now on, you're nothing but a cripple. So don't ever try to hurt my mother again for the rest of your miserable life. His father's lips trembled, his face pale as death. The man tried to speak, but only a weak cough came out mixed with blood. Bai turned away the light of his blade, fading as he lowered it without looking back. He said coldly, tomorrow, I'll leave this city with my mother forever. He paused, his gaze shifting briefly toward Wu. Ming, brother. Who remember this man's scent? He commanded. If he comes within 3 kilometers of my mother, you don't hesitate, even if I have to spend my whole life in an awakened prison. You must kill him. The air trembled with his killing intent, even without striking Bai Ye's presence. Felt suffocating, a warning to never cross that line again. Then turning his back completely, he gave his final words like a sentence of fate. If you ever dare to touch her again, I'll come for you, and next time I won't stop. His father lay collapsed on the ground, his body trembling, eyes wide in horror, blood soaked through his torn clothes. The injuries from Bai Ye's cross still glowed faintly with golden traces, signs of an attack that crippled not just the flesh, but the spirit. It looked as if the man could die at any moment, and thus the first revenge of before anyone else's life was complete. But this was only the beginning from that moment. Onward a new era began, a path filled with vengeance, awakening, and truth. The next chapter will reveal the appearance of Bai Ye's Divine Core 5th team member, the one who betrayed him in his past life, the hidden villain behind everything. What will happen next? Will Bai Ye face his greatest betrayer, or uncover an even darker secret? Meanwhile, after the chaos finally ended, inside the apartment, the Wuming brothers carefully tended to Bai Ye's mother. Bai Yi knelt beside her, his eyes filled with worry. Please help my mom get well soon. Both Wuming brothers nodded with gentle determination. Rest assured, Master, we'll take care of her. She's our mother too. Their words carried a warmth that even Bai Yi could feel. Watching them, he sensed something deeper. Family. Despite being summoned creatures, they showed genuine affection as if they shared his blood. His mother smiled, faintly, and placed her trembling hand on Bai's head. Fortunately, you came in time, my child. Ai's expression darkened with guilt. That's not enough, Mother. I'll protect you always. She smiled again, this time with tears glistening in her eyes. My child, I'm fine now. But Bai Yi shook his head. No, that won't work either. I'll need to find another piece of jade later. Then suddenly he froze. His mother's lips had moved naturally. A faint sound escaped her mouth. Bai Yi blinked in disbelief, his voice trembling. Mother, did you just speak? She looked equally stunned. Did I really speak? Yi's heart swelled with joy. A smile broke through his usually cold face. Yes, this time it wasn't just in my heart. I heard it. Your voice. It came from your mouth. His mother touched her throat in shock, her eyes wide. But how is that possible? The Wuming brother stepped forward and explained calmly. Her language system malfunction was caused by a minor nerve injury from an old incident. I've repaired it completely. She can speak again. Bai Ye stared at him, speechless. Gratitude filled his chest as he lowered his head. Thank you truly. Sometime later, Bai Ye stood outside in the forest with the Wuming brothers. The breeze brushed through his silver hair as the sunlight pierced through the canopy. One of the brothers spoke softly. Master, can't you really stay here? Your mother and your friends are all here. If you wish, you could live peacefully. Bai Yi looked toward the sky, his gaze calm yet distant. I've already paid the rent for the apartment in advance. Once I've saved enough, I'll buy it outright. He paused, then continued quietly. I'll also prepare a new jade pendant for my mother. If any danger appears, I can reach her instantly. But for now, I'll leave her in your care. The Wuming brothers bowed deeply, tears welling in their eyes. Master, don't worry. We'll protect her. She's our mother too. Bai Ye smiled faintly, the kind of smile that carried both peace and pain. Good. Then I'll be at ease sometime later in the kitchen. The Wuming brothers moved with careful, practiced gestures as they cooked. Their gentle presence filled the small apartment. Their attention to every pot and pan made Bai Yi's mother laugh softly, as if she suddenly had 2 more children. The sound warmed Bai Yi in a way he had not felt. For years he kept watching them from the doorway, thinking of the path ahead. Mother knows I'm leaving on a spiritual journey. He told himself the words quiet. She did not know, though, that he was no longer the person she remembered. A darker life had shaped him, one carved by blood and survival. He let his gaze sweep over the scene, his mother smiling. The Suman brothers fussing over the stove, the small home they had managed to keep together, memories of his past life flashed unbidden. The chaos, the red-stained nights, The hatred he carried was no simple anger. It was a vow he had a debt to settle. Clutching the invitation to the Godwin headquarters by E felt the weight of possibility in his hand. This ticket to St. Joseph was more than passage. It was the chance he had been waiting for. If fate offered him another opportunity, he would seize it and become stronger than before. That evening, as twilight bled into the sky by E stood beneath the pale moon, he tightened his grip on the invitation and spoke into the night. Voice steady. Despite the uncertainty, I don't know if I'll succeed. I don't know if I'll return. The moonlight washed over him, calm and indifferent still. He finished with certainty. Perhaps it's a one-way ticket. If so, then I will walk it without regret. He tucked the invitation close and turned back toward the apartment, toward the fragile warmth that had become his anchor. Tomorrow, he would leave for St. Joseph today. He would protect what remained of his family. Bai looked at the ticket in his hand, his voice low but resolute. I have to get on this train, no matter what. Before he could take another step, his mother called out from the kitchen, her tone suddenly cheerful. Ah, I almost forgot the time. He turned to her, puzzled. What time? She smiled, her eyes gentle and bright. Today is 25th of June. It's time to pray for blessings every year during the first full moon on the 15th day of the summer lunar calendar. The high priest of the flower goddess temple returns to Chaozhou country. It's a sacred day. Her voice carried warmth and peace. Something so ordinary, yet it struck deeply inside him. Bai raised a hand and tapped his forehead, half laughing at himself. Ah, I almost forgot. Mother is a devoted follower of the flower cult. She never asked about his path, and he never told her the truth. Their silence was a quiet agreement, one that protected both of them tomorrow. I'll leave Bai thought, his gaze lingering on her bright, innocent smile. She's happy now. That's enough. I'll leave quietly. He turned toward the window, the moon casting silver light across his face. After all, what I'm worst at is saying goodbye in person. But meanwhile, sometime later, the scene smoothly shifted to Bai's friend who was lying in a hospital bed. The doctor said calmly, the surgery went smoothly. It was a minimally invasive procedure, but you'll need to rest for a few days. It's all thanks to your child discovering the problem in time. His parents grabbed the doctor's hand gratefully. Thank you so much, doctor. You saved our son. His mother leaned close and said firmly, You stay lying down and don't move around. The boy frowned. Didn't the doctor say it was just a minor surgery? She cupped his cheek. Inside, there's no such thing as a minor or major surgery. You're not allowed to move. Inside, he thought bitterly. They forced me to have surgery today, tomorrow. Bai and the others are going to the Saint Kingdom, and I can't even see them off. I don't know if I'll ever get the chance to see him again the next morning, the day of departure. For the spiritual practice journey, everything began at the special training platform. All the students had already arrived. The president's mother said tearfully, You need to take good care of yourself in the future. Remember to call Mom and tell Dad to get some rest. He always stays up too late. She wiped her eyes and kissed her child gently. I just want to kiss my precious daughter one more time. The president blushed with embarrassment. Mom, I'll definitely take care of myself. Her father sighed. Oh dear, you should all head back now. It's just a short visit. I'll be back in 2 weeks. He turned to his wife and whispered awkwardly, Don't make it sound like a life or death farewell. The couple waved and left, still calling out their goodbyes. They were such sweet, caring parents around them. All the students were saying their farewells, parents hugging children, laughter and tears everywhere, but Bai stood alone behind them quietly, surrounded by the noise of others, yet feeling nothing but silence. He felt a deep ache inside his chest. Just then his instructor appeared beside him. Why did you come alone? Didn't your parents come to see you off? She asked. Bai avoided her gaze. The car should be arriving soon, he said flatly. The girl tilted her head. You've always been this independent. Even the student president glanced his way with mild surprise inside Bai. Thought independent? Maybe. But I've never been good at expressing feelings. I'm not the type to say goodbye easily. My mother always worries too much. And if she realized I was leaving for a long time, she would cry. I don't want to make her sad. I've never had a family as warm as the others here. Maybe that's why I got used to being alone. As the train approached, the crowd's voices faded into the background. Bai stood by the metro gate. Silent. surrounded by the dim light of early morning darkness and solitude. I've long been accustomed to them, as the train's whistle echoed in the distance. Baye's eyes dimmed. Memories he had buried deep began to surface, dark, painful fragments of a past he could never erase. He saw himself as a child again, crying, trembling, his hands stained with blood, his mother's voice fading, his father collapsing before him. That day, at only 13, he lost everything. He was no longer a son, no longer a child, just an orphan consumed by despair. Tears blurred his vision as another flash of memory struck him. The news of Linlu's death, lung cancer. She never even finished the surgery. He remembered her faint smile, her voice saying, "It's just a small problem, don't worry." And now, lying in that hospital bed, she was slipping away. Bai clenched his fists. "Linlu, my childhood friend, I have to go back. I can't stay in Dongyun anymore." But the next moment, another memory clawed its way into his mind, a memory of betrayal. He saw his old team surrounding him, faces once filled with trust, now twisted with deceit. His own brothers, his comrades, the ones who had sworn to protect each other, and yet they were the ones who turned on him. He had been captured, broken, not by enemies, but by those he loved most at that moment in the present. Bai whispered under his breath, "I've gotten used to it. They all leave me one by one." He stood in the shadow of the departing train, eyes empty, but calm. My teammates, my parents, everyone I tried to protect. They all disappeared, the sound of the world around him faded, leaving only the whisper of his own thoughts. My whole life has been a series of partings. The cold wind brushed against his face as he lifted his gaze toward the dark mist beyond the horizon. I've long been used to it, he thought. I've learned to accept losing everything I ever loved. He stood there, surrounded by the echoes of chaos and memory, his heart heavy yet eerily still in that silence. Bai realized the pain of losing had become part of who he was. The senior instructor's voice echoed through the platform as she announced that the train had arrived at the station and told everyone to get ready to board, but Bai didn't hear her at all. His mind was lost in the depths of his dark memories, shadows of betrayal, loneliness and pain, swallowing every thought. He started to move forward toward the train, when suddenly a familiar voice called out from behind him, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Slowly, he turned around and couldn't believe what he was seeing. His heart trembled as he realized the people he thought he had already said goodbye to, his mother and friends, had come to see him off. Linlu sat in a wheelchair, smiling faintly through her exhaustion, saying softly that it had been hard to reach there. Another friend added breathlessly that Linlu's parents hadn't even wanted her to come, but thanks to her stubbornness, they made it to see him off. Bai's eyes trembled as he told Linlu she shouldn't have come because her body hadn't recovered, but she smiled and assured him she was fine. Bai quietly asked her to promise to take good care of herself after this. Another friend stepped forward, handing him a small bag, explaining that there wasn't enough time to buy a proper gift, so they prepared some clothes and food. Bai looked startled and hesitated, saying they had already given him a birthday gift. While President Shin Li watched with an amused smile, Linlu pouted, and I told him to just take it then. Bai heard his mother's trembling voice calling his name. She took his hand gently, placing a small bracelet into his palm and fastening it around his wrist, saying it was from the flower goddess temple and was meant to bring protection and blessings. Her voice quivered as she smiled, saying she just hoped something out there could protect him, even when she couldn't. Bai's chest tightened as he recognized the faint spiritual energy flowing through the bracelet, realizing she had gone to the temple to pray for his safety, and perhaps already knew he was leaving before he could say more. The senior instructor's urgent voice commanded all students to board the train as the spiritual journey was about to begin. Bai looked at his mother one last time, forced a calm smile and bowed slightly, telling her to take care. She nodded, with tears in her eyes, and told him to go make his own path. Bai stepped onto the train as the doors closed, taking a deep breath as he watched his mother and friends fade into the distance. It had been a month since he came back, and though things had changed, he could finally smile again despite the lingering shadows of his past. As the train moved steadily along the glowing rails, he leaned against the window, remembering his mother's warm voice telling him to eat well and have a safe journey. He smiled faintly, recalling their last moments at the platform. His mother waving his friends calling out and Lin Lu smiling despite her condition, he whispered to himself that his closest friends and family's lives had all changed and promised to return after finishing everything determination. Flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fist far behind the departing train. A tall man with short green hair stood near the tracks, reporting calmly that Bai Yi had boarded safely and would arrive in St. Joseph on schedule, with the goods already transferred. Beside him stood Ling Jiang, a robed, high-ranking master from the Flower Goddess Temple. The green-haired man asked if there was anything else to do, and a deep voice over the communicator told him to proceed with the next move. The two disappeared into the night mist. Inside the train, Bai Yi sat quietly listening to the rhythmic sound of the wheels and watching the blurred landscapes outside. He recalled that the Ultimate School Corps main team and captain had departed a day earlier to complete border crossing procedures. The instructor stood in the aisle with a large map explaining that they were about to reach the border of the Jiang Kingdom with the Kingdom of Sandy just beyond, marking the beginning of their spiritual journey. She pointed to the glowing borderline and said they would rest at the border tonight before proceeding to St. Joseph. Bai Yi exhaled, softly focusing on the horizon beyond the glass, knowing the real journey was about to start. But at that moment, at the back of the train, a senior student sat quietly with his face hidden in shadow, a twisted smile creeping across his lips. Leaning forward, his eyes glinted with malice as he whispered that today's border training would be quite a show, and promised to give Bai Yi the perfect birthday gift written in pain. His dark chuckle echoed faintly through the cabin as the air grew colder, hinting at something dangerous brewing in secret. Unaware of the threat lurking behind him, Bai Yi continued to gaze at the moonlit scenery, lost in thoughts of his mother and the journey ahead, while the senior's strategic plan quietly unfolded inside the train. The atmosphere grew tense as the instructor stood at the center aisle holding a map in her hand. "We are almost at the 7th Kingdom," she announced, with a bright tone. "Everyone knows that God created our world, and it is also God who continues to protect us." Her words echoed through the carriage, but Bai Yi's expression remained unreadable. Beneath that calm face, his anger quietly burned in his past life. That so-called God had slaughtered him and the entire divine core. Every time he heard those words, his blood seemed to boil. The instructor continued, "The family of God possesses supreme power. The kingdom of St. Joseph is currently inhabited by 2 deities, and their households, therefore. Once we enter their borders, you must strictly obey the divine laws, never cause any trouble. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded in unison. The instructor then pointed at the map again to enter the kingdom of Xiangji. "From our Jiang Kingdom, we must pass through 3 checkpoints." She smiled faintly. "We've just cleared the first one." Bai Yi silently unfolded the invitation letter he had received from the Guild of God. His grip tightened. Around the parchment, this letter carrying the divine seal was his only ticket into St. Joseph, an essential pass for all who sought spiritual cultivation within that sacred land. Meanwhile, the instructor's voice carried on. "The second checkpoint lies at the border ahead. We'll reach it soon." The scene shifted beyond the window. Mountains and rocky cliffs stretched endlessly under the cold morning light. Once they arrived at the checkpoint, the instructor ordered everyone to disembark. All cadets must log in and undergo a full security check. This process usually takes an entire day, she explained only after the inspection. "Can we proceed to enter the country tomorrow?" Bai Yi nodded silently, his gaze fixed on the towering gates ahead. The following morning marked the first official stop of their spiritual journey, a live fire training exercise deep in the frosted forests beyond the border. The wind there was sharp, the air heavy with frost, as the team assembled at the training grounds. The chilling atmosphere hinted that something greater was waiting ahead. The scene shifted to the coastal border of the Jiangji Kingdom, a dislocated area surrounded by mist and sea breeze. The president of the team looked around excitedly and smiled at Bai Yi. "You look much more mature in this new outfit," she said warmly. Bai Yi stood quietly. The wind brushing against his uniform, his calm aura and sharp features made him look strikingly handsome. Suddenly, 2 girls walked over, whispering among themselves. Isn't that the boy who rejected? The ultimate school core, one said with a teasing smile. The other giggled softly. But he's actually really cute and handsome. The first girl laughed and approached him. Your name is Bai E, right? I heard you got the highest score ever in the junior. High practical assessment. The president froze, surprised, and a bit stunned by how easily the girl was trying to talk to him. Is she actually flirting with him? She thought in disbelief. The girl smiled brightly. Maybe I can bring my sister along next time, she said, chuckling playfully. Both girls were seniors from Bai Yi's division. Bai Yi simply waved his hand and turned away uninterested. His expression was calm, almost cold. Who cares about girls? He thought all I want is power behind him. The two girls exchanged confused looks. What's with him? One whispered. He's acting like he doesn't even notice us. They had no idea that Bai Yi had just rejected them outright to them. He seemed like a cold, quiet, and serious guy, but that only made them like him more. Oh my, he looks even cuter when he refuses. One of them whispered again, both giggling like fools. Meanwhile, Bai Yi ignored the noise behind him, his gaze scanning the rocky border. The monsters in the western lands are too low level, he murmured. They don't help much with real training. He analyzed the terrain calmly. After reaching rank C, advancement becomes much harder. The progress rate dropped significantly just then. Another voice came from behind. Well, I also got first place back then by defeating a sealed monster during the school assessment. A cocky tone interrupted. A young man with short white hair stepped forward, smirking arrogantly. He tried to act smooth, leaning closer to the girl beside him. The real world is nothing like the simulated vision of Warcraft, he said with a grin. The girl turned away unimpressed, but the boy winked and casually placed a hand on her shoulder. Only real combat can show a person's true ability, he said confidently. That arrogant student was Jong Jun, a high schooler from the warrior clan, a known troublemaker and show-off, and the kind of person Bai Yi had no patience for. Suddenly, another girl smiled brightly and waved at Bai Yi. Hey, handsome schools, so hard and tiring. Next time, you'll have to take me with you, she said playfully. Both she and her friend laughed, and Jong Jun, smirking proudly, joined in. Of course, I'll carry both of you, he said with mock confidence, earning giggles from the girls. Meanwhile, the instructor clapped her hands firmly to gather everyone's attention. Listen up, everyone. Those who have been chosen for this spiritual journey are all among the most elite students of our academy, she said proudly. Her tone softened slight, though her eyes remained sharp. Although I've emphasized this many times during training, I still want to repeat it again because this time it's real combat. She raised her hand and began outlining the instructions. First, training must be conducted only within the designated area. Never stray too far. Second, do not act alone. Always move in pairs or groups and act according to your ability when encountering monsters. And third, everyone must assemble at the camp by 8 p.m. Currently it's 4 p.m., so use your time wisely. She scanned. The group understood. Yes, instructor, the students replied loudly. But Jong Jun had already started running off ahead, carrying both girls on his shoulders like a show-off. I told you nothing's going to happen. This is a rare opportunity. Let's go do some jungle riding, he shouted excitedly, ignoring the rules entirely at the same time somewhere behind them. Another man watched with a twisted smile. He was a senior from the Devil's Cave division, someone with a deep grudge against Bai Yi. I'll make you regret ever crossing me, he muttered coldly, his grin curling into something dangerous. He chuckled quietly to himself, already planning something sinister for the border training the scene, then shifted smoothly to another location. The Xiangyi Kingdom's territory there. A guild of soldiers stood in formation. Their captain had just returned, and several guards bowed respectfully. Captain, you're finally back. The hunting competition is about to begin. One of them reported Captain Shingen has been waiting for you. The leader gave a short nod, his expression unreadable. These were no ordinary warriors. They belonged to the God Cult, one of the most powerful and mysterious organizations in the Xiangyi Kingdom. Among them stood a green-haired youth watching the distant hills with calm eyes. It's quite the privilege, he said quietly. The ultimate school corps from Jiang Kingdom are taking part in the same training. As Captain Shingen, without even needing to pass a checkpoint, he turned to Lin, who stood beside him, but Lin didn't reply. His focus was locked on the horizon, on something far beyond what the others could see. The scene shifted to a shadowed room where a tall man lit a cigar, the glow briefly illuminating his sharp eyes. Smoke curled upward as he spoke coldly. "Command Hong, go directly to the team and wait for me." He ordered. The subordinate bowed and hurried off. While the man exhaled slowly, his expression twisting into something dark and unreadable, the view then smoothly transitioned back to the mountainous wilderness there. Zhang Jun slashed cleanly through a low-level beast, his sword glowing faintly as the creature collapsed. "The monsters in this desert area aren't that strong," he muttered. Brushing off the dust from his armor behind him, the two girls clapped and cheered. "As expected of a red SE rank professional, you're so cool, Zhang Jun." One of them squealed. He grinned smugly and flexed his arm. "It was just okay," he said casually. "A normal performance for someone like me not far away." Bai Yi stood quietly observing from a distance. He checked his personal stats and thought to himself, "I need to upgrade all three of my professions to C level soon." His cold-type magic had already reached level 21, his nuclear warrior level was 22, and his flower-type summoning skill had recently advanced to level 23 after defeating the latest floral beast. He had successfully formed a soul contract with it, his first in this region. As the number of contracts increases, the strength of my summoned beasts grows as well, Bai Yi noted silently. "If I continue this pace, I'll soon be able to command even stronger creatures." He exhaled softly. "But we've been stuck here for over 10 days now to gain more experience. I must defeat monsters at or above my own level. Unfortunately, the highest-ranking magical beasts in the Jiang Kingdom's Demon Cave are only D rank." He looked out across the desolate wilderness. "Creatures here are so weak, even the guides ignore them, killing. Monsters below my rank barely gives me anything at all." Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the forest. Ji Hyunjun froze as a massive level 11D. Rank, flower-type spider crawled out from beneath the rocks. The monster towered over him, 8 feet tall, its body pulsing with venom. "Damn it, Ji!" Hyunjun shouted as the spider lunged. Its poison burst through the air, burning through his armor as he stumbled back in pain. The two girls screamed in panic. "This spider's too strong. We can't handle a monster of this level," the white-haired girl cried. "Please, we have to get out of here," the other added, terrified. But Zhang Jun, poisoned and trembling, shouted desperately, "Someone, please, help me detoxify this venom." The creature loomed over him, its fangs dripping acid. Even sealed D-rank beasts rarely appeared in the wild, and this one was furious. At that exact moment, Bai Yi appeared. He saw the chaos and instantly drew his weapon. "This is my chance." He thought. Energy surged through him like lightning. The golden aura wrapped around his blade as he sprinted forward. His focus razor-sharp at that moment. Bai Yi completely ignored the warnings from both girls. With a swift motion, he swung his blade, cutting down the 8-foot spider monster in a single strike. The creature collapsed to the ground, and a faint system glow appeared. Item obtained. Poisonous spider leg. The two girls and Zhang stood frozen in disbelief. None of them could comprehend what they had just witnessed. How is this possible?" Zhang muttered. "Why?" "Died." But Bai Yi remained calm, silently analyzing the situation. "Even the dropped items are mostly low-level materials. He thought they only take up space in my backpack. All the high-level monsters are under the control of the god guilds anyway." He glanced around and noticed something lying behind the spider's corpse. An abandoned item, glimmering faintly under the sunlight. The girls looked at him in confusion. "What is he trying to do now?" one of them whispered. Bai Yi didn't respond. His gaze hardened as he thought. This is why they say the distance from C rank to B rank is like the difference between heaven and earth. The white-haired girl called out to him. "Hey, don't you want this degraded venomous spider leg?" "I'm not interested," he said coldly. He turned away, lost in thought. "I remember there's a place where high-level magic crystals are buried near the border of the Saint High Kingdom. If I dig deeper there, I might be able to find something truly valuable." With that plan forming in his mind, he adjusted his gear and headed toward the desolate region. The sun dipped low behind the mountain, casting long shadows across the desert and jungle. The night was silent, and every living creature seemed to be in slumber. Bai Yi stopped for a moment, scanning the strange landscape before him. They actually found quite a number of natural magic crystals here, he thought. But something about this place feels off by. E continued to examine the cave surroundings. His gaze fixed on the glowing stones scattered along the ground. He muttered quietly, "Magic crystals contain a large amount of energy, and they're usually found near places inhabited by crystal beasts." He crouched down, brushing dust off one of the stones. The faint pulse of energy within it shimmered softly under his hand. "These are important," he said to himself. The logic of power crystals here means they must be absorbed carefully. E gathered a few pieces and placed them. Inside his spatial ring, a moment later, he noticed a cluster of trees standing nearby. He frowned, realizing something unusual. "The trees in front of this area are new," he whispered. Scanning the roots closely by, E looked around the dim cave and suddenly noticed something lying near a broken crate, a small bottle filled with a thick purple liquid. He frowned, picking it up carefully. "What's this?" he murmured, tilting it under the faint light. The strange poison shimmered like living smoke. Inside the glass, he couldn't tell what kind of toxin it was, but something about it felt dangerous, unnaturally so. That night, the students gathered at the camp. The bonfire crackled brightly in the middle as everyone set up their tents. Laughter and chatter filled the quiet wilderness. One of the boys grinned, finally time for dinner and some rest. The instructor smiled softly while tending the fire, helping prepare food with a few students. "Remember?" she said, stirring a pot. "Real-world training isn't just about fighting monsters. Wilderness survival means learning to find good food, too. You've all been fighting all day, and not many of you thought about what comes next." A student chuckled. "Yeah, those in the cultivation department didn't even bring food-stingy people." Another boy sitting near the edge gripped something strange in his hand. A dark, twisted object. His expression was unsettling. Eyes flickering with a cold glint, the instructor glanced his way. "Her brows knitting slightly only by E and the young one haven't returned yet," she said under her breath, sounding tense. As the food cooked, she smiled again, trying to lighten the mood. "All right, let's eat. I'll leave some extra for them." The student president leaned closer, smiling. "I always thought Professor Huang only taught theory, but I didn't expect her to be so skilled in the field." The instructor laughed quietly. "How can one be a real teacher without experience before becoming an instructor? My dream was to join the God Guild, or even become a cleric knight." The president nodded. "You seem capable enough for that." She smiled faintly, her tone softening. "Unfortunately, I wasn't. I didn't even get a chance to take the exam." Then she leaned closer to whisper, "I'll tell you a little secret. This is actually my first time visiting St. Joseph Kingdom, thanks to you and Bai Ye. I finally had the chance to see this sacred place. I've always dreamed of." The president looked pleasantly, surprised his tone. "Cheerful teacher, what about?" But before he could finish, the instructor's expression froze. Her eyes widened in shock. A sudden violent surge of purple energy erupted from the darkness behind them, a powerful, poisonous aura cutting through the night. "Watch out!" she shouted. The instructor threw herself forward, pushing the president away. Just as the attack struck, a sharp sound tore through the air. Her body jolted violently as a spear of toxic purple light pierced through her chest. The bonfire flickered wildly. Gasps filled the camp. E, who had just returned to the edge of the clearing, froze where he stood, his eyes widening in disbelief. Instructor, the night that had once been peaceful turned instantly into chaos. "Teacher Huang," the president shouted, panic in his voice as he caught her falling. Body blood flowed down her chest, staining her uniform crimson around them. The other team members froze in shock. "What is this?" one of them cried. "She's been attacked. Someone help her!" Another yelled in fear before anyone could react further. A deep, distorted voice echoed through the forest. "All of you need to leave." Now the tone was dark, laced with killing intent. Baye's instinct screamed in warning. He felt a suffocating pressure fill the air. Something powerful was approaching fast. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, placing himself between the wounded instructor and the incoming threat. "Everyone, move back!" he shouted. "Take her and get out of here! Now, if I don't stop this thing here, no one will make it out alive," he thought grimly. The air twisted with a violent roar. A massive shadow loomed overhead, a mutated spider beast, far larger and darker than the one E had fought earlier. Its 8 blood red, eyes glowed with killing intent. As it lowered its body, the ground cracking beneath its weight. So Bai Ye really reached that place. Saved the instructor and killed that monster some time ago in the morning, inside at the Westerland area. View completely shifted and changed inside the forest. Bai Yi, ever since appear inside the jungle. Then twisted face senior guy stood. He's holding poison, bottle in his hand, and say, "You stole all my time and my fascinating light, and even you are really going to flex in front of teacher. And you should dare to look down on me." And he tightly hold this toxicant on his hand, say he acts all high and mighty all the time, and he completely broke that toxin in front of poison monster. He stood and say, "Make the most of what you have here." His face completely wicked. Give a smile, evilly. "I will make my appearance after I have made them all look completely devilish. Let's everyone see it who the real savior you are." In that moment, we are realized what a master plan behind of that senior guy in the previous chapter. We all know about that boy really hateful, against of Bai Yi. And that boy really make that eight-legged spider going to mutant because of him. And in the present moment, senior stood making evil face. Now breaks in the Western land how. So it's only been less than a day he grabbing his weapon and say this idiot is growing up was too fast. He looked inside the forest. His mutant monster at that moment, fear ran through the senior's body. His hands trembled as he realized the horror he had unleashed. A monster born from his own reckless actions, the mutated spider? Its 8 legs glistening with venom towered before him. Several students nearby froze in shock, unable to move in his panic. The senior released a burst of poison energy toxic fumes spreading through the air, but the attack backfired the senior instructor. Already injured, was struck by the spreading poison. She clutched her chest blood seeping through her uniform as she struggled to remain. Standing Bai Ye's expression darkened. So this is what his arrogance led to. Inside his mind, memories from his previous life surfaced. An F-rank mutated spider monster. I faced one before, he thought grimly, even after I advanced to a higher level. It took everything I had to defeat it. His gaze locked firmly on the creature. This thing excels in both offense and defense. It hides well, strikes fast, and its venom is lethal with its mutation. It's become even stronger. He glanced at the trembling students and the injured. "Instructor, the strongest among them are only C rank, he murmured. "Against a B-level monster like this, there's no chance of winning." Bai Ye's mind flashed back to his past life. The battle against the same type of spider monster back then, even when he had reached a higher level. It had taken everything he had to bring it down, without using his full strength. Defeating it had been nearly impossible. Now, facing this mutated 8-legged creature once again, the situation was even worse. It had appeared far too early before he was ready. He clenched his teeth and steadied his breathing. "If I use that power now," he thought, "everyone will know I have more than one profession. That will definitely draw the attention of the gods." But the monster gave him no time to hesitate. The 8-legged spider lashed out, venom flying as it tore through the forest. Several students screamed as they were struck. The instructor, already weakened, looked around in horror in an instant. All of them were injured. She whispered. Pain surged through her chest, blood spilling down her uniform. The poison was spreading fast. The monster loomed over her, its massive form blocking the light. Bai Ye's fists tightened as despair flashed in his eyes. This creature's attacks cause paralysis. Even the strongest among them can't move. He realized across the field the president also fell under the monster's aura. His body frozen as he struggled to breathe, the spider's crimson eyes fixed on the instructor. "Don't touch my disciple," she shouted, her voice shaking, but firm. The creature hissed, its fangs opening wide as it lunged to devour her. Suddenly, a blinding flash cut through the air. A shadow appeared in front of the instructor, blocking the monster's strike. The instructor's eyes widened in disbelief. Who was the one that appeared to save her? The instructor stared in disbelief, her eyes widening as a shadow suddenly appeared before her. Bai Yi stepped in. Teeth clenched, his sword flashing. Through the air as he unleashed a storm of slashes against the 8-legged monster, he moved without hesitation. Each strike sharp and precise, standing protectively in front of the instructor. Bai Yi met the creature's gaze with a deathly glare. The poisonous aura around him began to stir as he activated one of his poison skills, forcing the monster back for a brief moment. But the spider monster roared and charged again. Bai Yi quickly realized the truth. Even a C-rank warrior's attack can't hurt it. Its defense is far too strong. He took a deep breath, eyes narrowing. I have no choice. I'll have to use it, he murmured. Switching his combat mode, energy rippled through his body as he activated his Cloud Mage profession. A staff appeared in his hand, glowing with cold light. Freeze the next instant. A wave of freezing magic burst forth. The temperature dropped sharply as the level 10 Cloud Elemental Mage control skill condensed the surrounding water vapor into countless blocks of ice. A violent gust swept across the field, freezing everything in its path in a blink. The massive 8-legged spider was sealed in solid ice. Silence fell. The entire area stood still. Students could only stare in shock. The monster that had terrified them moments ago was now completely frozen behind. By EA girl gasped. That cute little boy actually froze a B-rank monster, another student whispered. Isn't he supposed to be a nuclear warrior? A boy shouted from the back. Wait, does that mean you have a dual career? Bai Yi didn't answer. His eyes stayed fixed on the frozen creature. His mind heavy. Even if it's exposed, now there's nothing I can do. I can't just stand by and watch my entire team suffer. The instructor stared at Bai Yi in shock, her voice trembling. Bai Yi? Do you really have a dual-class skill? She could hardly believe what she was seeing. The boy she thought she knew was far more than he appeared. But before Bai Yi could respond, a faint cracking sound echoed through the air. The ice around the 8-legged spider began to fracture. The monster's eyes glowed through the frost. Its deathly glare locked on Bai Yi in the next few seconds. The frozen layer shattered, completely scattering shards of ice across the ground. The students gasped, frozen in fear. What the hell? One of them cried, that mutant monster. It's vanishing. Is it really dead? Where did it go? Bai Yi didn't move. His eyes followed the faint trail of energy left behind by the creature. It's not over yet, he said quietly. I only managed to injure it. It's hiding now, but it will reappear soon. His voice carried the weight of experience and tension. The students looked at him uncertain and afraid. The instructor clutched her chest, blood staining her uniform. My strength isn't enough to kill it, she said weakly. We should evacuate now. Bai Yi turned toward her, noticing how pale she had become. Do you all go first? The instructor continued. The teacher has to stay here! The president shook his head in disbelief. Why would you stay, teacher? It's too dangerous. She pressed her hand against her wound, her breath heavy. Jingling hasn't arrived yet, she said firmly. At that name, Bai Yi's eyes darkened. He let out a quiet sigh and muttered, Jingling. That bastard. He's the one behind this mess. The instructor struggled to stay on her feet, her voice shaking. We agreed to meet here again at 8, she said. If he comes and I'm not here, make sure you bring back as many students as you can. Bai Yi nodded, then turned to the remaining students. He raised a small glass vial. Its surface stained with a strange poisonous glow. He's the one who released this monster, Bai Yi said coldly. This is the toxin he used. Everyone fell silent, the truth settling in like a heavy shadow, a flash of memory. Struck by Yi as he stood among the ruined trees. It was an ordinary morning from not long ago, a breakfast. Scene that should have been warm and trivial, but which now felt poisoned by recollection. The 5th member had been there, grinning as he shoved a spoonful into his mouth. This breakfast is spicy today, Bai Yi had laughed, genuinely pleased. I like it. Is it extra spicy perfect? He glanced at Ling and added with a smirk. Get me another bowl. Ling smiled, teasing him gently. Captain, you eat too fast. The 5th member mocked him playfully. Control your appetite, Captain. If you get fat, Qin Li will stop looking at you. Ling snapped at the remark, scolding the 5th member. And Bai Yi's face twisted into a smile that did not reach his eyes. The moment had been small, domestic. Until everything changed later in the heat of battle against the demon god creature. His limbs had gone numb. The paralysis came like ice through his veins. He could not move, could not call for help. It had been sudden, inexplicable. He remembered the panic. The helplessness, as the world narrowed to a bright, stinging pressure. Now the memory completed itself with a single, terrible realization. That same 5th member had been at the breakfast table a month ago, laughing as he mixed something into, before anyone else's food. A laugh that in hindsight tasted like malice. Bai Ye's jaw tightened as the memory replayed, the fifth member's voice low and satisfied. I spiced your breakfast with a little paralyzing powder handy. Isn't it anger flared inside? Bai Ye, cold and bright, the betrayal settled like lead. The fifth member had not only sabotaged him once, he had prepared a trap, Taylor, to make the strongest among them helpless. The man's last words echoed in Bai Ye's mind, a promise, and a threat both I will kill all of you, starting with the strongest. Bai Ye stood very still. The forest around him seemed to hold its breath. He tasted betrayal and knew with the clarity of someone who had been cheated by a friend that this treachery ran deeper than a single poisoned meal. That man's face from Bai Ye's memory twisted into a cruel grin. His voice still echoed in Bai Ye's mind. You can't do anything without being fully prepared. You couldn't even block my attack. I'll cut you into 2 pieces myself. The memory faded, dragging Bai Yi back to the present. The jungle air felt heavier now, thick with tension. He turned toward the instructor, his tone sharp and steady. Instructor, that toxin. It was spread by that man. He raised the broken glass bottle in his hand, its edges still faintly glowing with poison. This bottle belongs to Jiangfei Industrial, a company owned by the Zhuang family right now. It's being managed by Jingling's father. The president stared at the bottle in disbelief. Wait! Jingling's father gave her this. Bai Yi nodded grimly. Yes, their family's library specializes in magical beast research. They keep shrunken versions of monsters sealed in special containers like this one. He looked down at the shattered fragments he had gathered earlier in the depths of the jungle. I found pieces of a broken containment bottle, the same kind used to store those creatures. The instructor's face, paled as realization, struck the students behind her, exchanged terrified glances. Unable to comprehend the depth of what they just heard, the truth was undeniable. Now the monster's release hadn't been an accident. It was planned carefully, deliberately, and Bai Yi knew exactly who was behind it. Bai Ye's voice turned cold as he warned them. Except for the Jingfeng Industrial family, no one else could have handled these bottles. This whole thing points to Jingfeng, that senior. Hearing his words, the senior's face went pale with realization. Rage bloomed across his features. He slammed his fist into a nearby tree bark, cracking beneath the impact, and spat through clenched teeth. I should have thrown every bottle into the river. How did Bai Yi find out students around them muttered in shock? Jingfeng is insane. Why would he do this to all of us? One whispered. The senior's expression darkened into something monstrous. His eyes, red and veins standing out at his temples. He fixed Bai Yi with a hatred so fierce it seemed to burn Bai Yi. It's you again. Always, you. His voice dropped to a snarl. This is your fault. I'll crush you with my own hands. Bai Yi watched him, every muscle tense, the senior's transformation. Anger warping him into something. Animal confirmed what Bai Yi already suspected. This betrayal ran deep, and it would not end without a fight on the other side. Panic spread among the students. Why would Jingfeng do this? One shouted. Is he really trying to kill everyone? He deserves to be thrown in jail. Hearing their voices, Jingfeng's expression twisted. His bloodshot eyes glowed with fury. You, all of you, shut up! But the students didn't stop. If it wasn't him, then why hasn't he shown himself? Another yelled. The shouting grew louder, accusations and fear filling the air, until suddenly the ground beneath them cracked open. A deafening rumble echoed through the forest, and everything went dark. The instructor gasped in pain, clutching her chest. Her breathing grew shallow. Everyone leave, now, she ordered weakly. She pulled out her walkie-talkie, forcing her trembling hands to steady it. Take this radio distress device, she said, handing it to the president. Get to a place with a clear signal. The president hesitated, gripping it tightly. But instructor, before he could finish, a loud explosion erupted the walkie-talkie burst apart in his hand. The blast threw him backward, blood streaking down his arm. What's happening? Bai Yi shouted Kylan. Are you all right? The girl coughed, clutching her wounded hand. Someone shot it! Who did that? The shattered remains of the radio fell to the ground, smoking. Everyone froze. Then, without warning, a dense purple mist began to spread across the clearing. The air turned heavy and sour. The students began to cough violently, eyes watering. It's poison! One of them cried. The smell. It's paralyzing powder! Bai Ye's eyes narrowed. He could sense the danger instantly. Golden light flared around him as he released his inner energy, forming a protective aura to block the spreading toxin. But through the fog, a figure appeared. Tall, calm, and covered completely by a black mask. "Who's that, eh?" Students screamed. The masked man stepped forward. His voice cold and distorted through the mist. The forest fell into silence as his presence grew heavier. Bai Yi's grip tightened on his weapon. He could already feel it. The next fight was unavoidable. The true battle was about to begin. The clash between Bai Ye and Jing Feng will decide everything. Will he be able to save his poisoned instructor? Or will the eight-legged monster and Jing Feng's fury consume them all? Meanwhile, Bai Ye's gaze turned dark and cold. Golden energy surged from his body, filling the air with a heavy pressure. Across from him, the senior, his expression twisted and deranged, laughed mockingly. "You bastard! It's all your fault!" he shouted. "Do you all know that brat Bai Yi? He's the reason you're suffering?" His laughter grew wild, echoing through the mist. "Now everyone knows it was me who did this. It's a shame most of you won't make it out of here alive." The students stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were hearing. But Bai Yi ignored the madness in his voice. His golden aura intensified, and his tone grew colder as he said, "Are you ready? Are you trying to kill everyone here?" His jaw tightened, fury burning in his eyes as he glared at the senior. The mist thickened, spreading across the area like poison. One of the students gasped, "What's in this fog? I feel so tired." A moment later, another collapsed unconscious. A boy crouched beside him, his voice trembling. "It's paralyzing powder. It's a B-grade toxin meant for fighting monsters." The crazed senior grinned, raising a small vial filled with violet smoke. "Exactly," he said. "This is made from pine toxin, B-grade quality. None of you can resist it." His hand shook, but his smile only grew more twisted. "Why would you use that on us?" a student shouted in disbelief. The senior's eyes narrowed with madness. "Originally, this was meant to deal with that idiot," he sneered, pointing toward Bai Yi. "I was supposed to be the one to rush in and save you all, but instead look at him." His laugh turned bitter. "He's the one, protecting you now like some hero's shield?" Then his expression contorted completely. "Bai Yi, you bastard," he growled, voice dripping with hatred. "It's all your fault, you little rascal." In the next moment, the crazed senior Zhanling tightly gripped his bow and drew back an arrow. Glowing with dark energy, his voice dripped with mockery as he said, "It's always you, Bai Yi. Everywhere you go, you cause trouble." He aimed the arrow straight at Bai Ye's chest, the tension of the bowstring humming through the fog. But Bai Ye didn't back down, even though the paralyzing toxin had already begun to affect him, his limbs heavy, his breath uneven. He still stood firm in front of the others, protecting them without hesitation. His golden aura flickered like a fading flame, but his eyes never left Zhanling. "Zhanling," the instructor shouted, her voice sharp with both anger and sorrow. "It's not too late to stop. Why are you doing this to all of us?" Bai Yi tightened his grip on his sword, standing protectively between her and the deranged archer. The instructor's voice trembled slightly as she continued, "Don't keep making the same mistake. You were the one who released that monster by accident, weren't you? You didn't mean to put everyone in danger." But Zhanling only laughed, his eyes filled with madness. He turned the bow toward her. The arrow now aimed directly at the instructor. "Too late for your pathetic words," he snarled. "I don't want your pity, and I don't need forgiveness. Everything's beyond repair now." He drew the arrow tighter, his voice breaking into a shout. "Don't lie to me." Behind the chaos, Bai Ye's condition grew worse. His body trembled uncontrollably as the B-grade paralyzing powder continued to spread through his veins. He gritted his teeth, barely able to hold his sword steady. "I can't move. This toxin is too strong," he muttered, his voice strained. "If this keeps up, I'll faint right here." His vision blurred for a moment, but he forced himself to focus. When his gaze fell on the instructor, her condition even worse than his, something inside him hardened without hesitation. Bai Yi stabbed his own leg. The blade, tearing into flesh, blood splattered onto the ground, but the sharp pain jolted his senses back to life. The instructor's eyes widened in shock. "Bai Ye! What are you doing?" she shouted, horrified. Bai Ye's expression darkened, his voice, cold everything. "He did is already beyond redemption. The instructor looked stunned, unable to speak. Bai Yi continued. Voice steady, despite the blood pooling around his foot. No matter what excuse he gives, no matter how pitiful or absurd the reason, it can't justify this. He drew out his sword again, golden energy swirling around the blade across from him. Jingling's mocking face twisted into surprise. His hand trembled as he realized the killing intent radiating from Bai Yi. Suddenly, Jing! Ling's bow cracked and shattered as Bai Yi charged forward at that instant. An image flashed in Bai Yi's mind. Two of his fifth teammate from his past life. The traitor who slaughtered his own comrades. That memory snapped something inside him. His aura flared violently as he shouted, How dare you point your weapon at your own people? Then, like a storm breaking loose, Bai Yi lunged. His sword sliced clean through Jingling's arm, blood spraying through the mist. The senior screamed in agony. Staring in disbelief at his severed limb, he fell to the ground begging for mercy, but Bai Yi's eyes were cold and merciless. You traitor, he said, his tone sharp as steel. You deserve this. Bai Yi's aura burned with rage and grief, his killing intent echoing through the jungle. The others watched in silence, terrified not just of what he had done, but of the monster that pain had awakened within him. The next episode will reveal the shocking aftermath of Bai Yi's brutal decision, and the mysterious power awakening deep within him. Stay tuned, because the real battle is only beginning. The next episode will unveil the storm that marks a new era of chaos. Stay tuned for the next episode of Full-Time Awakening. Hey guys, I've just started a brand new amazing series. Make sure to go check it out and share your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to subscribe to my second channel for more updates and upcoming episodes. Thanks a lot for watching, and see you in the next one. In this world, the existence of magic gave rise to countless demonic caves and terrifying demons. But magic didn't only create monsters. It also awakened people blessed with special powers. Among these awakened, there existed a legendary squad known as the Strongest Awakened Team. Each member commanded the power of the 5 elements and wielded an SSS-class demon king called Belphegor. Today, these 5 elite teammates arrived at a demonic cave with a single mission to slay a fearsome monster. Moving together as one, they were known as the Divine Core. Leading them was